Internet, hello and welcome to our coverage of the GRLCS Summer Splash semifinal between number 1 seed from the Bronze Conference, Reign of Kings, and the number 2 seed from the Set Conference, AOE Crowd Control. I'm Alex H822, and joining me on the cast today is Sean General Vici Waltermeyer, and we're already underway into Game 1 of this draft.
Yeah, I already got some of the bans out. We have some standard ones, some targeted. AOECC, of course, with the vocalized ban, as most teams do, against Renji. Gets some Set and Zinzao, both pretty strong. Graves and Volibear on the other side. I'm guessing the Graves is more targeted. Volibear I could see as a standard one. And then Ziggs, who's also picked up a lot of priority.
Yeah, Ziggs has been a pretty popular and very impactful pick over the course of this playoffs this last couple of weeks. Nocturne will be the first pickup for AoE Crowd Control, and that's a champion that has been doing quite well, generally speaking. Was that champion touched on the patch that happened earlier this week?
I don't think this earlier patch. I know patch before they cut down on his lane sustain versus minions with his passive. And that's kind of pushed him out of like the pro meta, but I do think he can still be quite strong, especially down here in the platinum is very effective against the kind of comps people like to go for. Like the Caitlyn, who you very much usually want some form of dive against, and Reign of Kings is already picked into.
Yeah, I think Nocturne, if you can make him work and fit him into a comp, it's oftentimes very worth it just because the ultimate is so powerful for disrupting the enemy team's communication. And then the Zinzao, no real surprise there on the side of AoE Crowd Control. I thought maybe they could potentially first pick it, but if they're not opting to do that, then definitely have to ban it against Reign of Kings. They're very good at making that pick work.
Yeah, I think if you do play it, it's probably worth taking it over the Nocturne, but if you do like the Nocturne Prio and just the flex options it gives you, I think that that's also pretty fine. Zillion picked up with the Caitlyn, not usually the support you see with her, you usually see a lot of Morgana, Lux sometimes too. Zillion I think does work well with it though, and it does you get the revive for the targeted dive, and from what I remember, Reign of Kings plays it supported pretty decent amount.
Yeah, that's correct. I think that most of the time, or at least from what I can remember, they often like putting Bad Cop on either engaged supports like Nautilus, or I guess Nautilus is not strictly speaking an engaged support. He's kind of more versatile than that. But other than that, they put him on like Karma and Zillion a lot when those champions were particularly strong or good in that particular situation. AoE Crowd Control, they picked up Swain and Camille for what I assume is their solo lanes. It could, of course, be Swain bottom. I don't know if that's something that they do regularly.
Yeah, I could see him doing Swain bottom, as I think with the right support, it could be pretty good in at the Caitlyn. I don't really like the Camille here this early. I think Nocturne Flex is a good option to stay for. And like picking Camille like this just is asking to get counterpicked, and it's not like I think it's a super high priority champ unless they want to deny it, but I don't recall Jack playing a ton of it. Instead though, they're going to go in with the Tahm Kench, which I assume Jack will play. If I remember right, he played Tahm Kench back when it wasn't a top laner and then became a top laner, and they had to nerf it for top lane, and like leading into that whole fiasco where he got a ton of nerfs. Now rework, he is once again, I think, probably one of the best top laners in the game right now, and
Yeah,
a very, very strong pickup, especially against Camille Nocturne, who are wanting to dive a single target Caitlyn.
exactly. Yeah, Jack Loves Lamb was a Tahm Kench top player pre him being a top laner, and then exactly what you said. The champion is a fair bit different as far as top lane goes compared to when he was first a non-top laner that became a top laner. I remember on one of our other streams, I asked you about Tahm Kench top, and we didn't have enough information to really know about how good this champion would be, and then all of a sudden it's just like super good, right?
He's get busted.
Yeah. Is it just numbers, or is there something inherently wrong with this kid? It's probably just numbers, right? Because his kit looks okay.
Yeah, a lot of it is numbers, and that in almost any melee matchup, he gets to bully you just with the healing he gets now. He can shield through sustained damage. Burst damage dealers can't kill him because he gets double HP bar. If you're ranged, a tongue slow into a W is a guaranteed engage. He's also kind of like a mini Skarner in that you usually take Ghost on him now instead of Flash, or at least I think Ghost is better. So you'll like be able to ghost people under your tower from a very surprising way up the lane because it's only 30% self slow. So you can just take someone from at least a third, more like almost halfway up the lane, and you can just take them to tower almost for free with how long it is. So you get that all in pressure as well. Can be very tanky. Do fall off a bit compared to some tanks in late game. It can be hard to do as much, but you are still a Tom Kench who can eat and peel. So it just combines to make a very annoying, strong champion.
Yeah, definitely. Reign of Kings, they in their second round of bans, they pinch the support pool, take away those very reliable engage tools from AoE crowd control in the form of Nautilus and Leona. They opt for the Galio as their support, I assume,
Huh.
with that last round. And then I love the pickup for Reign of Kings to grab the Malzahar. That means that the Echo is going to go into the jungle. I'm a big fan of Malzahar. I think that champion's great.
Yeah, I think he's pretty strong. I don't really know about these last couple picks from AOECC. I think that Galio support just seems weird with Swain, and that usually you want kind of a all-in burst. Galio can kind of do that, but he's short-ranged enough that it just, I don't know. It's throwing me off a bit, especially with basically 5 melee comp, because because Swain, excuse me, is kind of he wants to be more in melee range, and you're already going up against like a Zillion with the control. Tom Kench is going to be almost impossible to kill without sustained DPS. You see Echo already as well, who's kind of hard to just dive on and kill in Zillions. So I would have liked to see a more like ranged option, or at least some form of sustained like high DPS champion to be able to cut through some of these champs, as opposed to just kind of I'm throwing 5 people and hoping we win the fight.
So, like, just not Galio and not Silas, you think?
Yeah, I think I don't know if they play Swain mid. I think bot it could have been fine with a better like force support, because if you're going into Kate Zillion, unless you get a lucky Swain binding while Galio's also in range, you're going to be perma pushed. Not really a lot of pressure with that. Galio does give a very good dive buddy with Nocturne, so maybe put Galio mid and just change out the Silas for a different support. I don't know. It might be a good comp. It just feels kind of wonky to me, what I see in champ
Yeah,
select.
I mean, it does give them the Camille Galio, the old classic, but yeah, it is a little it is a little weird. But at the same time, they did kind of Reign of Kings did really see that. They foresaw it. They took away a lot of the reliable engage tools that you can pick as support. So maybe this is the next best thing that AoE crowd control are comfortable picking up. And yeah, your lane is gonna be a little bit rough, but maybe you have something you can do later on.
Yeah, I think I think the Galio mid with a different support probably would have been my preferred option. Not quite sure which support, but it isn't like it's bad, because as you pointed out, Galio Camille, Galio Nocturne as well is pretty scary. Silas can actually take the Malzahar ult as well, and maybe you use it on the Tom Kench and he can't eat the Caitlyn as she's getting dove on, or the Zillions if she can't get revived. So there's still options. Also, though, if AOECC ever fall behind enough that they can't run in and dive, they are going to have a very, very rough time. They're kind of removing any backup options.
Yeah. On the other hand, the Silas pick is also decent. I'd say that he has probably three to four good ultimates on the side of Reign of Kings to steal. Malzahar ult is always just a super good outplay button. Echo ultimate gives Silas a lot of freedom to dive hard. Zillion ultimate is kind of the same. It's not as fun, I don't think, to use Zillion ultimate than it is to use Echo ultimate. But it still gives you that a little bit of that safety going forward.
Yeah, and Zillion will, especially on Silas, who's going to have more AP for more full health revive, is going to be very annoying to deal with. And if they do get ahead, then they're just going to kind of steamroll Reign of Kings. So on second thought, it's probably a better comp than I gave it initial credit for. Also, just Silas has a pretty good lane into Malzahar. He doesn't do a lot of upfront damage until he hits like 6 lanes of full combo, and you can rush QSS to Silas, I guess, and you have a lot of early lane pressure to maybe try and get some roams up and do things. So we'll see what they can do with it.
How is Echo's clear compared to Nocturne's? I'm sure Nocturne is quite good, but is Echo's particularly slow, or is it about the same?
I don't actually know a lot about Echo Clear. It's been so long since I've seen it like in the jungle. I've been quite a while since it's been meta. I think last year was the last time it had any real semblance of it. So I don't
Yeah,
really know the current speed of Echo Clear. I assume Nocturne's is faster just because he's an AD-based auto attack champion who tend to do a bit more quickly, especially with the bonus AD and just the AoE heal. So I would assume that Nocturne has the clear advantage, but I think Echo won't be too slow compared to him.
Oh, really? Okay. I would. I don't know. I always think of champion like obviously, ability power based champions are going to be on average lower, and especially Echo, who's a lot. I feel like a lot of it comes from his ability to. Like the Time Winder is his AoE, and I don't think it's particularly high as far as damage to jungle camps goes. I'm sure
Yeah,
he's fine, but
yeah.
uh,
The main part is his like passive damage is pretty nice, and then if they're low enough, I believe his W gives him magic damage on autos.
yeah. Hmm.
So that is what kind of speeds it up from being a slow cure to a decent one, I think. But I do anticipate Nocturne getting pretty far ahead in that respect, especially if he just rushes 6. I think he'll definitely and focuses on farm. If he kind of plays for lanes a bit more, I do anticipate Echo being able to keep up, but I think just like rushing and only focusing on farm for 6, Nocturne should have the bigger edge.
The other thing, you mentioned this about Tom Kench, he's very good against these champions that dive a single target. Zillion kind of does that too, right? If both of them just dive bomb onto Caitlyn or Malzahar, you can either devour them or you can chrono shift them to keep them alive or revive them afterwards and turn a fight that way. It's pretty interesting how this draft has come out, considering that uh, they opted for Camille into Zillion.
Yeah, and I do think that that's why I like Zillion a bit more here with the Caitlyn than something like a Morgana or Lux, is because you see like Nocturne it immediately, and those champs have a harder time peeling him off the Caitlyn, but Zillion can do a good job with it, both speeding Caitlyn out of fear range and reviving her if she does get one shot. It is a question though, seeing Tom Kench and Zillion
It's
with
like just make
I
sure that you use one and not both.
yeah, it's reminds me of the Aesop's fable where I believe it's the cat and the fox trying to get away from a hunter, where the fox is like, I have so many plans to get away from the dog, I have thousands of ways. The cat's like, I have one trick, but it's a pretty good one. And they see the dog coming, and the cat just like runs up a tree and sits there. And the fox spends so much time choosing between ways to get away that eventually it just catches up and kills it. And that's kind of here where if you don't coordinate it right, you could either use no ults on the target, thinking that their person will get it, or you'll use both and potentially waste both ultimates.
Oh
So they,
yeah.
and especially with like if you're trying to save Echo on top of that, who has his own kind of get out of death free ult, and like Malzahar might get Zanya's and you might use it through that. So there are a few ways they could screw this up, but if they do it right, it's going to be really annoying to play against.
Yeah, I am. So do Nocturne and Camille, and I guess Silas also is a little bit of. He's more sustained damage than the average like mage mid laner who are more burst heavy, right? Um,
I think early game Silas kind of has that issue or has that deal, but I believe I counted out one time Silas has like 310% ability power ratio or something if he hits all of his basic abilities, like including the Q second burst and
mm,
everything. It's kind of crazy on like an 8-second cooldown for
yeah,
his
wow.
entire rotation, and then you get an ult on top of it. So like I would say he's less like one shot burst, but he does a ton of damage if you let him survive. And it isn't even like that low of one shot combo burst. So I don't know. I think Silas is kind of overtuned at the moment and could
Just like
use
his
a couple
numbers are
better
too
nerfs.
high.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good to hear that on the side of AoE crowd control because that means they have a like you don't have a traditional marksman in your bottom lane, so it's good that they have this kind of sustained damage and in the case of Sylas, sustained burst power to uh, burn through the extra health bars that they have on Reign of Kings between Tom Kench and Zillion Revive and Echo ulting to get all his health back. Because you'll need that. You don't want to run out of damage just because they have more health than your entire kit does.
Yeah.
But for game one, we are getting into it with AoE crowd control on the blue side, Nick War in the top lane on Camille, Sleeping Giant in the jungle on Nocturne, Agopa in the mid lane playing Sylas, and in the bottom lane it's Azedras and J Core on Swain and Galio.
Meanwhile, on the red team, it's Reign of Kings with Jacklow's Lamp taking Tom Kench in the top lane, Histega with Echo in the jungle, Renji with Malzahar mid, and Just Do It and Bad Cop 74 taking the Caitlyn Zillion bot.
Okay, well, Bad Cop wins. He got the first damage. Gets that Spell Thief's proc. Presumably his Mana Flow banned as well. Game's over, I guess.
Yeah, that's always a really good feeling. Like,
inconsolable advantage this early into the game.
I don't know how you can possibly deal with that as J Core. But we were talking a bit about how it is good to have sustained damage, but it is still a Tom Kench, who especially mid-game, I think is one of the tankiest champs between his gray health and his just healing, as well as if you get him low enough. Like, I don't think he's a bad target for a Zillion ult. And like, if you're focusing him, then you don't have like an AD carry or someone who can just chip him down regularly. It's a lot of like half burst combos. Like Sylas gets all his damage out at once, Camille gets all her damage out over like a few second intervals, and then there's a time where she isn't doing anything. And Tom Kench can like eat half of that, shield the rest, and then like you don't have enough damage on the back half because you've used all your cooldowns on his shield. So it will probably still be really, really rough to deal with him until it gets later in the game, where he falls off a little.
So I guess that with AoE crowd control, you really don't want to be focusing the Tom Kench anyway. Your team comp is nowhere near as good at fighting front to back as Reign of Kings is, for sure.
Yeah, really it's going to be about running past him, but he does do a lot of damage for a tank. Probably too much as well, so like ignoring him will still let him do a lot. Probably.
Have you been having some solo queue fun against that champion recently?
I've been having some solo queue fun playing that champion actually.
Oh, Azedras gets a good. Oh, he pulls in Just Do It. 2-man pump from J Core. Ignite is burned down. Summoner heal comes out. J Core flashes, doesn't get another auto off. The double time bomb sidestep by Azedras. So J Core, 2 summoners traded for those of Just Do It.
Yeah, and that's a rough thing to be having this early. We saw them setting up a slow push. You want to get that big minion wave crashed and start hitting. But if you get hit by Swain E like that, then Galio can follow up with just the knock up into the taunt, into CC combo. That's 2 sums immediately blown for free. You did lose Galio Flash Ignite, but that's not a big deal, especially with Hex Splash. So now the Caitlyn lane that you want to be getting ahead and start snowballing is starting to fall behind already. And that's a pretty rough situation to be in. As another one and just
getting hit by a never move. He's gonna get chunked down to about 60%, healing back up with some potions. Gets hit by another one and now down to about 40. Nick War getting ganked up in the top lane by Histega. Will just have to burn the hook shot to get out of there. And neither of these top laners have opted for non-standard. I suppose they kind of are standard now to go like Ignite or something other than Flash top lane, but they both have the Flash teleport.
Yeah, I think that Camille, you do want Flash in this kind of matchup. Ignite's more for like hard lanes like Jax or something to prevent them from getting like free all-ins on you. Makes them a lot more careful about trading. So it's kind of a more defensive choice to take Ignite rather than Flash. Or if you like really, really want a bully matchup like Kale or something, guess you could take it. Tom Kench, I do think that with my experience, Ghost is the better choice on him. Like Flash doesn't do a lot for you, but Ghost just gives you so much power in running people down with your slows. And in team fights, just kind of waddling through everyone as opposed to getting kept out of fights. So I would kind of have liked to see Ghost there, but it isn't the biggest deal. Flash is still a good summoner. This way you get to like flash eat after Camille knocked you away from your carry rather than walk in. So I guess in that respect, it's fine.
Yeah, so what you're saying about Ignite though is basically you take it in really good matchups or really bad matchups. You don't really take it on this particular matchup.
Yeah, because you're not really ever gonna kill Tom Kench, and even with Ignite, you still don't kill him or like threaten killing him. So like taking it is like you're just not doing anything with it until later game, and later game you want to have flash for like hookshot flash into the middle, or being able to dodge like a zillion double bomb or something, or get over a trap line. So if you aren't going to be having any kill threat with Ignite, the flash is better. Ignite's just something you can go in those harder matchups to make it harder for them to just all in you whenever they want.
Just really nice from J Core Core where he got the wave to come up towards him as his Zedrus is walking back into lane. It's in a really good spot for the AOECC bottom lane.
Yeah, they have the lane like going perfectly. They got the early chunks, so now Caitlyn
Oh,
Zillion can't ever
Renji
walk
with a
out.
really
This
good
is-
rotation. Sleeping Giant with a very over-aggressive invade. First Blood just kind of gifted over to Hastega. I'm not sure about... That invade was just completely wrong, because Zagopa just now is getting back to lane, right? Oh, he's going to steal the Malzahar ultimate as he hit level 6 first, but Renji's able to flash out of there and keep himself alive. But now Agopa flashes back in on him. He's going to get the kill before Hastega can even get in there to try and help.
Yeah, that was good on Silas's part to come back in and get that. I do think that that was a pretty troll invade from Sleeping Giant. You have to keep track of lane states. You know that Malzahar's walking up towards you with minion vision. It's just not really good. But then good job from Agapa because Renji moved up. He missed some minion EXP, so he hit 6 after. Silas gets the all-in, gets the flash, then just flashes on top of him. That's at least something back. I am somewhat concerned with how this bot lane's going. We haven't seen a single hit from Caitlyn on tower yet,
Just
which is
punch.
kind of what you want to be doing. It's been frozen against your even CS. Also don't like the Executioner's Rush. I don't think that Swain has near enough healing for that to like be a thing, because especially on all ends, if he's running at you, you aren't thinking kill the Swain, you're thinking for his ult timeout. So I think that's a bit of a waste of gold. Try and get your Mythic faster for more pressure. As we do see Gecko roaming down, and this might be a kill, but they're just so close to tower with how the lane's been managed.
Zedrus and J-Core Core just have this wave exactly where they want it, and it's really paying off for them just being better at managing the wave than just do it in Bad Cop have been. Meanwhile, Renji, though, they're going to try and 4-man this. There's the Nether Grasp used onto Zedrus. He's got the Summoner heal out, and the taunt is going to be a big one onto him. He's going to take a ton of damage here, and he has no flash from before. J-Core Core gets the first kill of the fight. As just do it will auto-aim Ignite from Bad Cop will pick up the kill. It's a 1-for-1, but 4 members dedicated to the bottom lane. Here we go. Sleeping Giant going to throw down the Paranoia as a teleport comes in from Nick War. He jumps in onto Hastega. Hastega chrono breaks back into enemy territory. Zedrus, though, only level 5, needs to be very careful about getting turned on by Hastega. He's going to throw down the Parallel Convergence link for the stun. Does get it. As Zedrus pulls him in. As he gets jumped on, he flashes back over towards his tower. Sleeping Giant going to try and close the gap. Gets the unspeakable horror to fear him out. And it's going to be a kill for Agopa with a Q explosion.
Yeah, that was, I think, a bit of an overreach from Reign of Kings. I like the idea of the dive, don't like the execution. Renji just kind of ults in Galio's face, where his team is still like trying to get the wave to tower because of how well AOECC's bot lane had set up the wave, with it being only a couple minions just outside of range. Took time to push it in. Renji trying to keep them there for the kills to come in, but just exposes himself to 2v1 get bursted. Then the TP with Nocturnal on the overextension, and now he's caught out mid.
Big face check. He gets the Justice Punch, gets the spell shielded, but he gets a big taunt, and Agopa gets a killing spree off of a face check from Renji.
Mid lane is frozen too. They could have left that. I think it's also fine to push it. You'll be able to get the crash before Malzahar gets back, and that opens you up a bit more for a reset. Use all of the gold. He's sitting on almost 2,000 now. For the Silas, that is going to be almost impossible to deal with for Reign of Kings. Actually, I guess not. You do have Malzahar ult. I would love to see Silas just back here at the QSS. I think that would be like a fantastic way to prevent him from ever getting caught out, and then you just can't deal with that kind of champion with a relatively low damage team comp from Reign of Kings. The Caitlyn will have her mid-game dip. Malzahar doesn't absolutely one-shot someone, but instead he goes Everfrost, so you can still kill him with a Malzahar ult, but sans that, it's going to be so hard to deal with this Silas.
Yeah, 1,300 gold lead for Agopa over Renji in isolation. He's up 30 CS and 3 kills over his lane opponent. There we go. Now Jackal of Slam gonna use the Abyssal Voyage to cut off Nick War's escape path as Hastega comes in for the gank, gets a stun off with the Tongue Lash. Nick War is gonna get a magic damage shield, but he's not gonna be able to live through this one, I don't think. Oh, Hextech Ultimatum into Flash away with the hook shot. He's probably still gonna die, but it looks cool, I guess. Oh, Paranoia gonna be used, but it's way too late as Nick War has already gone down. The Chrono Break is used, but he actually gets veered back in towards the tower afterwards. Sleeping Giant is gonna go down. Got a tower shot onto Hastega, but he has too much HP, and Sleeping Giant doesn't do enough damage, rather.
That was another time I would say that's like the second time this game I would say that Sleeping Giants has just kind of thrown a kill away. You're ulting in to a 2v1 where both Tahm Kench and Echo have ult up. So, like, what do you expect to accomplish there as a Nocturne without even your Mythic done? So that is two very good kills for Reign of Kings. Very good lead as well. That's some good damage on to J-Core as well, but that's a root landing.
Zedrus, though, is going to land the never move on to Just Do It. Bad Cop does have the ultimate to keep Just Do It safe, but they will burn that in exchange for Zedrus' damage. Oh, he's still got it! He's got the blow up, but here comes Jackal of Stamp on the teleport. I don't think it was necessary because they had it. Ace in the Hole going to be used onto J-Core as he Abyssal Voyages into enemy territory looking for the kill. Will he be able to get a Tongue Lash slow off? Flash will get it for him, but J-Core will flash away in response.
Yeah, there's where Ghost would have been better. Just run him down instead of the one-time slow, but that is still a good couple of kills. Get the bot lane kind of back on track. Good to get Caitlyn a couple, though it is Zilean who got the kills, which is not the greatest distribution. I do like what they're doing here, though. Sending Malzahar top to catch the wave. You'll be able to send Tahm Kench mid to catch the Silas wave. Pick up Dragon as well, which is really nice to start those stacking. Gives you a win con late game, so nice set of circumstances for Reign of Kings. Even if they did probably commit a little bit too much with the TP, you want to be safe with that.
Yeah, I think Zedrus and J-Core definitely overcommitted there. They knew that the Zilean ultimate was available. You don't have your Mythic yet. The Leandri's Anguish is quite a bit of power for the Swain, but when you don't have it just yet, you probably don't have enough damage to kill after the Zilean ultimate.
Yeah, especially when Galio isn't there to follow up damage. As now we're getting kind of an interesting state. You want to have your Malzahar back mid, but he has to catch top wave. We'll force Camille back, and it's Caitlyn solo with, I guess, Zilean catching mid wave a little bit. Don't really know where the teams are going to go for here. It's kind of just a cluster of champions, though they do manage to pick up the Rift Herald from AOECC and are going to be dropping it mid, it looks like, to get it down to 2 plates. So that is a bit more gold in the pockets. Might have been able to save it for better opportunity, maybe get a full tower, but it is coming close to the end of when plates will be active, so do want to get that using. And now Nick War might actually be killed?
I think he's okay. Jackal of Slam getting a good trade off onto him, but it's still kind of dangerous to dive no matter how tanky you are as Tahm Kench or not. Well, maybe now you can for sure, because he eats him up, is gonna pull him back away from his tower. Nick Ward doesn't have the hookshot available just now. Where did he even go anywhere? Jackal of Slim is gonna run him down. Tongue Lash is gonna come out. There's the slow. The minion will actually finish him off if he doesn't. Oh! Sidesteps away from the jump, or from the knockup from the Abyssal Voyage, but will he be able to run him down? Nick Ward's gonna have the hookshot here fairly soon. Teleport coming in. He's gonna hookshot down the river. He's got Silas coming out to back him up. They're gonna throw it on the Q to try and throw up a slow. Nick Ward gonna take some honey fruits for some HP, but Renji's pretty quick coming in here. Now, meanwhile, J-Core gonna go in. Justice Punch comes in, but he's got a jungler, but he's got the Paranoia. The Chrono Shift is gonna keep the Caitlyn alive for a little bit longer. A Sleeping Giant gonna go in. Hastega Chrono breaks in, but doesn't get too much damage off. Nick Ward now still alive. Meanwhile, Hastega doing a lot of damage. Here's the hero's entrance, but it doesn't get him because he dies. It's a 1-for-1 so far in the bottom lane, but Nick War and Sleeping Giant, or Nick War did go down in that top side scalpel earlier. They shouldn't go for more than this.
Now, what a fun series of events. Another advocation for me for Ghost top lane on Tahm Kench. Could have run down Camille a bit easier with that. I know I'm beating this dead horse way too much. That'll probably be the last time I mention it. As meanwhile, yeah, fight on two fronts. Renji coming up top, TPs to cut him off, so Nick War for a spot. Then there's the long chase down there. Another 3v3 fight bot lane where Zilean once again comes in kind of clutch. But Caitlyn is just not at enough damage at this point. Up against someone like Nocturne, Galio CC. You don't have your Mythic done, you're relatively like weak mid-game carry. So they could just kind of power through it and slightly win the bot, I'd say. But does end up being kind of close across the board. Gold's still even. Coming up on 15 minutes now, and this is looking like a very close game going into the mid game.
Yeah, really odd turn of events there with how long Nick War lived that I didn't think he ought to have lived that long. Um, on the bottom side, both junglers have the kind of the same idea. Whoever touches bot first gets a kill. They both end up hitting bot up at the same time. Hastega's there, and then Paranoia comes in for the return gank from Sleeping Giant. But Sleeping Giant is surprisingly weak, it feels like right now for a Nocturne, or at least what I'm used to seeing out of Nocturne. He kind of just flew in there and they died while they were waiting for the Caitlyn to respawn.
Yeah, and part of that's Echo is pretty strong. He has his Mythic plus Sork Shoes done against a 0 MR champion, which is always a really good feeling when you're
Oh,
picking
here we
carries.
go. Renji
This is a
coming
lot
in
of people
from behind.
bot.
Ace in the hole is going to be used. Another grasp into the double time bomb, and Hastega picks up the kill. J-Core now is the focus, but they won't be able to get the dive on. A nice little roam from Renji to pick up a kill there. Nick Ward actually going to fancy his chances as he hookshots forward because he's got the Paranoia backup coming in. The shield has been used for the Grey Hell. Tongue Lash is going to miss. He gets feared by the unspeakable horror. Nick Ward going to pick up the assist with the shutdown going over to Sleeping Giant.
Yeah, that's good job from them. Jack just playing a bit too aggressive. Something you always got to watch out for when Echo shows bot like that, as this is
stealing the Nether Grasp. Renji's gonna flash away, but he's on the wrong side there. But Agopa taking a ton of damage from the Malefic Visions plus the Voidlings. He'll be able to rotate over and pick up this dragon with the help of his team that just took down first tower in the bottom lane.
Yeah, what I was gonna talk about is it's something you always have to watch out for when making that kind of bot play. Echo shows bot, gets a kill. Renji also roams down there, really good job. But that means that there's 4 people showing bot, and enemy team knows there's 4 showing bot, as Jack might be in a little bit of
Jack was teleported in to try and pick up the kill onto Nick War, and he's actually going to turn his attention onto Sleeping Giant, who's coming up to try and escort his top laner out. But Renji and Justiwid now on the way. Here's the hero's entrance onto Sleeping Giant as Nick War comes in for the 3v1 onto Jack Smith, but he's got backup here. Renji's pretty and has no ultimate though, and now they're going to have to disengage regardless. There's the Ace in the Hole being channeled. Sleeping Giant eats it. Jackals then comes in with the Abyssal Voyage, and now J-Core left out to dry. They've got the teleport in the back line coming in from Agopa as Hastega goes in, gets a good stun with the Parallel Convergence, but he's in a 1v4 situation. Agopa gonna try and pick off Bad Cop, who goes into his own ultimate with the Chrono shit. Nethergrass finally comes off cooldown, and they take out Agopa for the shutdown going over to Hastega.
What a big scuffle on the top side. You've got everyone showing up over the course of several seconds. Initially, Jack just kind of going in. Camille started off that fight low, so even though it was the 2v1 around the Nocturne, even with Galio coming in, you do not have the damage to cut through the Kench. So he's just able to absorb damage. Then the rest of the team starts coming in. Echo keeping 4 busy on the backside. That means that Silas is TPing in completely alone. Easy enough to focus him. You never want to be doing something like TP or Zonya's against a Caitlyn. She just lays the trap right down, and Zillion for that matter, with the double bombs and the ult. So he just dies as he comes in, and even though everyone showed up, it does end up being a 1-for-0. Few Summoners blown, I think, more, a cup, it might be even Summoners blown, but pretty fun one, and the Dragon did go down in the meantime, so Reigning Kings continue their stacking. Even gold in the mid game as we go towards 19 minutes, and it is kind of a question on where each team wants to go next. Mid lane, pretty juicy target for AOECC at that sliver of health, but it does look there might be a fight for it.
Looking for J-Core. He actually follows him with that E. They're going to wait out some cooldowns. The Shirelius has been popped. The Ace in the Hole going to come in, but the Paranoia into the backline from Sleeping Giant. Now he's got to back off because Renji's on the other side. Sleeping Giant flashing back towards his team. Renji going to get caught there, pulled in by a Zedrus. Do they have enough damage? No, they don't. As Nick War coming in a little bit too late. Double time bomb's not going to find a target. Nick War actually going to get knocked up by that Abyssal Voyage, but the rest of the team not anywhere nearby. Nick War going to be able to hookshot out here fairly soon. The Nevermove goes out. They actually lands that one. Nethergrasp used. Will he be able to get back up? He gets the Chrono Shift, and now Agopa's going to go down to the headshot from Just Do It. As Zedrus slowed up by the Tongue Lash, flashes away. The Abyssal Voyage comes in as Hastega goes in for the slow with the Time Winder. Going to put down a ton of damage, and he will be able to Chrono Break out to safety. Once he doesn't quite finish off the kill, the Silence goes in, and he eats up Nick War, throws him back out in the middle of his team. He flashes, but he still dies. Renji picks up the kill.
Ah, man, this is just showing how hard it is to deal with Kings team comp and how poorly I think AOECC is playing around it. You're getting people low, Silas going in, trying to get that last little bit of damage off, but you have the Zillion ult, you have the Malzahar. Still no QSS from anyone from AOECC. I think that they definitely should be getting that instead of the Verdant Necklace on the mid laner, instead of the Phage on the Nocturne, because you're wanting to go in and there's a person who just counters you with a button. And without like those tools to be able to stay DPSing, without everyone being in the area to focus down the one person who's getting Zillion ulted on respawn, or at least like keeping the rest of Reigning Kings away from them, they're just going into these fights, getting people low, maybe getting a kill that is immediately canceled out, and from there they just can't win the extended one against stuff like Caitlyn and Malzahar, who offer consistent DPS and can play long fights better, even when Caitlyn didn't have a mythic. And now it is, I would say, the first solid leave we've had all game for Reigning Kings.
Yeah, I completely agree. Verdant Barrier doesn't really make a whole lot of sense if you're willing to disrupt your build to build something defensive like that. Why would you not build QSS instead, which gives you a tiny bit of magic resist, as well as the ability to negate Malzahar ultimate should it be used on you? A little bit of question marks for me there.
Yeah, I think that's my biggest take from all this, as now we are going fight. Nikwar's going in there. I don't know that he wants to be doing that with no vision whatsoever topside. I guess they do have vision bot seeing the echo, so it's more fine, but I don't know that you win a fight against Tahm Kench at this point. He's a full item ahead of you, pretty
And
much, with
level
the
13 to
Thormail
level 11, no less.
Yeah, so I feel like he might be able to do a bit more, as we are setting up around the dragon. Tahm Kench will have TP, I believe, a couple seconds after spawn, so they might be able to rush it down for AOECC and Nikwar's TP. Looks like Jack is fighting, and once again, I'm not sure Camille wins this.
Yeah, Nikwar going very aggressive with these hook shots, trying to trade in on a Jackalope's Lamp, who has the completed Thormail as well. Nikwar probably in a pretty bad spot here, just to sponge straight into the wall from J-Core. Nikwar definitely not winning this one as he gets eaten up. Jackalope's Lamp going to try and spin him back into tower. He will get a tower shot off, and actually that's enough as Nikwar will go down with solo kill. Now it's very difficult for AOECC to continue this fight, as the teleport's coming in from Jackalope's Lamp to make sure that his team secures this dragon, zoning everybody out. It will be the third dragon of the game going the way of Reign of Kings.
Yeah, and I think that's just a misplay from Nikwar. You know your team is wanting to fight around Dragon. You do not want Soul Point, especially when it's Mountain Soul, which is a very, very good one against your kind of lower damage team comp. You don't want to be having to choose 3 extra resistances. You don't want to have to be dealing with shields on top of team comp already really good at saving people. But he just takes the 1v1, and it might be worth it if you're just trying to keep Tahm Kench out of the fight, keep him from TPing, because he is probably more useful than you at this point, but instead with the all-in before your team even
they
wants
are
to
still
contest the
actually going
Baron.
to try and contest this Baron. I think they underestimated how quickly Reign of Kings take it. They teleported in Nikwar, flash forward, J-Core gets a taunt only onto Jackalope's Lamp, the tankiest member. Ogopa trying to find his take up, they'll hop over the wall. The Paranoia comes in, but Sleeping Giant going into the middle of the enemy team. They're going to get a kill potentially onto Jackalope's Lamp, who gets the Grey Health. He flashes away. There's another grass being used onto Ogopa as he pops back out. The Hero Center is coming in to keep him alive. Ignite is down onto him. Bad Cup 74 is the first kill of the fight as Nikwar gets in a hook shot onto Renji, who flashes away. J-Core taunting up his Stega, but he's gonna get it out with the Chrono Break. Nikwar still in range to auto attack onto him. He gets rooted up by the Never Move. So far it's a 1-for-1 bad cop for Sleeping Giant, but the Baron's still going the way of Reign of Kings. Oh, here we go. We're gonna try and re-engage Jackalope's Lamp with Abyss of Voyage in. Doesn't get a knock-up on anybody. The Parallel Convergence Kiss has taken a shield, but Zedros is gonna try and do some damage. Jackalope's Lamp eats up one just to keep him alive. The taunt is good from J-Core, but Just Do It gets a kill. Ogopa trying to finish someone off, but he can't finish the job. Just Do It barely alive. They will get the damage necessary to finish off one more, but Renji fighting in on the Nikwar does get the kill with the Crescent Sweep, but he died to the Malefic Visions. It's one member alive apiece, with Bad Cop 74 just now respawning.
Yeah, but you take that as AOECC. Reign of Kings just got Baron. You escape. You might lose the Zillion. That's fine. They go back to tower, but then they think they can turn it. They think they can go back around, but they don't have all the DPS they need. They have their health bars missing from the Baron, and when they go back in, they just throw most of them away. Yes, it is even on the kill score, but now Caitlyn's the only one with it up, and that's not what you want from a Baron power play. With how strong Jack is in side lane, he could pressure Camille a lot with that. With the Caitlyn siege as well, you want all your members to be as strong as possible. But instead, it goes pretty evenly, and now the push is going to be easier for AOECC to do this, even though Reign of Kings are still ahead enough that I think they could could maybe do something with the push, just not near as much as I think they would have wanted.
Yeah, with Dragon's not up for another 2.5 minutes, so you have that much time of a respite for the side of AoE crowd control before you are basically forced to fight over this dragon. Do they, like, how do they win these fights? Obviously that last one went about as well as you could ask for with the lead that they were down.
Yeah, and at this point, it's just really hard because you aren't at the items you need. You have a Zanyas for Silas, you have Verdant Barrier. He isn't doing a lot of damage to like one-shot someone in backline. Camille is going into, I believe, a Titanic Hydra, but that's like a more wave clear. So she's not doing like a crazy one-shot bursts with something like Triforce. I do think that it's the right build to go for. Just hard, and you just don't have anyone to deal with the Stega either.
Giant. Time bombs don't quite get the stun on the Sleeping Giant as the Ace in the Hole gonna come in. He flashes away, but Hastega is ready to go in for the dive. He'll Chrono Break out to keep himself alive from the tower. Now Abyssal Voyage gonna potentially cut off somebody. Agopa jumps over the wall, and J-Core will make it out to the other side. Now Nick War potentially coming in on the wrong side of the fight. Renji just pushing in the bottom lane all the while.
Yeah, I was a bit confused by like what kind of fight Reigning Kings have been going for, because they are the ones with Baron. You want to be using it to, well, they had Baron. You want to be using it to push down towers and such, but instead between the fight top earlier and the fact that they're just kind of brawling in the jungle, they let it run out. Did buy time for Renji to get stuff. Now they're pushing down top lane with no real recourse from AOECC. Nocturne's dead with the pick from Hastega, who's very, very hard to deal with now. Has his Realmonomicon done as well. So can't really heal against him. I think more damage, honestly, would be a lot more of a pain to deal with for AOECC than just getting heal cut when your Caitlyn can already kind of apply it. Instead, just one-shot them. Now they're a bit late, I would say, to the Dragon. They will be there a good 30 seconds before spawn, so they will still be able to get vision control, but ideally it's a minute before that you want it as...
Gonna get stunned up, taunted up. He's gonna get eaten, and now they're gonna try and finish off J-Core Core. He gets silenced. He's gonna get the Nether Grasp as well. They don't have any way to interrupt that as Zedrus missed the Never move, and that's a quick pick onto the Galio support just before the Dragon that will give soul for Reign of Kings.
Yeah, only recourse is if you do stall long enough, Galio can rejoin in with his ult, but it does look like Reigning Kings are just going to rush it down. Did use Malzahar ult, so I guess you could technically go in with Nocturne, but instead they're just going to turn on him.
For the attempted steal, but Reign of Kings sniffed that one out, and they're just going to hard commit to finish him off. Jack Love's Lamp on the zone patrol will just keep him out of there, and it will be the Mountain Soul going the way of Reign of Kings with very little attempt coming out from AOECC as Zedrus will get caught by that knockup, and Hastega just jumps in onto him. As Zedrus goes into the Demonic Ascension, doesn't even have time to Zanyas before it goes down.
Yeah, and that's one where good job by Reigning Kings to get the pick, came in, knew what they were looking for, managed to get the Galio, then turn immediately, finish off Nocturne, who's really, really hoping for a steal. After that, as Zedrus is kind of just donating another kill, you know you're giving Dragon with your jungler can't join, and you're just hanging around back of the pit, hoping for the biggest of Hail Marys. So they go over another one. Now Nick War is on the wrong side of the map with Baron coming up soon, so they could probably catch him out if they do get vision. I don't know if they actually know if he's there.
I think they know. Oh, yeah, well, they definitely know.
They know! What? Oh no! Hastega misclicked his E on the red buff instead. I thought they knew he was in the area and they were hunting for him. I guess they kind of did, but underestimated just him backing, so they did miss out on the free kill. They do still have complete control over this game, so just a bit of an oopsie, as now Silas is pushing in bot side, and we'll probably be able to get a tower. So this is nice ancillary gold that they're getting in before probably a really big fight, as there's still no QSSs on
man, and Sleeping Giant caught again as Hastega just sped up by Bad Cop. Here's the Hero's Entrance though. They're gonna try and focus him down. Hastega does get the Chrono Break off, but he's stuck in the Hextech Ultimatum. He gets the Chrono Shift as well. Will they be able to finish him off? Yes, they will, because he has no more escape tools. Meanwhile, Agopa on the other side did pick off Bad Cop 74 as well. A little bit of positioning from the support. Meanwhile, Nethergrass is going to be invested onto Agopa, but he gets his own Chrono Shift coming out, and now he's going to go aggressive as Jack Love's Lamp is getting focused down by 3. Just Do It gets soloed out by Nick. We're on the backside of the fight. Jack Love's Lamp caught as well. All of a sudden, 4 members of Reign of Kings randomly die.
Oh, what a throw by Reign of Kings. They wanted to look for a pick like Hastega's been doing pretty much all game. just running over the team with Zillion as backup, but you can't be that far ahead when you don't have vision control of the rest. You had your Malzahar and Caitlyn nowhere there, Malzahar actually having to TP in. Tom Kench not in position to eat is, okay, he didn't die to Baron. And so he just gets in the middle of 4 people, they CC lock him down, able to finish him off, then because the rest of the team was trying to come up and help him, they got exposed to Sylas on the backside. Yes, he isn't the most damaging build, but it is still Sylas. He has a ton of damage, so he's able to get another solo kill. From there, they just run out of the fight. Now AOECC is the one with Baron. They're going to be able to push in and try and get some gold back to get this game back to even. And what I thought was basically a very, very winning position from Reign of Kings, where they would have a very hard time from AOECC to get back in it. They just completely threw it away.
How do you feel about the demonic embrace on the Malzahar? I think the item is good, but he doesn't have the Rylai's Crystal Scepter as a consequence of picking that particular item up.
Yeah, I think that item is actually a bit overrated on Malzahar. Yes, you do dot, so it applies, but it's actually not very much damage. From the demonic embrace, I think that Rylai's is probably more useful against a full melee team comp, essentially.
Yeah, not only that,
to
but
just kite better.
yeah, exactly. I think like Nocturne doesn't have any dashes once once he uses the paranoia to fly in. I think Rylai's is just such a ridiculously powerful item on Malzahar, and especially in this particular game, I can't understand why you wouldn't pick that up. And like you said, the demonic embrace is not a particularly high damage item. That being said, it's not built really for damage. It's kind of just very efficient in terms of just giving you a little bit of extra survivability, which Malzahar really appreciates since he basically roots himself when he ults.
Yeah, but you're on a team with Zillion and Tom Kench, so I do agree that I think there's more efficient way he could be building. Now he does see the siege going up, but it is hard.
Right,
For
they're
them
going to try and engage.
There's
Hastega gets knocked up as he comes in with a parallel convergence. Double time bomb's not going to root up anybody as Hastega chrono breaks out to safety. Not really accomplishing too much there in exchange for his ultimate. But now Nick War getting jumped on by Jack Love's Lamp once again, but the Baron empowered minions are pushing in onto both mid and top lane as the second mid lane tower rather goes down, and now they're sieging onto the inhibitor. Nick War again going hookshot aggressive onto Jack Love's Lamp. Double time bombs just pushing away the minions as best they can.
Yeah, and now we are seeing kind of another weakness of AOECC's comp. They do not push very well against the enemy. Like, you can kind of get chip damage, but Tom Kench is kind of immovable.
This is really bad for Nick War. Is he going to get a spat back out under tower? Takes a couple of them. He'll just back in, actually, but Jack Lamp gets a big Grey Hell shield, but here comes Agopa. Looking for a little bit of damage, misses the Everfrost, but now it's a 3 members in the mid lane, so they need to make sure they don't get engaged on us. Here comes Hastega. Double time bomb. Actually connect because of the Justice Punch. J-Core is now getting jumped on here. A big taunt on the Hastega as he chrono breaks out of there. Sleeping Giant keeps the unspeakable horror. Hastega goes down. Nick War is going to get caught by the Nether Grass, but he's still alive! They get the Hextech ultimatum as he backs out of there. J-Core flashes away to keep himself alive. Renji gets the chrono shift, but it's expired, and now chrono break from Agopa stolen away will be another kill going the way of AoE crowd control. Sleeping Giant trying to survive as he's stuck alone in the base. Will he be able to finish up Bad Cop? No, thanks to the stopwatch. Just do it. Autos him down. It's 2-4-2 so far, but AoE crowd control are now forced to recall.
Yeah, and that's actually really big deal having to do with the death timers. I thought the fight was actually going well when Hastega died. They weren't able to focus him. Camille managed to get on a sliver because Caitlyn isn't under item spikes yet. But looking at the death timers, it is Reign of Kings that get out ahead. They go 2 for 2, but Hastega's up in 10 seconds. He'll be able to get there in time for Elder. Renji has TP, so he'll be able to get there faster than Nick War. So now it'll basically be 5v3 on Elder Dragon, which is a buff you cannot give over under basically any circumstances and expect to win it. So I think Reign of Kings should be starting this soon. Try and pull it out, get it low for Echo to get there. And it's going to be relatively hard for AOECC to do it, though Nocturne ult's coming up a bit faster than I would have thought.
Yeah, teleport coming in from Renji to make sure that they're all 5 here and ready to start it up. They're on it already. It's going down fairly quickly, but Agopa doesn't have a way in as Renji is threatening the Nethergrass. Here's a J-Core on the flank with a potential big taunt. He breaks the spell shield from the Malzahar. Now they're coming in. The Paranoia is available from Sleeping Giant, and soon he will be in range. He should be in range now, actually. And Reign of Kings actually forced down the corridor of their own jungle, but they do have the Mountain Soul. The Shirelius has been popped. Jack Love's Lamp looking for a way in. Tongue Lash comes out, double time bomb, but they gotta pull onto Bad Cop. He ults himself and gets eaten. Nick War goes in. Hextech ultimatum onto the Caitlyn, and they're out the tools to keep him alive. Just do it goes down. Double time bomb stuns up one. Jack Love's Lamp is doing what he can, but he's surrounded by members. Ogopa goes golden as they're now focusing him down. Nick War takes Reggie goes down as well. Jack Lowe's getting focused, and it will be a big win for AOE Crowd Control 5-0.
Oh man, they just threw away the game, I think, from Reigning Kings. We mentioned at the beginning of the game how important it was to not layer your ults. You might have too much. They used both on the support. Bad Cop just getting caught out by being too aggressive with his bombs. They give up positioning from Reigning Kings. I think they just had to fight sooner. In that dragon fight, maybe turn onto the lone Galio behind you. Pop Shirley is then run up Malzahar ultim, get the guaranteed kill. Instead, they kind of just walk around, get forced back into their own jungle, then try and funnel back in, but by that point, they're going into the full melee comp. They lose both defensive ults. Their support dies immediately. Silas gets to the back line with not enough DPS to deal with him, with the Tom Kench not in position to be a tank, and now they're the ones with Elder. AOECC get the buff and now have the push as well. And with Baron coming up soon, they're going to be able to get that as well. And Reigning Kings are now well and truly throwing the game.
Yeah, they're now down about, what is that, 4,000 gold with Baron spawning right now. Bad Cop 74 once again a little bit by himself, but never punished, I suppose. Not enough vision available in that side of the jungle for Azedris or J-Core to really see. Jack Love's Lamp coming in, trying to push the wave back out and get ready to walk into the Baron area. But I think, honestly, isn't this just like a give on the side of Reign of Kings? Because if you fight on Baron when the enemy team has Elder, you're probably just going to all die anyway. Might as well let them have Baron and use the time to wait out Elder a little bit longer.
Yeah, you definitely have to give this. I think you put like Tom Kench or Malzahar bot, get the waves as pushed as you can. Because like even if they do steal the Baron from mistake, I think they still just lose the game with gigantic waves coming in. Real TP coming up, like you die and then they just 5-man push down the base. Definitely I think use this time to clear the minions. Baron's going down fast and it does look like Reign of Kings is contesting it. And we'll have to see how that goes, as it looks like they're starting to dive into the pit.
J-Core is actually going very low. Hastega jumps in. He is secured by AoE crowd control. Hastega Chrono breaks out, but will the Elder Dragon bite his head off? It will then with Sleeping Giant coming with the paranoia. Hero's entrance next up too. The Chrono break onto, or the Chrono shift onto Jack Love's Lamp. Reggie gets his head bitten off by the Elder Dragon, and J-Core still barely alive. It bites his head off too. Jack Love's Lamp goes down just to win. And Bad Cub 74 are the only members alive to fight off both Baron and Elder on 5 members of AoE crowd control.
We said it was happening as it happened. You just can't fight like that against the Elder Dragon. People get nuked. Defensive ult. Bad Cop had to try and get it fast, but barely misclicked. It's a hard ult to land, but it does mean that things are in trouble. And now
actually landed that? All right.
Yeah. Either way, game is over. AOECC are going to take it with the comeback, and Reigning Kings just not able to use their advantages right, despite the fact that there are no QSSs. Malzahar couldn't get the perfect ults. And so AOECC are going to be able to turn around and take the first game in one that is very intense for the series to start.
Yeah, really good start to the series. You can only hope that the next 2 to 4 games are as exciting. We're going to take a short break while we get into Lobby 4 game number 2. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you in just a few. Internet, hello and welcome back to our coverage of GRLCS's Summer Splashdown Semifinals between Reign of Kings and AOE Crowd Control. In game number 1, we saw AOE Crowd Control come from behind to win game number 1, and we are already into picks and bans for game number 2. AOE Crowd Control, having side selection, opted to stay on the blue side.
Yeah, and that is interesting because you usually do see kind of side swaps when like this kind of series is going. Rarely do both teams agree we like the side we're on. I do think that that kind of demonstrates AOECC really have first pick prio in option, which I assume is the Nocturne based on last game, as they do change out one ban this game. I think they changed set for the Zillion. They'll probably still ban Xin Zhao unless they want to have that as their first pick option.
Yeah,
As we do
the
see,
Zillion, I guess, is annoying enough from the side of Reign of Kings that they're willing to ban it and potentially allow the set. We regret to inform you that speaking Chinese spelling. Reign of Kings are going to. Are those the same 3 bans? Yes, they are. The first 3
Yes.
bans are exactly the same.
yeah, the only thing different is a Zillion ban this game instead of the set. I can see how it would be annoying to deal with. It is a very frustrating champion to play against, as they do decide that Nocturne is the reason that they wanted to stay blue side. We'll end up prio picking it. I don't think Reign of Kings will be going with the Caitlyn at this point, unless it's just to its favorite champion or most preferred, just because you don't have the Zillion safety net against heavy dive. It might pick up. Things I could see coming up here would be like the Tom Kench, maybe even the Thresh for support if Bad Cop plays it, as just very general good all around, as it is going to be a similar champ with Nautilus, whom I'm also completely fine with.
The series is currently 1-0 with AOE Crowd Control in the lead. Nautilus first picked up for Reign of Kings, and going into their next pick, they're going to show their support here. Nautilus, I think, quite versatile. You can use him as engage, you can use him as pick, you can use him as peel. He can do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and they are going to pair him with the Ezreal, which is a little bit interesting, as usually there are a couple of ways you want to play Nautilus, or a couple of ways with him. Stuff that you like to go with is stuff like Samira, Tristana, Kaisa, who work really, really, really well with his ability to just force fights and engage. Ezreal, not as famous for that. He wants to more sit back and queue, but that does open up Nautilus to a lot easier roaming with and which is something else he's very good at. Do you see the Swain again from AOECC? I anticipate it going bot again. I don't know if I like it again against like the Ezreal, who's a lot harder to lock down and keep in range of, and it's Camille again. So AOECC decide that their comp from the first game is something they very much want to stick with, even if Reign of Kings have changed things up.
Yeah, they actually did exactly the first 3 picks in the exact same order. They don't really care what Reign of Kings have to offer in the bottom lane. They're going to do the exact same thing. On the other side, Reign of Kings, with seeing Nocturne and Camille, they think Tom Kench will work out for us, so they're going to pick that one up. We won't see the same thing where you burn all of your defensive ultimates at the same time and kind of layer them and waste them, because the Zillion is not picked up. So we'll see if they can get value elsewhere. Reign of Kings now going to continue to pinch away the support pool. They've already picked up the Nautilus. They'll continue to ban the Leona. We'll see what their last ban will be in exchange.
Yeah, and I do like the Tom Kench. Again, it was winning top, doing very well. It was more of a late game throw that was the issue, and Tom Kench is very frustrating to deal with for a dive comp. And he has Ezreal this time, who's even safer than Caitlyn, so don't need Zillion as much. So it's just good, solid all around. Do see the Diana ban. I think that's a nice one, as I do think Diana is the strongest jungler along with Xin Zhao, based on whether you need AD or AP. She just has such good damage and counter engage, especially against melee divers. You can get pretty good ults off and just completely turn a fight around, or be the dive yourself with the Nautilus. Very versatile. And now we see the Malzahar banned. I don't know that needed banned. I don't think it was the issue, and I don't think Renji looked super comfortable on it, but it is annoying to play against when it is piloted properly, and you don't want to have to deal with a champ like that if you are going for this very melee heavy centric comp again. So I'm guessing that they might just keep with the Sylas.
Yeah, they've opted to ban the Galio. I was actually about to predict this, I swear to God. I figured when the Reign of Kings are going to pick up Kayn as their jungler now that the Diana's off the table. I think this champion is like surprisingly good, and it's been very effective in platinum capped series this last week. And we know that not Renji, Hastega is somebody who has played Kayn in the past. I'm not at all surprised to see it. They're gonna pick up Braum on the side of AOE crowd control, which is a little bit
Huh?
out of flavor for the rest of what their comp wants to do. Braum is more of a champion that does well when the enemy is coming towards him, as opposed to what Camille and Nocturne do, which is go towards the enemy.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it a lot. Get the Braum out immediately. Love the Kayn though. I agree with you on that, especially when you see that kind of, again, lower damage come from AOECC. You can be red Kayn and kind of just drain tank everything, and you and Tom Kinch make incredible Bash Brothers that is just like not fun to play against with how much like shielding and healing they offer each other. They can just frontline forever against that kind of comp. Ezreal in the back just throwing Qs and you can't really walk past them. So I already give Reign of Kings super hard draft advantage without even seeing the last pick. I don't like the Braum at all. You don't have an auto attack champion with you to make use. It's not like you can get a stun on backline. You don't offer much damage, and now Xerath as well. And yeah, I do like the Xerath too, because now you have like Victor Mid who's going to get pushed in by the superior range. You're going to get poked to hell. You can try and force an engagement. It's into Tom Kench. It's into Nautilus, and I just think that this is not a great comp from AOECC against what Reign of Kings have.
Yeah, the Xerath is kind of a legacy pickup for Renji as well, alongside the Vel'Koz that has been banned against him twice now. Now Reign of Kings have this really great front to back comp, Tom Kench and Kayn, who can stand there and be a front line for Xerath and Ezreal to just rain long range damage from very far away. That was a little bit redundant. Long range damage from very far away.
Yeah.
And AoE crowd control's comp, like we said immediately, there's a lot of dissonance just between the champions that they've picked up. Swain wants champions who are coming in crowding around him. Nocturne and and Braum also is a lot better at champions coming in towards him. But Braum here doesn't really have someone to peel for. Camille and
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Victor, right? But
Yeah, but it's like if Tom Kench and Kayn make it on Victor anyway, you've got a problem. Like regardless of Braum not being there, because they can't just like walk through an enemy team. They're gonna play more defensively. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me to have a Braum that doesn't synergize well with Swain, that doesn't really offer you anything that you want to peel for. And like maybe you're blocking an Ezreal to the backline, but Xerath damage will go through you as well. So, I don't know. That just like completely throws off the whole draft to me. I do think Victor might save it a little bit, because if he gets ahead, he is one of the highest damage late game carries who can just nuke entire teams and still does a lot of sustained damage. So Reign of Kings might like have a fight where everyone dives in, they're too busy dealing with them. Victor gets a ton of the back decline damage and deals with it, but I do think that it's going to be really rough to deal with, like Red Kayn, Tom Kench frontline for the first 30 minutes of the game, and even a bit after that, and like especially with Nautilus on top and trying to get through two poke champions who have Tom Kench to escape. It's just going to be rough, and if Reign of Kings play this properly, I honestly don't see how they lose it.
yeah, for sure. I definitely agree with you. Reign of Kings have a much more appealing to see team composition. This is the team I would much rather have if in my game. On the other side though, AoE crowd control, what tools do they have? Like their top lane presumably will not be winning out here. We've already talked about Xerath being able to shove in Victor early just because of range advantage. And then between Ezreal, Nautilus, and Swain Braum, which of these bot lanes will have priority?
I would say that Nautilus Ezreal should have it just because Swain can wave clear. I think he can get waves pushed, but it'll cost him too much mana to do so. Ezreal will have a lot easier time shoving when he gets low on mana, and I think that it'll be hard to force a fight on them, but you don't really want to fight with Ezreal just farming. And there isn't a lot of ways to keep Ezreal from farming, so AOECC should like have the push, and if a fight starts, I would probably give it to him, but I don't see a reason for them to force that. I do think that their win con is if Reign of Kings get sloppy in rotations or whatever, get into some early jungle fights where I do think AOECC has the better skirmishing just in kind of a scrap, with Nocturne being a lot better than Kane. Camille can still do okay, although it is almost impossible to deal with Tom Kench. So, like, maybe they get that if Rainy Kings are sloppy, give over some kills, maybe don't respect Nocturnal, he snowballs a lane. But other than that, I think that, like, proper, even game state is almost, like, 1000% in Rainy King's favor.
Okay, so with that being said, what does the idea, just like 5v5, how does AoE crowd control get a fight started? Is it just like an issue of trying to get good flanks off with Camille, or just have Camille and Nocturne hard dive somebody, or what?
Yeah, I think it's sort of the same thing we saw last game from Rainy Kings, where the Tom Ken just split off. Maybe Histega gets a bit too far ahead, and they get to jump on him, kill him quickly with Camille ult Nocturne, pull him back into Swain, and Victor can one-shot him. Then after that, you can clean up the backline, or you just get a Nocturne Camille one-shot on someone in the backline, turn the fight into 5v4 from beginning. Victor can carry it from there. They do still have probably more options than I'm giving him, and I've probably cast or cursed this game to hell by saying that Reign of Kings are, like, have a better comp, they should win. No, AOECC is of course going to win it, just to prove me wrong. And that's kind of how I see it happening, by just improper setups from Reign of Kings, where maybe they don't get poked down properly, maybe their poke champs get caught out, or their front line is isolated with no return damage.
It's okay. Listen, you can win or you can lose with a better comp. That's entirely possible. That's a thing that has happened. Because frankly, I do think Reign of Kings' team comp is better. But I think AoE crowd control, they have a lot of scrappiness, and they're very resilient as a team.
Yeah.
We've seen that through multiple series that we've streamed of theirs, and I think that, you know, just it's a slight team comp diff, but I think AoE crowd control have definitely shown, like, they have the execution. They're very coordinated. They don't like get caught nearly as often just randomly like we saw Reign of Kings do just the entire last 20 minutes of that game or whatever.
Yeah, and that is something always to keep in mind, is that you do have to be clean on the execution. And if it does start to fall apart for Reign of Kings, if the right people get snowballed, it's kind of low damage between Ezreal and Xerath, who are more focused around poking. If Kayn does go red, he will also have a bit less damage, so Swain might become unkillable with Camille. Victor might get strong enough to just one-shot everyone and not care, because they don't have a lot of tools from Reign of Kings to get on top of Victor, unless it's like CC into like Xerath Ezreal ult to one-shot him. They don't have a lot of tools to deal with him, so he could snowball this game out of control, and that might be another win con.
No, there's a team comp I really wish that I got to see. I don't know if any of these champions are particularly good. Well, okay, I do know Nocturne is particularly good, but gosh, and I know this is completely unrelated, but seeing a Xerath reminded me of my dream of watching people go into darkness from Nocturne and then just die to Jhin and Xerath hitting you from a mile away. You just like don't know what's going on. You're like, what is happening? And then you're dead. Sorry, completely off topic there.
Yeah, that's yeah, I do think that is fun though, and like maybe you can do that with like Kayn Nocturne as well, where he's like through the wall, you can't see it, and then suddenly out of nowhere there's the blue Kayn on you, which kind of brings me to another point to bring up. Well, I guess we can talk about that after we do the intros, as we are getting into game 2 with it loading in.
Yep, we are finally done with that loading screen. Getting into game number 2 between AoE Crowd Control and Reign of Kings. On the blue side, it is once again AoE Crowd Control with Nick War in the top lane. Again on the Camille. In the jungle, it's Sleeping Giant on Nocturne. In the mid lane, Agopa on Victor. And in the bottom lane, Zedrus and Core on Swain and Braum.
Meanwhile, for the second time, is the red team with Reign of Kings, Jack Loves Lamp taking Tom Kench top, Histega with Kayn in the jungle, Renji taking Xerath mid, with Just Do It and Bad Cop 74 playing Ezreal Nautilus bot.
Ooh. Just Do It has opted to start the game with a tier, whereas Zedrus has opted to start the game without items.
Interesting. What's your over-under for when he notices, or when a teammate notices for him?
I think he'll start his recall, I think he'll start his recall at a minute 10 or later.
Okay, I think
And
that's a
that
pretty safe guess. Because at the moment he is not backing. I don't think he's picked it up yet. So we'll see when he gets that. And
Minions have
honestly, I
spawned.
think that either just do it or Zedrus could have taken TP bot in this kind of lane where neither's going to be really fighting the other. So you take TP instead for tempo and being able to get good recalls. Could have saved him here, but it is now approaching minion spawn and we still do not have items on this lane. So that's a pretty
yeah,
big oopsie to
they're
make as
also
they're
about
doing
to
a
go
late
for a late
invade.
invade.
It's risky against Ezreal Nautilus. Ezreal is actually pretty crazy level 1. Nautilus 2. Even though like Braum is a god level 1, Ezreal is also really good with.
Okay, now this is pretty interesting. Seeing this happen here. J Core throwing down a little bit of vision. Just kidding, he didn't.
Yeah, and we're just gonna see Ezreal throwing Qs over the walls at this point. And yeah, now they're gonna start getting
Yeah.
low from buff.
Wow,
So
they're
how's this
actually
gonna
just gonna
turn
bully
out?
their way in here, but the blue buff is hitting onto him. J Core down to about half HP. Mystic Shot still continuing to rain down. Dredgeline gonna connect
Oh,
onto
good
him.
one.
Ignite gonna go down. Hestega goes in, doesn't get the smite off. First Blood does go over to him, however, and Sleeping Giant now on the run. He's gonna flash over the wall. Hestega gonna jump in with the Q, as Zedrus gonna never move up on the bad cop, so it's one kill going over the way of Hestega for his blue buff. Is that worth it? Probably not.
Probably not, because Kane also likes getting stacks early for his transformation. I do think that Reign of Kings probably could have been a lot more aggressive with that, try and get in, contest the buff so that didn't guaranteed go over to AOECC, who had the complete burst timer, and if they do hit level 2, then that's even more of a wipe. But they do trade the first blood for the kill. Does also cost a little bit for Renji in the mid lane who got low. That's a nice double route, but did cost him some because he went to help, so he lost some minions. So Victor's slightly ahead there. So it probably evens out a fair amount, but it is nice for Kane to get this snowballed, and I don't like the choice from AOECC to invade, but it is something you can do to kind of throw off your opponent in this kind of series, as we still don't have Swain items. I wonder if that would have mattered. Kind of doubt it for level 1, but it is funny that he's just sitting on a biscuit.
Yeah, that is a little awkward. He'll notice for sure when he's like, "Why is my Tuki not eating my biscuit?" or whatever.
Yeah, or he recalls and he's like, wow, look how much gold I have. How much better is my farm? And like, this is the kind of lane where it's honestly not horrible, because he has like Braum the peel for him, so Nautilus can't engage, and Ezreal is like not the most aggressive of ADCs early. So like, it won't hurt him to not have the health or the sustain as long as he stays behind minions. Which is kind of
Right.
funny to think about, that it might not matter that he doesn't have items early
The
on.
Sleeping Giant opted to go go buff to buff to buff, so he got the 3 buff, but it cost him a little bit of efficiency in terms of just clearing. Wow, a lot of damage on to just do it. Cost him a lot in terms of clearing, which means that he's just about even in farm with Hestega, having not picked up any of his side camps until just now.
Yeah, so there will be more camps for Sleeping Giant to pick up, because he still has his 2 bot side already taking wolves. He will actually have a pretty decent camp advantage. I imagine his stake will back and go to Krugs after taking the scuttle. I can't see reason to stick around. As quick lane check-in, we do have mostly even CS, though Camille will get a little bit ahead with these minions. And I think that Xerath will also maybe get a slight advantage with wave pushing mid.
All right.
But
So, do we expect to see Hestega like try and gank literally just for orbs?
I think that it's fine to do, but I don't see which lane he would do it on. It's kind of hard to run through mid against Victor, who's going to be playing back. Bot lane, you kind of risk a turn if Nocturne's there, and like top has been pushed in by Jacklove's lamp, so there's not a lot to get from there. As, ooh, that was
Just
close.
barely.
Yeah, in chat there was a ping from Bromq on 0 seconds, so a little bit of an oopsie there, not off cooldown there to prevent him from having it. As we do have about lane walking back, as Swain has finally gotten his buy off, probably another missing ping or something to give over for that. And something else to talk about is something I heard on like the sneaky Double Lift Meteos co-stream, is that they like Kane going blue form, but going like red Kane build, just because of how Blue Cane gets a shorter E cooldown, so he gets to go into walls a lot more often for like more
Yeah,
health
so
and a
he's
lot
like
better
just like
poking
completely
opportunity.
unpunishable because he's so fast. Oh, nice hookshot interrupts. Nick War's actually level 6 here. He doesn't commit the Hextech ultimatum, but a little bit dangerous in that situation for Jack Loves Lamp.
Yeah, honestly, I would like to see the potential for Nocturne to run top, maybe even TP Victorin with this big a wave. Try and deny the Tom Kench, get your Camille a huge lead. It doesn't look like they're going for it, and it is, of course, risky against that sort of champion, but I do think it would have been a pretty decent play if they had. But yeah, going back to the Kane point again, just because it's something I want to talk about, because I like talking about like these other things you can do with champs, is it's like a lot shorter cooldown on Izzy, a lot faster through walls, and you could W while in a wall, so it gives you a lot better poke. You still go Gore Drinker, so you still have like healing and stuff. I think this game it is better to go Red Kane against this kind of like heavy melee comp that'll have trouble killing you with the Tom. But it's just something fun to think about for the next time you do pick up Kane is going blue with red items, I think is actually pretty good in certain situations.
It's interesting.
Yeah, and like you still one-shot people with blue Kane with red items. It's kind of silly how much damage that champion can do.
Yeah, is that champion due for nerfs anytime soon? Gosh, I hate it. I hate both forms of Kane right now. Because the blue form it feels like super unplayable if you're a squishy champion, and the red form it feels super unplayable basically
Because
all
you're
the time because you
clunky.
just like he drain tanks through your entire health damage.
Yeah, yeah, it's kind of annoying as it is always fun to me to see on the spectator when a champion like Xerath just presses R and the screen just stays centered and you just know he's missing every shot
Yeah.
that's happening because otherwise it would pan to it. So it's kind of like a anticlimactic situation. You see him pressing R and firing shots, not knowing what they're going, but knowing they're missing.
Zedrus with the early recall is well actually I suppose both of them have recalled but is quite a bit behind in CS just not having the best time of CSing. Now Nick War are gonna get jumped on by Jackalos Lampus. Hestega is gonna
No
come
hook
in,
shot.
is already level 6. Hookshot is down. He's gonna take a ton of damage from Hestega. Will he be able to eat him? He's just in range. Yes he will. Gets him with the tongue lash and eats him up. Hextech ultimatum is used. There's the unblocked trespasses. Nick War is gonna get a shield up, but he gets bitten down by the tongue lash from Jackalos Lamp.
Yeah, something cool that you can do with Tom Kench now is you actually do get the old like minion eat thing where you could press QW, eat a minion, throw it back for like a Targon's proc or something for AD. You can do that to champions now with his ult. So Jack
Yeah,
managing to get him
QR.
thrown all the way back. Hestega managing to get the ult right on time for Nick War's ult flash to follow him, and then the last tongue. So really nice kill top side. I think they played about as well as they could have from Reign of Kings, other than like the early part where a couple of abilities missed, but it's not a big a deal. And a really good lead because this time Camille was actually winning the lane, doing pretty well from Nick War as opposed to last game where Tom was about 10 CS up. The Camille had a lot of pressure, so maybe he learned how to play the lane a bit better with last game's experience. Shut that down, get closer to Red Cane, get very close to Gore Drinker now as well, and that's a pretty big spike for him too, as the game does continue, and it's actually bot lane now that's kind of getting a lead with this giant wave of tower. It'll be 10 to 15 CS for the Ezreal over the Swain.
Yeah, Sleeping Giant actually showed on that ward in that brush right there. So they know that he was down there. They know he just took a recall. So Reign of Kings, with a little bit of information off of Sleeping Giant's attempted
He
gank
might
down
be
the
dead
bottom lane.
mid. Oh, he's
Nick
super
War
dead
is
mid.
here, doesn't
Wait.
land the hook shot, however, and now Nick War, he does not have the Hextech ultimatum, so Renji is going to be able to get out of here potentially. He does have flash and barrier. Flash forward, Chaos Storm dropped, traded for the barrier and the flash of Renji.
Huh. That was kind of a comedy of errors. First, the hook shot missing from Nick War, Renji not being ready at all, despite the Camille having quite a bit of time, like out of vision, knowing she might be roaming down. Had flash barrier, didn't use it. Camille used her ult on the attempted gank escape, but then like not stunning for a while, holding on to it, trying to bait her under tower, slightly missing that. Victor flash in for the ult, but the barrier reaction was well timed from Renji, so they do just end up trading summoners mid and wasting a little bit of Camille's time, but that does give enough pressure with the mid laner back that it looks like Sleeping Giant is able to sneak the Herald, and that'll be pretty nice to get the gold mostly back to even for AOECC, as they are currently behind due to the kill difference.
Yeah, Cloud Dragon is on the map, has not been taken. Let's see. Zedrus and J-Core Core continuing to keep the wave close to the enemy tower. Sleeping Giant taking away blue buff and the Gromp. Meanwhile, not a whole lot's happening so far. Do we think? Excuse me. Uh, who should have the priority on this first dragon here?
So I think that just based on the way the lanes have been going, it's probably AOECC who has the better chance to take it. Kane, despite being ahead, still hasn't transformed, so he's a little bit weak. The bot lane, while behind in CS, has had shove advantage for the most part, and Victor's been kind of winning mid with everything that's been going on, so I think they have had more opportunities, but it is still risky for both teams to go for. No clear advantage to get any advantage to take the dragon. And like with how things are going, it's basically both have kind of handshook on we think our late game is going to be fine. We're fine just kind of waiting for our scaling, for Camille to get strong inside lane, for Nocturne to have his item for a big impactful ult, for
Bad
Swain
Cop
to
missed the
get
dredge line, but the
strong,
Never
and
Move
now
has
here
also
comes
missed, and
jungle.
here comes Sestega as the Death Charge goes down. True Shot Barrage coming out, and the Unbreakable was not available, as Zedrus is going to get jumped on by the Umbral Trespass as the Rite of the Arcane is raining down from Renji in the mid lane. Bad Cop flashes out, Dredge line going to pull himself
Ooh, nice
back in
hook.
as he gets in onto J-Core Core. Aztega finishes off the kill. Aztega doing as much damage as he can, but he gets pulled back in once again. Chaos Storm dropped by Agopa. Now Just Do It is the focus. Agopa going to throw down the Gravity Field as the Vision of Empire going to slow up Just Do It. A stun comes out as Agopa takes a ton of damage. Never Move sidestep nicely by Just Do It, taking a little bit of damage, and a lot of damage rather. Here comes the Dredge line once again from Bad Cup, as Sleeping Giant continues to autoing. Renji throwing out a bit of damage, Sleeping Giant flashes away. It's a 2-for-1, it looks like.
I think it was 2 for 2 in the end because Brum died and respawned.
Oh, J-Core Core died? Right.
Yeah, I
2 for 2
think that honestly should have gone a lot better for Rainy Kings. I think at the end there they were playing. Oh! Yeah, nice snipe over from Renji to make that a bit more worth it, but it is the plates all going down to the Rift Trail they had. I think it could have been, and maybe even full tower. Victor's actually going to be a monster after this, with 2 kills plus full tower and plates. Gets slowed, I don't think he'll be in range, but Kane is coming down. So I do think that slightly ends up favoring AOECC, just because the Victor's hard to deal with, is getting strong off it. Renji, don't die to minions. Okay.
Yeah, Renji's like really close to dying to minions there running
War's
through them.
dead again.
Oh, nice eat from Jack Love's Lamp to avoid the hookshot escape as Nick War throws on the Hextech Ultimatum, flashes away, doesn't have to nope, flash auto. I was gonna say he was gonna need to dodge the tongue lash, but nope. Can't dodge the flash auto. Jack Love's Lamp with a solo kill in the top lane.
Yeah, and because of consequence of kind of how timers went, Victor staying around, it does mean that the first dragon is going to go over to Reign of Kings, and it is even like Gold State with a full tower going down bot lane. I do think that that could have been a bit better for Reign of Kings if they would have played the fight slightly differently, not fully being able to finish off a target and then one at a time getting picked off. But it is still one where like kind of teams are both okay, even though they wish they would have gone better. They are not dissatisfied, as Rennie Kings did manage to go 2 for 2. They got their solo kill top. Victor managed to get monstrous from AOECC, and it's going to be hard to deal with him with all the tower and gold. So that's another good hook.
I'm gonna connect from Bad Cup, but I don't know if he actually wanted this one. Good Unbreakable from J-Core Core, blocked the True Shot Barrage, but he still gets sniped by the Q from Renji. As Zedrus goes into the Demonic Ascension, gonna get a Never Move on and Just Do It, but doesn't have the pull back up. Now Agopa just getting focused down by Hestega in the jungle, gets caught by the knockup. Shutdown goes over, just caught in rotation.
Yeah, that was the other thing I forgot to mention.
Here we go, Nick Ward jumping in onto Jackalov's Lamp as he pulls in the Paranoia from Sleeping Giant. There's the Grey Health as Jackalov's Lamp is going to go down, but the rest of his team focusing in on the mid lane. The Dredge line from Bad Cop will spell the death of Zedrus as the rest of his team is continuing to take down the tower. Bad Cop 74 able to survive the tower dive, and tower going in favor of Reign of Kings.
Man, Sniper Bad Cop has been running some really nice dredge lanes this game. And it was something I forgot to mention that was an advantage that Reign of Kings would be fine with, is a much earlier Kane transformation. He comes back as red, solos the very fed Victor, gets a shutdown, so now he's monstrous to do with, and Renji being able to get the kills means that Fed Zareth is a pain to play against. It's bullet hell all the way, especially with Ezreal on top. We did see Jack Love's Lamp get picked off in top, though. It's something that happened last game as well, I think, where Reign of Kings made a 4-man play bot, but Jack Love's Lamp kept fighting top, so he got collapsed on by Nocturne jungle and killed. And it's just something to keep in mind where you do not want to be making plays on 2 sides of the map as once, because you'll always have like a stronger side and a weaker side based on member strength They had 4 mid. AOECC knew it, so Jackal's Lamp pushing top means that he was all alone and getting caught out by Nick War and Sleeping Giant to make it a bit more even, but it is really nice getting that mid lane tower down for a now 2k gold lead for Reign of Kings.
Yeah, wow. And you were seeing how, oh, wow, a Dredge line is going to connect into the stun from Renji as the Abyssal Voyage comes from behind on Jackal's Lamp. It's a knock up onto Azedrus as they've already killed off Jacob Core. Azedrus going to flash away. Jackal's Lamp looking for the E. He does get in range for it. Gets rooted under a tower, but it doesn't matter because he's got the great health to survive. And the rest of his team finishes off Azedrus for him.
Yeah, and we're just seeing Petcott being able to get these hooks again, get the fight started. AOECC not respecting that their tower's down, not respecting that they are behind and can't push up. So they're just able to get a 5-man collapse mid, pick up a couple more kills. Now they're going top. Nikwar might be in trouble, but he is Camille, and it looks like he spotted it early enough that he's going to run. But that's going to be a Herald, probably top tower going down as well in favor of Reign of Kings as they are kind of just 5-manning across the map. And with how strong certain members are, it is very difficult for AOECC's comp to deal with.
Yeah, another Rift Herald. Well, sorry, the first Rift Herald, Reign of King's first Rift Herald.
Yes.
I was right about something here. It's gonna be taken up by Hestega. He'll take their fast recall and go back, pick up the components at least of Hysteric's Gauge. It's only one tower to one. Weird.
Yeah, it kind of feels like more could have gone down, but it is one where not a lot of pushing happened for Reign of King's bot side and not a lot of pushing anywhere else for AOECC. But once Derrick's is done, it is going to be basically impossible to kill Hystega as long as like Jack's on top of him, as long as he has Sterix up with Gordrink or Red Cane. It's just such a pain to deal with when your only DPS basically is Victor. And there is double Leandries as well from AOECC. I'm pretty sure those don't stack, so that's actually a pretty noticeable DPS decrease, as Nikwar might actually be dead again.
Yeah, he's actually gonna Abyssal Voyage out as he smelled out the 3-man collapse coming out from Sleeping Giant, Azedrus, and J-Core Core.
Yeah, okay. Well done from Jack. Already learned from his death earlier this game where you don't want to be fighting when all your team is bot side. Setting up for the dragon. Might actually get Dove. No TP to save him, but it is kind of risky against the Tom Kench.
Yeah, they also just used their hookshot away, I think, from... Oh, just kidding, that was it. Now they're gonna get a ton of damage onto him. The Hextech Ultimate is gonna be thrown down. He doesn't even get the Grey Health. They're gonna try and get this tower, but Rift Herald and 4 members are pushing bottom lane for Reign of Kings.
Oh, I like this choice. They know that with how things are going, they get to get so much gold. Recently, inner towers were changed to give more gold when taken. I believe it's like 250 globally now or something. So that's pretty big gold swing that they're able to just get to, and Dragon as well. A bit of free time mid for Nocturne, which is nice. And I think Jack just had to give the tower. You might be Tom Kench, might be tanky, but you're half HP against 3. So have to give that up. And not actually going straight to Dragon. Maybe there's maybe a contest from AOECC as they walk in, but they have to be careful not to too much poke from Xerath as they do it.
Yeah, a little bit of the sun coming out. Renji are gonna eat up some of those honey fruits. The entirety of AoE crowd control are on Vision, sneaking around in their own jungle. Dragon now going to be started up by Hestega and the rest of Reign of Kings with all 5 members ready and waiting. And Sleeping Giant's not even there. He's top lane, pushing in this wave. They're choosing consciously to concede this dragon.
Yeah, Mountain rises once again for Reign of Kings as they're on their way to that soul. Pretty good soul, not the best, as Infernal Soul would be very, very difficult to deal with against a poke comp because you get it with every ability pretty much.
Oh, very nice stretch line from Bad Cop. I don't even know how he knew, but J-Core Core is able to jump back towards Azedrus. Not enough follow-up onto the Braum. Now Sleeping Giant is on the run away from Jack Love's Lamp. And yeah, Mountain Soul, pretty good soul. Like you said, Infernal on Xerath and Ezreal would be pretty insane. But hey, we've seen Reign of Kings lose with Soul already today, this series.
Yeah, and it is possible to do it again. They are only 1.5k up, despite it being 11-4. And usually, when you see that kind of thing, it means that despite getting kills and not a lot of objectives that come from it, Reign of Kings only recently picking towers, a bit behind in farm in a couple of the lanes. So it's not like they're out of the woods yet for Reign of Kings. They do still have a lot to do to close out this game. Tomkinch going bot to catch this wave, and then send 4 top would be my expected next play. Try and get all the outer towers, get Baron control vision, maybe leave Renji mid. He can infinitely wave clear, and it's not like there's the most engage to get on him, other than Nocturne flying all the way under tower, but he has very little follow-up as long as Tom can keep track of the Camille. So we'll kind of see Reigning King set up as they are the ones with prio on the map. They do have control around the Baron area, and they are now looking for something to try and get this game snowballed more in their favor.
Looks like Nikwar is attempting to rotate up early in order to save his teleport as they sniff out that Reign of Kings might be trying to do this Baron. Vision of Empire going to be used to spot out where they all are and zone them away as they try to secure the vision on the Baron area. Jake Orkran can take a couple of spit shots from the Baron as it is aggroed up by Just Do It. Now Abyssal Voyage in onto Nikwar is going to get him knocked up, and now he might potentially be caught. Hookshot is cancelled as he's eaten up. Nikwar going to try and flash out the other side. Going to get taken up very low. Right of the Arcane going to come down. Nikwar going to try and use some fancy feet. Dodges away from the True Shot Barrage in the last few ones, but Abyssal Voyage is going to cancel out the Blast Cone. Nikwar is for sure going to die here, and not enough members of AoE Crowd Control able to do anything in response.
Greed is called a deadly sin for a reason, because if you lean too far into it, you will become dead. Tries to stick around, get the mid tower, but really nice from Jack with the W over the wall to get the engage. Manages to eventually chase him down in the jungle despite some nice fancy feet. But it's kind of a story of like why the gold lead is so close.
Here we go, the Paranoia in onto the Victor. Depth charge immediately used on the Sleeping Giant as he's rooted and pulled back away. Now J-Core going very low, throws down the Glacial Fissure, and Dokopa with a big Chaos Storm annihilates Just Do It with help of Zedrus on the other side. Shut down onto Renji with that laser. Hestega's trying to get in there, gets a big chunk of damage, but the Umbral Trespass is Zanya's stuff. Hestega is now without a defensive tool to try and get out of here, throws down another knockup, gets a big heal, and he's not gonna go down. Agopa just doesn't do enough damage, but here comes Nikwar on the other side to try and help him out. Now they're on the run. Big two-man knockup once again from Hestega. Dredgeline is gonna pull in Agopa once again as Jack Lowsland finishes him off. Nikwar is gonna go down as well, but not before taking Hestega down. It's a 3 for 5 in favor of Reign of Kings.
Wow, what a fight right there. Very, very close one. Honestly, I really like what AOECC was going for. Reigning King's just not setting up properly. They had the kill, but then they sent people, split off the side lanes. They didn't have it pushed up, so the kill didn't actually mean anything. As soon as they separate, engage with the Nocturne, blow Xera's flash, then Victor managed to finish him off afterwards. But after that, it's just the story of how strong Hestega is. Managed to get ahead in the early game, had the Gore Drinker Sterix done, and I kind of talked about it, or we both did earlier, how it's like Bash Brothers, Tomkench, Red Cane against a very low damage comp. Double Leandries means some DPS is missing as only one applies at a time, making it even less damage, so they just kind of 2v4'd through the entire enemy team. Nikwar eventually shows up, barely managed to get Hestega, since Jack chose Bad Cop over him, decided he liked the Nautilus a bit more after another nice max range hook from Bad Cop. So it ends up being 2 for 5, or 3 for 5, I think. Reigning Kings having 2. But once again, they managed to get the fight, but no objectives off of it. It means that the gold is still relatively close, and they didn't really get any closer to like snowballing this game out of control. Though it does help that they now have complete control over the Dragon Pit to get this game to Soul.
Yeah, with how slight these gold discrepancies are, it looks like Soul Point is, or Dragon Soul will be the primary win condition that Reign of Kings are just steadily working their way towards. Dredgeline not going to connect from Bad Cop as J-Core going to put down a little bit of damage on the Checklist with the auto attack. Glacial Fissure is available. Bad Cop 74 looking for a Dredgeline as is coming back off cooldown. Does get a good one onto him. Agopa going to get caught by the death charge. Just annihilates the health bar. Checklist on a killing spree. As the Hextech ultimatum means Renji goes down on the other side. Agopa is eaten up and is going to get spit back out right into the waiting arms of Hestega, and Jack Loves that finishes him off for the double kill. But meanwhile, in the backline, Nikwar just wreaking havoc. Almost takes out Just Do It as well, but he's getting outranged and peeled off by Bad Cop as now Hestega has joined the fight. A knockout comes out. Sleeping Giant gonna try and finish off Just Do It, but doesn't have the damage necessary. Once again, it's a team fight win for Reign of Kings. And it's gonna be one more.
Yeah, very well fought. I was thinking that maybe Rainy Kings might want to be just a bit slower on the engage. Let your Xerath, let your Ezreal get as much poke down as they can, but they do manage to get over the wall. They got the knock up with the Kayn on top of the Victor. Nautilus ult to follow, Ezreal ult on top of that. Xerath damage too. He just gets one shot. With him dead from there, it's kind of easy cleanup. No one can kill Tom Kench, Kayn. On the backside, good job from Nick Ward. Does manage to get on top of Renji, finish him off. Not enough DPS to deal with Divine Sunder or Camille between Xerath Ezreal, so they're kind of stuck dealing with him. But it doesn't matter. Hastega and Jack clear up their side of the fight first, go back to peel off the rest, and end up getting clean ace and Mountain Soul point.
Oh, as Zedrus just caught again, knock up into right of the arcane, and Jack Lovelamp goes dominating. I was gonna say that I think that was actually a conscious choice by Jack Lovelamp not to like. It looked like BM, but I think he was trying to stagger the death timers of AOE crowd control, but they didn't end up getting anything off of that particular thing. Another pick onto Zedrus means now they'll go for the Baron, but yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, it's something that you can do. Make Braum respawn way after everyone else so that it's more of a 4v5 on the map. Kinda didn't matter, but they do manage to get the pick mid. Victor's bot, Nocturne's nowhere close. This is going to be a Baron for Rainy Kings, who are now 5k in the lead. Will maybe lose a little bit of front bot, but Baron recalls are pretty hard to get much off of. And now we'll have to see if Rainy Kings does a better job of making this Baron work than they did in game number 1.
Alright, here we go. Nikwar gonna get jumped on by the Abyssal Voyage as Nikwar is trying to run out the other side. Hook shot in onto Jack Love's Lamp. Now he's trying to run away, but he gets eaten up. He's gonna get spit out into the middle of 4 members. He's gonna throw it on the Hex to cultivate him, but still gets tagged by the Tree Shot Brock. Nikwar's able to hook shot over the wall and will survive after all of it goes down.
Yeah, a little bit mistimed. Best way to kill that, spit him into a hook or a stun from Renji. Couldn't quite get it, but do manage to get a splash and ult from Nikwar, an attempted pick. But they used a lot of time on that, and so that means that their Baron is once again not getting as much
Right in
as...
pain as Nikwar is on vision. He didn't land any shots.
Yeah. So it's something where like you are getting his flash, but you're also using Baron time. You want to use Baron as much as possible to be getting these towers down, getting your gold lead as much as you can. But like last game, I'm seeing Rainy Kings, like Tom Kench and Kayn both going top. Kayn's probably going to stop him from jungle camps. They have like a wave pushing mid, but they're not getting anywhere close to the tower, and they can't push up without the Tom and the Kayn there to stop a potential counter engage. So like I'm seeing this with like 5 members with Baron. They're now like running around the jungle. It's already what, like a third of the way is off of it, and that's a lot of time where you could be just sieging with Xerath Ezreal, forcing enemy team off, getting towers. Now they're finally about to reach one, and Agama might actually be able to get picked here. I think if Bad Cop was like a bit more okay, now he's into.
Yeah, he's for sure gonna die here. Abyssal Voyage is gonna be used as here comes the teleport from Nikwar. True Shot Barrage gonna be sidestepped, and now he's just on the run. Here's the gravity field being used, and now they're gonna focus down in onto Nikwar. He's gonna be the one who goes down. Agopa on the other side did in fact die. Here's Sleeping Giant with the paranoia to finish off Renji, but that just means he's gonna be a third death on the side of AOE crowd control.
Yeah, that's big bummer to walk into as wait, are they still sticking around?
Wow, he got tagged in the dredge line, gonna land onto his Zedrus as well! Glacial Fissure gonna be used as Zedrus now flashes away, but he's just gonna get caught. Knock up gonna come through. There's the Demonic Ascension, gets the Locket Shield, goes golden to dodge away from the dredge line, but
care about towers.
Sure, both going to die. Jack Love's Lamp goes godlike as J. Korkor throws up the Unbreakable just for a little bit more time. Ace over to Reign of Kings with 4 members alive on the map.
Yeah, gonna be honest, no idea what AOECC were doing there. Victor walked up despite knowing that like, Reigning Kings were most likely going for top tower, and Nautilus was right there, so he just gets burst immediately. Nick Ward TPing in to save him, 2v5, he dies too. After he's gone, I guess you can trade kill with a Nocturne for Xerath, but then like bot lane stuck around too. And so they just give over a full ace and top inhib, though you do have to be a bit careful. Victor still does a lot of damage. But yeah, should be able to get out from this, and that's now 8k in the lead plus the top inhib for a Baron that was
Nikwar still wants it. Hextech Ultimatum thrown down, and that's a nice eat as he spits him, but he has to go back into the Hextech Ultimatum. Sleeping Giant flashes out. Here's some damage coming up from Renji over the side. Chaos Storm is about to finish off Astega, but he's not able to finish it. Jack Love's Lamp flashes away. Gravity Field's gonna go down. He does get stunned. Great health. Shutdown goes over as Agopa gets 1 kill on the backside.
That's a very, very important kill too. Mountain Soul is up in 10 seconds. This should be able to go over to AOECC, although Camille might have to recall. But with Jack dead, he isn't up for 40. They will have a lot of time to have solo as that's not a good hook.
Under the wall, it pulls him into danger. Gravity Field's gonna stun him up. Nick goes in. There's the Core gets stunned by a Mystic Shot. Bad Cop once again goes in with a Dredge Line. Nagopa gonna finish him off. Very but was able to get one more auto attack. And yes, Mountain Soul is up with Jack Loves Lamp and Bad Cop not on the map.
Yeah, so that should be able to go over. Just couldn't quite escape as much as they needed to from Reigning Kings off the top inhib. Now they will lose Mountain Soul, but now maybe they have a chance. There is no mana on Victor, not a lot of ults.
Oh yeah, there's a knockup coming out. Renji is trying to snipe over the wall, but I don't think they'll have enough damage to get Sleeping Giant, and the Gravity Field will ensure they are able to back. Maybe not! Jackalo's teleporting into the bottom lane to try and catch them on the backside. He's gonna have the Abyssal Voyage as a gap closer, as well as the Tongue Lash. Too slow. Xandra's caught by the knockup, and that means he's gonna go golden and die immediately afterwards.
Yeah, now there is a wave being thinned out a little bit by AOECC, and they do have a Victor, but they might not just care and just die.
Knockup, True Shot Barrage gonna be blocked up by the Unbreakable from J-Core Core, but he gets eaten up. He's gonna get spit out right in the middle of Reign of Kings, and Just Do It goes dominating.
Yeah, nice pickoffs from Reign of Kings. They know when to press the advantage off of AOECC, staying a bit too long from Mountain Soul.
I'm gonna get knocked up here. Now there's the focus. Nice block up by Nick War onto his squishier target. Jack Loves Lamp now eating tower shots as the inhibitor goes down. Nick War looking for a way back in. Sleeping Giant just getting poked by auto attack from Just Do It on the other side, but they're gonna be able to rotate in towards the mid lane. Jack Loves Lamp happy to tank up the tower on his way out.
Yeah, and that is going to be now another mid tower. This is such a big ballooning gold lead for Reign of Kings. Once a couple
fighting in the middle here. There's the Unspeakable Horror being thrown down, but a stun gonna connect onto Nick War. He's gonna get knocked up and taken down. Judge Line once again onto Sleeping Giant. No spell shield available. Hastega just running interference in the back line as Bright of the Arcane rains down. There's the Umbral Trespass as Zedrus is the target. They're gonna get a Never Move. They're gonna throw it on the Glacial Fissure. Can they finish anyone off? Jack Loves Lamp and Hastega are too tanky. Sleeping Giant will die. Jack Loves Lamp continuing to fight. Zedrus just getting taken out by the poke. Jack Loves Lamp goes in once again with the Abyssal Voyage as they're just raining him down. Agopa the only one alive, and he's getting chased into his own base by the relentless pursuit of Reign of Kings. Jack Loves Lamp gets a knockup, chained in from Hastega. Golden goes Agopa as they're trying to finish him off. He flashes back towards his fountain, but that's all he can do is survive.
No, that's going to be all inhibs down, maybe even the base. Reign of Kings looking to push in for the win. It has been so funny watching last bits, because like, if there isn't 5 from AOECC, they just get tower dove by an unkillable Kenshin Kane.
Jack
might be a percent a
They
little
gotta
bit.
finish him off because he's just autoing the Nexus to death. True Shot Rush. They do get the shutdown for Agopa, but they're not able to finish the game. Here's the the hook shot from Nick War. Hextech Ultimatum not available. There's the Vision of Empire. Just Do It. Forced back towards the Camille. 3 inhibs and no Nexus towers down for AOE crowd control, so it's unlikely that they will be able to leave the base for the next ever.
Yeah, it's nice to get the shutdowns. Positive for AOECC. That gives a lot of gold to their carries. Maybe it matters for next fight, but it's also incredibly hard to leave when you have. They might actually be able to sneak Baron away, and that could be a good deal to keep this game going long enough to give them another chance at a team fight. If Reign of Kings get Baron, they walk in with double supers in every lane, and you literally cannot fight them or die. But if they get it before all respawn from Reign of Kings, they could delay that, use Baron minions of their own to try and stall the double supers. But it's going down pretty slowly. You don't have an ADC or a lot of DPS, and Kane is on the way, and it looks like they're giving it over. Or at least looking to fight on the turn, and I don't think you can afford to do that for AOECC because you just lose with Baron double supers.
I think it actually it did tag Nick War because his recall get interrupted. Didn't quite have that damage to kill, and he's out of range. Unlucky.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think Renji has hit very many ults this game.
Yeah.
To be completely honest. But,
not super effective on the Xerath with those Rite of the Arcanes, but has been doing a good chunk of damage just kiting back in team fights. The Baron going the way of Reign of Kings, basically uncontested.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the death knell. You're already dealing with a poke comp who can disengage from you. Now double super, well I guess single super for a little bit because top inhib respawned, but Baron minion supers against an open Nexus poke comp is literal hell to deal with. So I anticipate this game ending soon for Reigning Kings, but there is the off chance they lose a team fight pretty hard as they do clear up the top inhib, and we'll see what AOECC can force.
All right, the Paranoia is their force tool. Here we go. Nick War goes in with the hook shot. There goes Golden as Renji as he's frontlining. True Shot Barrage comes out. Here's the Glacial Fissure, but it doesn't really knock up anybody. Back up 74 gets in there. As Stega comes out of the Umbral Trespass, gets a knockup. Now the Gravity Field is going to stun up two. Big one from Nick War goes in, gets the hook shot onto Back up 74, and Jack loves them getting a big knockup, but it's not enough as the rest of the team is able to finish him off. Ogopa gets sniped at the back side. So it's a 1-for-3 so far as the Rite of the Arcane is coming back out. Sleeping Giant going to take one. And that's it. Flashed away from.
Oh! Alright, so they did manage to actually win the fight for Reigning Kings. Now we'll see if they can save the base. Double Super's already there, and there are still carries available. Just Do It is kind of hard to deal with. No mana on Ed's Disc. Could also back up from Mountain Soul. A couple of different options here. But look at those minions just pouring into the base.
Yeah, they're Baron empowered. Just Do It, just getting his auto attacks off when he can. The Paranoia, he flashed too early! He's gonna get jumped on, feared up, and slowed. Now Renji's in a bad spot, but they can't go for him because they just had to defend their base!
Yeah, honestly, I think Reigning Kings threw that last part hard. Are they going to be able to save the base? Okay, Minions just funny. They'll be able to save it. But they threw that kind of hard. They went in knowing that as soon as AOECC could, they were going to force a fight. They know that they can't hold up against Baron double supers. So they go in immediately. Renji's frontline, so he's forced to Zanya's early and flash away. He isn't contributing much to the fight. They clean up from there. Well done by them. AOECC just getting the right targets. No DP, not as enough DPS from Reigning Kings. So they kind of, when that finally does end, and Reigning Kings kind of threw away most of their Baron and double minion time because they didn't play safe enough to let the minions come in and do the work in the base.
Yeah, but on the backside, you know, with the work that they've already done, they've earned themselves this Mountain Soul. It'll be a lot easier for them to come back in. Well, not easier because they don't have Baron anymore, like you said, but they will have the Mountain Soul to work with as they look for their second final push.
Yeah, but once again, no double supers because the bot lane inhib respawned. A bit desynced for those, so now we're waiting for Just Do It to get back for Renji to group with the team, and they will start the siege again. But as that last fight proved, there is options for AOECC to win it if Victor's free hitting, if the DPS can't manage to isolate a target, if they do manage to prevent the Xerath and Ezreal from poking. There are fights that AOECC can win. It is a lot harder now that Mountain Soul's up, as it looks like another Hail Mary ult that isn't doing a lot.
Yeah,
actually, it's landing
onto
Agopa.
Okay, he actually landed your few onto Agopa. Just an attempt to poke someone out of the fight so they can get some prio on this inhibitor, but not enough to take down Agopa and not enough to force the rest of them back. But a Dredgeline lands. Here we go, the Unbreakable's thrown down. Gonna try and disengage this one as the Paranoia comes in. They don't want this, but maybe they do. Sleeping Giant comes in. A big Chaos Storm as Nick War goes for Just Do It in the backline. Going golden. Hastega goes in with the Umbral Trespass. Doesn't have enough to damage. Renji goes down. Jack Lowe's is the focus as Hastega gets a big knockup. And Just Do It is doing as much damage as he can, but it's not enough to finish anybody off. Hastega goes in. True Shot Barrage finishes off J-Core Core. Sleeping Giant goes down, but he trades his life for that Hastega. And now Just Do It is getting chased out. He has to Arcane Shift out. But the minions, you gotta deal with the minions still.
Yeah, but they're gonna be able to deal with the minions is the thing. They can't keep getting away with it. AOECC keep winning these fights in their base just due to being able to get through the front line and keep DPS from doing damage. There's not enough to be able to deal with it. Now Just Do It's getting TP'd on. I think he'll be okay and out in time. But now they're saving inhibs. Mid isn't gonna go down. And we already saw that even with Mountain Soul, even with a bunch of minions in the base, it's getting harder for Reigning Kings to win fights. Tahm Kench starting to fall off a bit. Enough damage from Victor. We saw him there just nuke the entirety of Reigning Kings down to like half a health with just laser ult. And it's not exactly getting easier to deal with him. So Reigning Kings, they did have a basically insurmountable lead, but they've kind of done away with a little bit of it. And now it's a lot more shaky on if they're going to win or not.
Yeah, holy cow. That Chaos Storm just annihilating all of their health bars. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it last game too. Just Reigning Kings not able to close out from their advantageous position. Better team fighting from AOECC when their necks are on the line to kind of keep going. Now the inhibs are coming up. Baron is spawning, and with it, Reigning Kings could once again try playing the poke game a bit better and like try and use the Baron as best they can. Blue on Xerath's nice too. But this will kind of be the point where either Reigning Kings regain control by getting Baron and getting a push, or AOECC can kind of complete the turnaround and get a really, really big advantage
Yeah, like
and put themselves
crest
in
the
the
crest
lead.
the oh, what do you call it? Get over
Crest
the
the hill.
hump.
Yeah, over the hump.
Alright, Jackalo's Lamp gonna get jumped on by Nick War, but he's got backup here, and now Nick War doesn't have hookshot to get out of there. Jackalo's Lamp could just commit his R to pull Nick War in, but he will not. Aztega now going in
They
on the
got
Sleeping Giant, and so
Victor.
will Bad Cop. True Shot Barrage has been invested. Here comes the Abyssal Void from Jackalo's Lamp. Now they gotta go in. Aztega throws down a knockup. The Gravity Field is down as the Rite of the Arcane is coming down from the jungle, but nobody goes down.
Yeah, a few cooldowns blown. Actually none from AOECC. So as Baron is coming up, they have the ult advantage. No Xerath, no Ezreal, no Nautilus ult. Ezreal's will come up pretty soon, but it is pretty important to have the Nautilus ult, try and get on either Victor and make it happen. And they do have everything up, so they could look to contest this Baron. Inhibs all respawn too, so no minion pressure. And as they push up mid, I guess they don't see the Baron going on. There is no contest yet from AOECC just now coming in, but Baron's dead, and we'll see what they can get after on the fight.
Yeah, they're gonna try and fight. There's quite a big split. As Nautilus is on the wrong side of the fight. Nick War goes in there. The Gravity Field is thrown down. A good knockout comes out. True Shot Rush just crests over all the members of AoE Crowd Control, and Nick War gets in on to just do it, but goes into Guardian Angel immediately. And now they've killed off a Zedrus before he could do anything. Shutdown goes over their way, and they
1-3-3
can't deal with Jackalo's Lamp. He's too tanky. Agopa somehow got caught, and Jake Core is gonna be taken out on the backside as well. Finally, Reign of Kings get a team fight that they want. And the Rite of the Arcane finally finishes off Agopa.
Yeah, I don't always land my Xerath ultimates, but when I do, it is to cap off the game and close it out from Renji. Hits the last one, and this time Reigning Kings finally get a fight where their backline isn't gotten on immediately. Xerath able to do damage. Camille in the backline alone because Nocturne ulted the Kench, and then just zoning from the Kench Kane, who cannot be dealt with such a like magic damage heavy comp, not enough DPS to kill them. So Reigning Kings, after some struggles and pains, are finally able to close out the game and tie up the series.
All right, so we are 1-1 going into game number 3. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, so a win here is not the game, but it does put you at match point. We'll see who takes it in just a little bit. Thanks for watching, everybody. Internet, hello and welcome back to our coverage of GRLCS's Summer Splashdown semifinals between Reign of Kings and AOE Crowd Control. Game number 1 went the way of AOECC, but Reign of Kings answered back with game number 2. We're in Champions League for game number 3, with Reign of Kings opting for the blue side this game.
Yeah, already, nice to see kind of a different change of pace with the blue side for Reign of Kings. They are sticking with the same bans, interestingly enough, with the Graves Bear, so they really don't want to deal with that. But you already see AOECC changing up a bit, banning the Tom Kench, which I think is a good choice. I think he is probably one of the more broken top laners right now. Really shuts down like a lot of carry potential top that you can play into him. Just huge lane bully while offering good utility. Is that a no ban for AOECC? I assume we'll get someone saying that there was a bug. Yes, there was a bug.
It's apparently a Xin Zhao ban
Zhao.
is their second ban.
Yes, which makes sense. They've been banning it even on blue side, so on red side, I would expect them more to ban it. As now that they don't have the Tom Kench to deal with it, Reign is banning the Camille, so Nikwar will be on a different pick, as they don't feel like there are as many good options as the Tom, which is something I agree with. And now the final ban is going to be a Nocturne. The series, which leaves open Ziggs for Reign of Kings.
Wow, and that's exactly what they'll take. Could go into either the mid or the bottom lane. Seems like a champion that both Just Do It and Renji would be comfortable piloting. Much more common, of course, recently in the bottom lane, but in Platinum Cat series, we've been seeing a lot of it mid lane.
Yeah, also a very like Renji style champion. He likes his artillery mages. Ziggs does count for one of those. It would suit him very well. So I could definitely see it going either way, as it is Echo picked up for AOECC. We saw his take it game 1 in the jungle. I don't know if AOECC is following suit and doing it in the jungle, or if it is a mid lane answer to a potential Ziggs, or it might just be a flex pick.
Yeah, we still don't have enough information to know whether that's mid or jungle or potentially top lane, but almost certainly the Nautilus will be going into that support role. Been something that has been picked or banned so far. Something that Bad Cop was having a very good time on in game number 2. AoE crowd control will not only secure it for themselves, but also a source of denial over to the side of Reign of Kings. Bad Cop potentially looking at that Leona in answer, and so that will be locked in. So both teams will have a very strong engage power in the form of their supports.
Yeah, both supports are very strong ones right now. Leona I like just because it gives you the option to CC lock Echo and maybe one-shot him. Also make Ziggs landing his Mega Inferno Bomb or just his other poke trivially easy. And another champion that's has been banned in previous matches but left over now is the Set, which I anticipate going top, as with the Tumkench down, Set's another pretty good blind champion who can kind of beat a lot of top laners. Does have more weaknesses though, and showing it like this means that there will be a counter opportunity before ban phase for AOECC.
Yeah, AOECC looking for the Urgot potentially as an answer. How does that matchup go?
So that's a fun one. Set can have more trouble in like range zoning matchups, not as much Urgot because his auto range is actually like almost just your E range. So, and you do a bit better in straight up fight. Not super favored for either side. If I had to, I would say Set's a bit better than the Urgot, or at least can do more, and it's also a bit more versatile, though having that execute on the ultimate is good for Urgot. So I would say the Set's a slightly better pick, but Urgot can do fine into it, as now we do see more bans coming in. The Kayn from AOECC, don't want to have to deal with any more Bash Bros, which would be Set Kayn this time, with Luna on top hard to deal with, and we'll finally see something other than Swain in the bot lane.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think if I'm Reign of Kings, I would have been fine leaving the Swain open. It wasn't very impactful in that last game, really. And I think that if AoE crowd control were to pick it, then that's kind of okay for. I think you're kind of okay with that on Reign of Kings.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I do think that it's a bit better pick this game just because you have Nautilus instead of Braum, who the Swain would work a lot better with in terms of just all in and maybe being able to set up. And you don't have the Tom Kench to kind of absorb everything he throws at you. But I do tend to agree that I think you could have let the Swain by and it wouldn't have fit great into AOECC's comp. But they do decide to ban it. They can play something different. Maybe he'll even be worse on it. Ezreal too, to kind of prevent the safety. And let there be a bit easier time catching a potential AD pick as the time is counting down, and we'll see what they lock for R4, and it is going to be a Lee Sin.
Okay, so that almost confirms it'll be Echo mid, Lee Sin into the jungle with Urgot in the top lane. So AoE crowd control just need to figure out what they want to do for their bot laner. On the side of Reign of Kings, they still have a lot of flexibility with that. Ziggs could go into the mid lane or the bottom lane, and they've just got to show, well, everything here, but
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think taking away both Kayn and Diana is really good. The Vel'Koz will be locked in, so a lot of long-range damage coming out from Reign of Kings between Vel'Koz and Ziggs, and now what will they pick up for the jungle? Needs something that can kind of frontline for them, I would think.
Yeah, we totally missed the fact that Vel'Koz was unbanned for the first time. It's somewhat of a Renji special, so I expect Ziggs to go down bot lane. Vel'Koz mid, though I guess they could send Velbot and Ziggs mid for some reason. Really
Yeah,
point
that's not
to
gonna
it,
happen.
as they
Oh,
are going to take Poppy. And I did think that there needed to be some AD damage. What's interesting here is that Poppy is kind of a Jack Loves Lame special. He's played it for quite a while, but Set's better in the top lane, and I think Set's not great in the jungle. Of course, Poppy
yeah.
isn't as much a jungler either, but I think it fits a bit better here, and it is good into the Lee Sin and Echo.
And I think
Which
it will be
is much
Poppy
top
jungle. Oh,
Ooh.
okay, well, AoE crowd control, they just refuse to play Marksman, they're gonna play Seraphine.
Yeah, and that's kind of interesting to me. On one hand, it can be good engage, as you are able to get to the back line through the front line with a ridiculously... I call it overpowered. It probably isn't, because it makes up for stuff elsewhere in the kit, but I think if you put her ult on basically any champion, they would love to have it. But yeah, I will call it overpowered. Seraphine ult to just reach through the entire team, especially because you kind of want to set up battle lines with this kind of comp where the front line's in front of the back line. But it does mean that once again, there's not a ton of DPS. Of course, this game there isn't Red Cam and Tom to go through, so I think they can get away with it, especially having the Urgot still does physical. So, but it does make me wonder, like, is there ever going to be an actual ADC in the bot lane for AOECC, or are they just a mage player transplanted down there?
Yeah, pretty interesting. I don't know if this is just like, I refuse to play Marksman because they stink, or if this is just something he's not comfortable with. But the Seraphine can be very effective in the bottom lane. I don't fault him for picking it up. this is very interesting, and I really do quite like the Poppy pickup later on for Reign of Kings. Like we said, it is something that Jackal of Lamp has played a lot of, but almost certainly it will be going the way of Hestega in the jungle. Uh, and it's very good. It has the power to negate Lee Sin's kit. You can kind of block Urgot as well, and other than that, you can just be a solid front line for your Vel'Koz and Ziggs to hide behind.
Yeah, there is the potential issue of if Poppy falls behind, she can be quite squishy, blown up, and we still don't know what lanes they're going to. So I don't know how good Poppy jungle is. And set jungle, I think, has been weak ever since Riot kind of pushed him away from being able to quadriflex, and instead is more of a sole top laner. It does look like in the Champs Select lobby, which the stream can't see, set was locked in for Jack. So
Oh
I
yeah,
do think it
almost
is going to
certainly.
be Poppy
I
jungle.
think Poppy jungle is it's not an S tier jungler by any means, but its clear is not. It's not bad. The Q is quite a bit of damage to the monsters, and you know it's decent.
Yeah, and especially into something like Lee Sin, who relies a ton on dashing around. Poppy's a great answer into that, and as well the solo laners both have dashes to escape, so Poppy will have some gank opportunities, so even if ganks aren't as good as some other junglers, they're not ineffective either. One potential concern I see for Reign of Kings is that Echo doesn't really have an answer in the side lane. There aren't any champs that like to go into him and say, I will win this. So if it goes late enough, he will have pretty much pure advantage, and the only real engage for Reign of Kings is a Leona R, or I guess a potential like Vel'Koz pick, but that's a lot less reliable. So there is a world where AOECC just split push and Reign of Kings can't force a potential fight.
So who do you think just like overall came out ahead in this pick ban?
I would probably give Reigning Kings a slight edge. Nothing super big. They do have an issue of kind of low physical damage, and their carries of double magic. Those carries do enough damage that I'm not overly concerned with it. And there's also no true physical damage for AOECC, so the same problem kind of reflects. But they have a couple more options just in terms of AOECC, once again being like 4 melee and another champion. Seraphine does make that a lot easier just because of her buffs and the ability to ult over the top, but it is kind of hard running through Ziggs, through Vel'Koz, through Poppy, through Set, who can like ult someone back. There's just a lot of tools to disengage, protect the poke champions that you don't really have a good answer for from Reign of Kings, and AOECC will have to be a bit more clever in how they find their fights in order to deal with that.
Yeah. The other thing is though, Seraphine is a champion that like kind of enables you to it almost like cheating, because you can enable your frontline who may not have backline access to have backline access just by ulting through the enemy frontline and hitting their backline, and they're like, oh no, we're running directly into their frontline, we're gonna die. It's kind of cool. I like Seraphine a lot as like from
Yeah,
like champion concept wise. I think the champion's really obnoxious to play against though, for sure.
yeah, and I think that just in terms of being an enabler for a 4 melee comp, Seraphine's one of the best. Just between her shield, she can speed up. She also does a lot of damage if you want to go towards AP with like the Andries. She has wave clear enough that she can kind of keep from just sitting on, heal off some of the poke. Your ult, of course, is kind of ridiculous. Going over your melees to reach the backline, give them actual opportunity to get there. So that's why I rate AOECC's comp a lot more highly than I would if they didn't have the Seraphine. If they had something like the Swain again, it would be way, way harder for them. But they do have the enabler, so this is a much more like even game, just in terms of execution wise, who can get an edge.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think of Ziggs, or when I think of Ziggs, I think of him as having a lot of value in just chunking out the enemy backline from forever away. I think his effectiveness is not bad against like a lot of dive or a lot of tankier champions, but I think that you do lose out on a little bit of that value when the enemy is just like all on top of you, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I do think that one of his best tools is being able to just ult the backline for 1,000 damage at center. but he isn't bad as a control mage. Just throw a minefield up that they have to run through, bounce them back. If they do grew up diving on you, your ult still can get a lot of value, even if it isn't as good into tanks. So, and it's one of the reasons I think Ziggs is so good right now is because of how versatile he is, just in terms of being able to poke, set up zone, can still help with backline dive, really fast tower taking. Just a lot of options for the champion to do.
Yeah, Ziggs is pretty obnoxious, isn't he? Holy cow. Just you could do it all. The only thing you can't do is like dash on demand. You have to press your W a little bit earlier in order to dash.
And AD damage. Had some trouble doing that.
Oh, well, yeah, sure.
Unless you want to go for a really wacky build.
You still annihilate towers though, so it's fine.
Yes. There are few champs that do as much damage to towers as Ziggs does.
And regarding the physical magic damage split for Reign of Kings, yeah, their physical damage is not as high as you would like, but they have a lot of true damage between Renji and Jackal's Lamp with the what is it called?
Plasma fission?
No, the passive. It's like something deconstruction or whatever. I'll figure it out. And the haymaker, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and that does actually help a lot. I hadn't considered that angle, as Vel'Koz is one of the better mages for chewing through tanks because of the true damage.
Organic deconstruction.
That's it.
So yeah, there's a lot of true damage that makes up for the lack of physical damage. Not only that, but AOECC doesn't really have a true tank. They have champions that become tanky, like Urgot and Lee Sin, but by no means are they like Malphite or anything like that. Not that Malphite is particularly good against magic damage, but like
I think that's probably the worst magic damage tank you could have selected.
Right. But just like Malphite is what I would consider a true tank, whereas like Urgot and Lee Sin are like they can be tanky, but they're not tanks, you know?
Yeah, and especially if they fall behind a bit early, and you'll have to get into Hydra for Urgot. Lee Sin, Goredrinker does make you really tanky, but until you get like Sterix, you can't full like tank an enemy team unless you're really ahead. So we are finally into game. First interesting to note, Hastega has Dark Harvest on Poppy, so he probably won't be going super tanky, from what I can see, which I think is actually pretty bad.
We got it. It's here.
We got our physical damage if he can survive against a 4 melee team comp who probably won't be squishy enough for Dark Harvest Poppy to do as much. But we got it.
All right. On the blue side, it is Reign of Kings, #1 seed from the Braum Conference. In the top lane, Jackal's Lamp on Set. Hastega in the jungle on Poppy. In the mid lane, it's Renji on his signature Vel'Koz. And in the bottom lane, you got Just Do It and Bad Cop on Ziggs and Leona.
Meanwhile, on the red side is AOECC, with Nick Ward taking Urgot in the top lane, Sleeping Giant playing Lee Sin jungle, Agapa playing Echo mid, and Azedras and J Core with Seraphine Nautilus bot.
Okay. And so... Oh god, I had a point to make and I don't remember what it was. I guess that's whatever.
Yeah. Until you think of it, I'll talk a bit more about Dark Harvest Poppy and how much I hate it if he's going to be going like a more damage build. I think that you need him to be tanky to kind of absorb, and if you're squishy, you're actually just giving Urgot a free huge fear off of like a Seraphine ult, bringing people closer towards you. You one-shot the squishy Poppy, bring him in, big AoE fear, clean up the team fight. And it's not like you're one-shotting anyone. Like, I guess you could one-shot like Echo if you pin him against a wall, stun lock him long enough, maybe get someone else, but it's just not quite as, I think, disruptive as a tanky Poppy would be if you're just kind of sitting in the front line. It might just be room choice. He could still be going for like Goredrinker or full tank, and that might still be fine. But it is something to be concerned about, I would say.
Yeah, you think about it, it's like, obviously in the jungle you don't want to go Grass Belly Undying. And then what other thing you could go, like Predator or Aftershock? And you know, Aftershock is always nice. It's not bad, but on Poppy in particular, it's kind of... I feel like most of the damage you take is going to be as you're coming in, not after you've stunned someone into the wall, right? Oh, nice stretch line from J Core. We'll get a little bit of early damage onto Just Do It.
Yeah, I did think that I kind of agree on Aftershock. I think on Poppy, Like, I would have
Ooh,
taken Aftershock this game, but I don't exactly have a lot of experience with it. As
well,
whoa, that's
J-Core
a bit
didn't
farther
land the
than we
dredge
wanted.
line, but he will get a root as the Zedrus is ignited and forced to flash away from Bad Cop. There's the root coming out from J-Core as another stun will come out. Dredge line going to go down onto Bad Cop, but now a J-Core going to get caught by another Zenith Blades. There's the Summoner heal coming out from a Zedrus, going to try and turn some damage back onto Just Do It, who doesn't have another bouncing bomb to follow up on that stun from Bad Cop. Ignites, traded, but Summoner heal and flash down for Zedrus.
Yeah, nice fighting on the bot lane, good summoner lead for Reigning Kings. Managed to get 3 for 1 when the 1 is Ignite. That's not exactly a problem. And that just comes from the Leona managing to get on top of the Seraphine. Ziggs is able to fall up far away. Something to talk about top lane a bit, because it does have Urgot, which is a champion that I one-tricked for a while, is something I might have to talk about later as we are in a
Yeah,
fight.
he's gone way too early here. Sleeping Giant's not here. He's gonna get stunned into the wall, and Jackalope Slim is gonna get some time to auto. Sleeping Giant flashes over, gets the safeguard. Good stun from Jackalope Slim as he flashes in for first blood. Gets the haymaker damage onto Sleeping Giant with Renji on the collapse from the other side. Sleeping Giant safeguards out of there. Way too early from Nick Ward. Now Sleeping Giant has greeted for the Rift Scuttler. He's gonna have to be forced out of here as Sestego will get that for himself.
Hey, thanks for the leash, bro. Wait, is Urgot? They could turn on Urgot here. Hardcore, who just TP'd in. But instead they're going mid, and now Sleeping Giant might get caught by his Stego again.
The Tectonic Disruption is going to have to safeguard out to safety.
I think a double scuttled.
Yeah, really not great for AoE crowd control starting off that one.
Yeah, and I think that is just on Nick War going way too early on his jungle invade. You have to wait for the Lee Sin to be there, then maybe one shot, but instead he kind of just walked in, was able to get 2v1, really nice flash stun from Jackalove's Lamp to secure the kill, and then lost Scuttle, even smited to break the shield. Now Poppy picks up bottom, and looks like she's even gonna get an invade on Gromp. Lee Sin is actually getting put so far behind, he's gonna be like 4 camps down, but instead Poppy sees an opportunity mid.
Oh, nice interrupt by Hestega onto the Sonic Wave. Sleeping Giant just gets caught, dies again! Okay, not good. Flash
Oh,
up.
nice.
Hestega means that Hagopa's gonna go down as well. Double kill already for the Poppy jungle.
Alright, well, Hostega obviously knows Poppy jungle a lot better than I do, because he knows exactly that the game will devolve into Fiesta early, where Dark Harvest will prove very valuable. Getting kill secures and building up the stacks from some early fighting, and it was really well done mid. Managed to get the grounding right on top of Lee Sin, then the flash stun into the wall. So really well played from Hostega in this early part, and being 1.5k up pretty much at 5 minutes with 3-0 is a really, really nice lead for Reigning Kings in this early game.
Okay. It is about 1,500, a little over 1,500 gold lead already for Reign of Kings at the 5.5 minute mark as the Hastakus actually snuck his way in here. I think if J-Core had committed onto that dredge line and landed it, it would have been quite bad for AoE crowd control's bottom lane.
Yeah, and we do see some nice pressure just with Ziggs having more wave clear, Seraphine having to wait for double Q early game. Later on, once she gets enough levels, it'll kind of just one-shot the wave regardless. But early on, Ziggs will have the push. Is getting more Siestas for the Seraphine, so that's fine. Something interesting to talk about top lane actually is that never mind, bot lane is where the action is.
Line gonna connect. Just Do It is gonna be able to satchel charge out of there, but here comes Sleeping Giant to try and finish. There's the ignite going down. Summoner heal and the flash have been expended to keep him alive.
Yeah,
right,
nice
please
flash
talk
from
about
Bad
your
Cop.
Urgot.
Urgot's actually going with the Sheen or Divine Sunder, and what a lot of people don't know, or what I'm guessing a lot of people don't know about Urgot, is that when you toggle his Purge, which is his W, as never mind, bot lane's fighting again.
Yep, there's the Zenith Blade in. The satchel charge gets J-Core farther away, and they've still got Sleeping Giant waiting in the wings as Sestega comes in for a half-hearted gank attempt. Something Divine Sunder Urgot.
Yeah, so every time you click Purge to toggle it, it's something you do is Urgot, you do like 3 Purge autos, toggle it, do a normal auto to do more damage, then switch edge back on Purge. Does a lot more damage to towers that way. But it also triggers Sheen every time you toggle it, so you actually get constant Sheen procs through it. So
Good.
Divine Sunder's like pretty effective on him. I don't know if it's the build you want to go for now. For a while you were going Stride Breaker for the dash. You can also go into like Frozen Gauntlet for like more tanky stats in frontline. I don't know how good Sunder is right now. Probably a bit better in duels, which if you're wanting to fight the set, and Lee Sin is coming up. But
Yeah, Jack loves them
as
going
yeah,
aggressive, but he
that's
gets
super
flipped
dead.
in under the tower. There's the showstopper as he's gonna get a ton of damage off with the haymaker. Nick Ward doesn't quite have the damage to finish him off into his ultimate, and now it's expired. But Sleeping Giant will probably be able to finish the job for him. It's pretty close. He's taking a lot of damage. Jack loves them as the Conqueror. There's the stun. He flashes away and gets him with a flash away on the Sonic Wave. Now Agopa is gonna find Renji on the attempted cleanup, and will just make sure that his top and jungler are able to make it out alive.
Oh man, what a close one. Jack almost turned that. He fought it very, very well, but just couldn't quite get the finish off in the end. And yeah, that is a good kill, as Nick War is just dead, because he
What?
walked up at
He saw
the
that
5th
guy.
HP. Yeah. So that kind of makes up for it now, and Renji's able to crash the wave that Nick War is going to miss, and Jack is going to be able to walk up and catch everything, so kind of threw away the advantage there. And now with a 2,500 gold, or it's still 1.5. Okay, I'm doing my math wrong. So still same gold lead. Nice kill, but it is evened up by Renji, and you never want to see a Vel'Koz getting ahead like this.
Yeah. Okay, well, Bad Cop is level 6. Just Do It still only level 5, so maybe he's trying to wait to pull the trigger, but if he waits too long, Zedrus and J-Core will, of course, hit their level 6s as well, but we'll see who's able to pull the trigger faster. Pretty tense situation, actually, bottom lane.
Yeah. It's very much kind of waiting for who decides to engage, because both have very, very strong just, I'm going to press my ultimates and we might be able to kill you. It's also something to watch out for jungler to mention, as while everything was going down, there was an Ocean Dragon secured for Reign of Kings, so that is nice. Once again, they are going to be dragon stacking. I don't think AOECC have gotten a single dragon this entire series, so having the chance for another soul
It's not true.
is...
They got 2 in the last game. They got at least 1, because I remember when they
They got
denied
Elder.
Soul. I thought they
and I
got
think
2.
they got Elder one. They got Elder in the first game. I don't know. I don't think they got one last game, actually.
Ooh, nice pull
could
from
be
Jackal's
wrong.
Lamp, but Nick War will flip him back over. He's going to throw it on the ultimate. The Haymaker has been invested. There's the Showstopper, but Nick War going very low. Jackal's Lamp flash autos finishes him off. Solo kill in the top lane for Reign of Kings.
Yeah, nice 1v1 by Jack. Nick Ward just not knowing the damage well enough. Force set also went the Cole early game. Something pretty good on Urgot, actually.
Oh,
That's a
Drexel
nice
cancels
hook.
out the Blast Cone. Now the Sonic Wave not going to connect. Bad Cop goes in with the Zenith Blade in. There's the Satchel Charge. The Mega Inferno Bomb does a good chunk of damage. Nobody's died just yet. Nice encore from his Zedrus. Will stop them from continuing to follow. Drexline going to connect on to him. There's the Sonic Wave, and Hestego will go down, but traded over for Sleeping Giant from bombs over the wall. Agopa was able to clean up Bad Cop, so it's a 1-for-2 so far in favor of AOE crowd control. Now Jack Love's Land takes Tower Shot, gets flipped in. He's going to take a ton of damage. Nick War going to try and finish him off, but he doesn't have any summoner spells. He won't be able to do it.
Yeah, but it is still a good trade from Nick Ward to be able to force him back before Jack can crash the tower. That means there will be a freeze top lane. Meanwhile, though, the bot lane fight is what was truly important. Just a bit up with the wall. Zig's still able to give his damage, but didn't quite land the center on the ult. I guess freeze top. Nick Ward deciding just to crash it. But in the bot fight, does end up 2-for-1. Really good for AOECC. They were able to get the shutdown on Hestega. They were able to pick up another one along with it. Just with Go able to run down before the Vel'Koz with his push. And so, with Dragon coming up, does even up the gold a little bit more, as we do have TP coming up for Echo, but because Nick War TP top, Jack still has his, so we'll see if there is going to be a contest for AOECC.
Is it not just... I could have sworn somebody who plays a lot of Urgot told me, isn't it just better to go Titanic Hydra early for, rather than the Divine Sunder?
That is what you almost always do, and it is really, really good. I haven't personally done the Divine Sunder first. I don't think that's what you should be going. I think that it's definitely better for Titanic, but if you do go Divine Sunder, like, especially with the nerfs
gonna
for
connect from
ranged...
Bad Cop. J-Core is a little bit in trouble. He'll turn around and trigger his own Aftershock. That'll be the end of that, it seems.
Yeah, so I do agree with whoever told you that, and it's something that I think is a lot better, is the Titanic Hydra. It actually just gives you so much push, and you get a lot of incidental damage through the wave with using it. and just you like the health, you like the AD, the on hit's nice, even with the nerf to it that they were forced to do. And just Divine Sunder, especially before components, just isn't very efficient for Urgot with like the range nerfs that they were forced to do because of Ezreal. Honestly, as an Urgot player, Ezreal and like Senna got all the items that Urgot used to go nerfed for range, like Sunder, even Frozen, Gauntlet. So a lot of it's salty about that, as now Jack's actually starting to get some good bullying in.
Yeah, he actually just like walks up every time his Q and E are up. Nikwar might have walked a little bit too close here as Jack Love's Lamp continues to free auto onto him, but he's doing quite well as far as farm goes at the very least.
Yeah, Jack's focusing a lot more on the trading than the farming, and of course, or doing a bit more on the farming. It will mean that Jack will have the lane pressure to do
Oh,
stuff.
Depth Charge has been invested from Jake Core. Sleeping Giant is here, but I don't think they realized that Hastega was just waiting in the wings. Satchel Charge going to be used. The Encore is going to not find the target. Here comes the teleport from Agopa, as J Core is forced to disengage from that one. Mega Inferno Bomb was invested, didn't get too much damage off. But really, what is the point here? The dragon had already gone down.
Yeah, let's call that an optimistic ult from J Core. Pretty far away from the Ziggs when he threw it. Leona able to get in front. Honestly, could have gone worse, and I guess that really they only traded TP for Stega's Flash from AOECC, so not the worst outcome. But now they have going towards the top side, so it looks like they're trading Rift Herald for just a force bot. Though it is hard to force into Seraphine.
This has been a very strange turn of events.
Yeah, things kind of went random, although it looks like Jack could easily be collapsed on right now, and I think he's probably going to die.
Oh yeah. Oh, he actually got that blue buff, and Sleeping Giant's not in a position to get onto him. He's gonna try now, but caught by the Plasma Vision. There's the Lifeborn Disintegration Ray, and the Showstopper. I mean, Sleeping Giant's gonna go down. Now it's a disaster for AOE crowd controls. Nick Ward doesn't do enough damage. Caught by the Tectonic Disruption and taken down. Oh, Gopa now gonna try and jump over.
Gets nice.
The W from the Poppy, and it's gonna be 3 kills going the way of Reign of Kings.
Oh man, what a swing for Reign of Kings. I thought that Jack was going to get caught as they collapsed on him, but Sleeping Giant didn't get the memo. He decided that the camps were more important than collapsing on the set, kicking back towards team. So the set just walks up, takes the blue, ults him, or gets him into Renji's range, who just starts nuking him with the laser, finishes him off. Renji flashes out of the Echo Stun, and from there, with no way to get on him, just able to finish off the kills. Nice from Hastega to stop him from getting over the wall. And bot lane in the meantime got a push too. So now it is on all fronts. Reign of Kings are winning as they're going to claim first tower mid.
Yeah, and can he kill it before the Herald charges? Whoa! Yes, he can. All right. So now they're probably going to try and escort this in. Agopa is here to try and stop it, but they do have Poppy on the back side. He's already used a lot of it, his abilities to try and clear the gap, and now Hastega here threatening just to make sure that this charge does go off. But they're getting collapsed on. J-Core and Sleeping Giant from behind. There's the charge. Now Hastega and Renji need to disengage pretty quickly here. There's Agopa caught, but the depth charge has been channeled. Nice stun onto Sleeping Giant into the wall. As Renji and Jack Love's Lamp now fighting onto J-Core in the jungle. There's the Haymaker being used. There's a Dark Harvest proc. Lightborn Disintegration Ray comes out cooldown, and there goes J-Core.
Yeah, just a lot better fighting from Reign of Kings. They are looking very good on the champions they have chosen. Jack coming down, able to turn it into a 3-for-3, get another one. Charge one off mid, don't quite get the tower, but it should go down pretty much if there wants to be a force. As now Hastega's going a little bit harder. Do lose top tower for it, but because there was so much distraction, they get bought in exchange. Now Jack's just able to run back up and catch the wave, and Reign of Kings extend their gold lead to almost 4,000.
Okay. Well, with 4K gold lead at 16.5 minutes and 2 dragons to their name with a third coming up in 50 seconds, once again, Reign of Kings seem to have taken this game, taken control of this game fairly early. Now, the question is, will they be able to end, or will they throw it like game 1?
And part of game 2. Game 2 honestly got some sketchy moments as well.
Alright, so there's 3 options. Either they close it out cleanly, they close it out poorly, like game 2, or they throw it like game 1. It's just like getting progressively better if they close it out cleanly here, right?
Yeah.
Game 4... Oh. Yeah, and then game 4 will be a turbo stomp.
Yeah, we're just gonna like keep
Uh-oh,
getting
here we go. Nick
progressively
War gonna
lower
get
on
the
the
slow up
slide.
and flashes to get the knock or the flip as well. Good stun from Jack Love's Lamp, but the haymaker is only delaying the inevitable. Well, maybe not. Showstopper flash means that he gets out of there. Sleeping
Oh,
Giant
I
flash
missed the
for the
Q.
Sonic Wave, but he didn't
He's
connect
still
it.
dead.
Gets the slow
Wait, no, wait,
off,
his
but
last
he's
count?
doesn't have enough energy for it. Here we go. Hastega forces the flash out. Depth charge used on the Jack Love's Lamp as he takes the blast cone out to safety. Sleeping Giant does connect the Sonic Wave, but Jack Love's Lamp will have his cooldowns back up pretty soon here. The Dredge Line is going to connect from long range. Left
Nice
front
Dredge
disintegration
Line.
ray. Chrono break from Agopa, but will get stunned into the wall nearly immediately afterwards.
Yeah, honestly, Jack, I thought for a second that he might be able to get away from it, but that very, very tip of the dredge line hitting from J Core, nicely done. Bad Cop, not the only one who can land some nice dredge lines, but because of how much time they spent chasing top, that is now third dragon for Reigning Kings. They are at Soul Point, plus another kill in the bot lane to make up for it. Now, Urgot will almost get tower, and one of the advantages of Divine Sunder is that you get the proc on the tower, so you actually melt it faster than with other builds. Not quite as good as in preseason, where the percentage health damage for Divine Sunder worked on towers, and you could like, absolutely nuke them. And I think Camille could like 3-shot towers at that point with it.
That's really
As yeah, now Nick War is getting collapsed on.
Yeah,
it's
he's
probably
almost
dead.
certainly going to die here. Zenith Blade going to connect from Bad Cop. Followed up by the Tectonic Disruption. Just a ton of damage available to kill him off. Thankfully for AoE crowd control, Baron not on the table.
Yeah, it's always a funny option when we're like, nice, they're stopping us so much that we died before Baron spawns, so they can't take it.
Alright, so Azedris and J-Core holding up in the mid lane as they send Agopa as their split push option. Plasma Fission tags onto Azedris. He flashes back towards his tower, but the Life Burn Disintegration Ray, Windshield wipes up to him, and the Mega Inferno Bomb finishes him off. Sleeping Giant gets in there, gets the shield onto J-Core and keeps him alive.
Yeah. Honestly, when you're this far behind, you take those kind of 1-for-1s, as they're actually not as far behind. They're only 2k down, but it feels like they're almost 5k down, just with how the game's been going. But do manage to make it 1-for-1. They do blow both summoners on the Seraphine, though, and die. Plus lose the mid tower as things continue to go
also
well.
died somehow. I didn't see what happened to him. Was he just tanking tower for too long?
He tanked tower for too many shots. Flashed out, and last one finished him. But something to point out that I kind of mentioned last game with double Leandries, them not stacking. This time there is a Ludens and a Leandries for the double AP like carries, I guess, for Reigning Kings, so they are doing a better item allocation just in terms of not doubling up on the passive. And yeah, with this strong of a Vel'Koz, you're kind of dreading anytime he gets in a seed situation, as his Qs you kind of saw took half HP off his Edris, and it's on like what is the cooldown, like 4 seconds?
I want to say though
5 seconds.
that if you're playing Ziggs Vel'Koz and you want to make sure that one of them has Leandries and one of them have Ludens, I would rather it be the other way around, because the Mythic passive is not entirely, but at least somewhat wasted on Renji, since a lot of his damage is going to be true.
Yeah, that's true. And it feels like there's a bit better spam. What is Nick War doing there?
Nick War is just troll invading again. Like, I guess he's gonna try and get in on the Just Do It, but he's surrounded by what? That's a big question mark from me there.
Go next? I don't know, that feels like a solo queue, like go next kind of play where he is just pushing down top lane without caring where enemy team might be, not really paying attention.
That's very dangerous. Mega Inferno Bomb
kill.
into the Life Burn Disintegration Ray. Beautiful flash Tectonic Disruption to set that up from Renji. And they followed it up perfectly. Agropa gonna use the Chrono Break and immediately get stunned into the wall. We've seen this one before in Just Do It on a killing spree. And now Sleeping Giant is kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. Gonna try and cut the wave as best he can, but the rest of his team is dead and he's not clearing it very quickly. Oh, his
Okay, well, that was an optimistic flash, but I actually do really like what Sleeping Giant did there. You cut the wave, prevent him from getting an inhib. Instead, they're forced to go onto Baron, so I guess Reigning King's just like, oh no, you made us go to Baron that we're gonna get. So, but it is nice to be able to stop the inhib from going down when they're almost assuredly gonna get Baron anyway. You're still gonna lose mid inhib when they set up siege with Mega Fed Ziggs, Mega Fed Vel'Koz, just kind of throwing abilities at you until you die. But it's the thought that counts, and you do need some of these things to give you a little bit of hope in a game without very much. As now there is Baron, a 6k gold lead, very, very fed carries, and Cloud Soul spawning for Reign of Kings that they very much want to go to. Although this
Right,
is a nice
Sleeping
pick.
Giant is going to get a kick onto Jackalop's lamp, but he showstoppers to try and get himself out of there, and I don't think the rest of the team can catch up. The Sonic Wave going to connect from Sleeping Giant, but
chase
here comes
too long.
Hastega. He's going to get pulled back in. There's the Encore, doesn't find a target now, but Hastega is in a bad spot. Caught by the Dredge line, there's Mega Inferno Bomb.
Oh, no.
One shot, someone live for Disintegration Wave will finish off one. Ogopa goes for the Chrono Break. Hastega's barely alive, and he will get the kill. And Nickor pulled in by Jackalop's lamp, gets the ultimate off, and they don't finish him up. He's going to get the AoE Fear, and will they be able to get just do it? Not quite. As Zedrus caught by the Zenith Blade from Bad Cop 74, gonna get jumped on here. Sleeping Giant just hanging out, trying to see if he can get a cheeky kill. Hastega goes down to Zedrus with a double Q.
Okay, so a little bit of kills going the way of AOECC. They do go 2 for 4, but you take those when you're that far behind. I do think that it was a little bit optimistic of them to keep chasing Set. You know they're coming off Baron Recall. Can't chase too long when he's that far ahead of you, so they kind of run into the meat grinder. Do get a couple of return kills, but they don't get the big ones, which is the Vel'Koz and the Ziggs, both with massive shutdowns. Those two stay alive, and so they do get Cloud Soul, and I guess as a silver lining, AOECC kind of stopped the Baron push because of how long the fight went on, and then just distracted taking Drag. So a minor thing to be thankful for, but it is now almost 10k down, and Reign of Kings are still very, very much in control of this game.
Yeah, not only that, but I think arguably, well, I think pretty convincingly, Reign of Kings also have a better scaling composition just because of how much damage they will be able to do. So you know, for AOECC to already be behind, what did you say? 6,500 gold lead. This is pretty rough. Plus Cloud Soul, of course.
Yeah, the dragons do add a little bit, and I think Cloud Soul is slightly underrated by people. I think 10% move speed is actually kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that a movement speed is quite good, but I don't think it. The point I always make is it's just not combat stats, you know. So it's harder to really. Does he actually just die here? Holy cow! Mega Inferno Bomb forces the flash out, and there's the Solar Flare. They'll be okay. As Zedrus doesn't have flash though, so he needs to be careful not to get hit by like stray bouncing bombs or plasma fissions.
Yeah. On the bright side, though, they've actually stalled out this Baron, and I think it's going to run off before they get a true push with it. So, once again, Reign of Kings, like, kind of get a Baron and then waste a lot of it, in my opinion. Just not able to push in, get the buffs. Instead, they kind of get it with just accept the dragon with it. Do get a Zedrus' flash, and without flash, like, he dies immediately. There's actually very little way for him to play the game unless he's throwing an ult from way back over his team, which is something you would do with Seraphine. Like, he's in a lot better position than other champs would be against this kind of fed Ziggs Vel'Koz just throwing ults at you and you dying. But it is still kind of rough, and now they did not expect Reign of Kings to just kind of push down top, so now Reign of Kings get a free tower.
Just not the best response here from AoE Crowd Control. They're taking their recalls now, but the tower's already gone down. Granted, I think that trying to defend the inner top lane is probably not what you want to do anyways.
Yeah, that'd be pretty suicide to defend that. So it's not like it costs too much, but it does mean that they're losing out on a bit of tempo on the map as now.
Oh wow,
they're just
Jake
gonna
Core in a really bad spot.
flash.
Just gonna prompt the Light Form Disintegration Ray, trading for the flash. Zenith Blade almost connects onto Agopa from Bad Cop.
Yeah, and it's scary when they can just like throw ults at you and force you to burn flash, because they are on Cloud Soul, which gives you a lot of ult CDR, so they get to do that a lot more often than your flash is up.
Right, Agopa looking for Perla Convergence engage, but doesn't. Everyone kind of spots it out in time. Nick War just fighting off Jackalop's Lamp in the bot lane as best he can, but he's 2 levels down. Sonic Wave gonna connect, but of course Hastega is ready with the Steadfast Presence to make sure that he doesn't get a good way in.
Yeah.
And Agopa jumped on, gonna use the Chrono Break, and immediately gets knocked up, and Renshi goes legendary. Again, just denied by the Poppy.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a pretty value pick, though I do think it's kind of bad to be in that kind of
Bomb
position.
has been invested as Zedrus taken down very low. The Dark Harvest from the auto attack from Hastega. They're gonna try and do some damage. Encore gonna be used. He kicks Hastega into his... It doesn't matter. Life Point Disintegration Ray just gonna melt their health bars anyway as it comes back off cooldown. Double kill over to Jack Loves Lamb. J-Core Core going very low, but doesn't quite get tagged by that last bouncing bomb. The inhibitor top lane is the first to fall. Now they're gonna focus down these Nexus towers. Sleeping Giant and J-Core Core available, but Agopa not up for another 5 seconds. Will he be up in time to try and defend their base? I don't think so. Reign of Kings are gonna put themselves at match point. The Glacial Mingos await in finals.
Yeah, very, very clean win from them this time. They did not throw in the mid to late game, and there is a reason that you must permaban Vel'Koz versus Renji. He went monstrous with 11-0-10, but on the whole, the team did really well. Hastega did a good early game, able to win a lot of fights, and kind of just knew their champions better and had the better skirmishes and all. So Reigning Kings do manage to take that game as we now finish up for that game number 3 and go into the potential last game of game number 4.
Yeah, so with Reign of Kings at match point, AoE crowd control with their backs against the wall, we're going to see if they can even it out and put us at game 5, or if Reign of Kings will be the team to match up against the Glacial Mingos. Thanks for watching, everybody. We're going to get into lobby for that fourth game, potentially last game, and we'll see you in just a few. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the GRLCS Summer Splashdown Semifinals between Random Kings and AOE Crowd Control. We are getting into Champions Select for game number 4. Random Kings with a 2-1 lead, and immediately, off of a very good performance, Random Kings have earned themselves a Vel'Koz ban from AOE Crowd Control that they allowed through in game number 3.
Yeah, they got a grim reminder of why most people do ban X, so instant ban. In the next game, get rid of the Tom Kench again as well. I think both those choices are very good ones. Reign of Kings, without the Tom Kench counter, do stick with the Camille ban and continue with their Graves. If past indications or anything to go by, this will be a Volibear. They might want to change it up, but they probably won't, just because I don't think anything they've seen has been so threatening that they would want
Ziggs?
to ban it here. Yeah, it could be Ziggs. I think that wouldn't be an incorrect choice unless they're hoping that they might be able to pick it up, because based on the first 2 games, AOECC went with the Nocturne first in both the times they were blue and banned at red side, so that might be their most high prio.
Well,
But
Reign
Reign
of
of Kings
Kings will go
decide
ahead
not to
and ban
risk
it.
it.
Yeah. I think Reign of Kings had banned it on red side a few times. Or, yeah, both times that Reign of Kings were on red side, they banned Ziggs. So, they are aware that AoE crowd control are willing to pick it. So, good to ban that away. And it will be, once again, going back to the Nocturne first luck in for AoE crowd control on blue side.
Yep, nothing different there. We'll see what Reign of Kings respond with. They have a few different options. Could take the Nautilus, which has been pretty good this series. I think Fiona's another fine blind. They have options as well to take the Echo, which was grabbed away from them, but I don't think it was a very big problem last game, but it might also be because of the Vel'Koz counter that G will play in the most matchups, as it is the Nautilus support. Perfectly fine. Could take the Echo away here. Could look for a different, just solid pick. Diana's up, which I think is always a very good jungler, and see what they go with.
Yeah, I think Nautilus always makes sense to pick up in this particular series. Both supports have been shown willing to play it. Very easy to execute on. The dredge line is huge, and you've got the whoa!
Ooh, love it.
Okay, well, I was gonna say you have the targeted knockout from depth charge. You have free autos on your roots, but now you've also got Fiddlesticks locked in for Reign of Kings. All right, so tell
Honestly,
me, is this good
yeah.
or no?
I think the Fiddlestick is actually very good. Like, especially if you get a vision, if you have good vision control, you can play a champ that like might be able to survive Fiddlesticks, or like a defensive champ. It doesn't actually matter as much as you think it will, because you still kind of one-shots with Giant Fear over the wall. One thing I do wish, it is more fun to see Fiddlesticks on the Nocturne team, because then your vision control doesn't matter. You just kind of ult and the Nocturne ults, and then you get the Fear anyway, and they can't respond to it. But it's just a very strong pick. You have decent dueling, your CC is really good, ton of damage if you get over the right wall, and it makes like your opposing team have to change a lot of the way they play the game. AOECC though are going back to the game 1 special, and with Swain not banned, they are picking up the Swain Galio for what I assume is bot lane, and I really like the Ezreal pick into it. They have that they look like they're showing.
Yeah, really nice. I like AoE, sorry, not like, but we will see AoE crowd control going back over to the Swain bottom lane. Was banned away in game number 3, and now it's open. Go ahead and pick it up. I really just, like, I don't think the champion's bad, I just really hate Swain.
Yeah, I kind of know what you mean. I also don't like it just being your standard bot lane. I think it pigeonholes your comp a lot, denies you a lot of options in terms of what you can go for, where like you haven't shown any ADC this series, and with the Swain bot lane, like you get to pick Ezreal into it. It's not like Swain does a lot into Ezreal, because you can like, get out of the grasp. Even if it lands and you pull him back, he can react to prevent Galio from following up, so you can't really pressure him. Nautilus as well is like pretty good at keeping him out of fight by just throwing ults, locking him up. And so not really a big fan of picking it, especially this early before you kind of see what the comps are. Because as we saw in game 2, you can draft such a beefy comp that like Swain doesn't do anything and you've fallen behind on sustain damage. As other bans that have gone through, they seek to rectify some of that by getting rid of Mundo, which I actually
I
think
think this
is a
is
good choice.
interesting that they've banned Tom Kench and Mundo, but they've left open Set, which they have been willing to ban in other games of this series. So trying to pinch that top lane pool, it almost like I don't know if they're like baiting Reign of Kings to pick Set, and so that they'll pick something to counter it, or if like they just straight up forgot about that champion.
Yeah, I think that they haven't forgot about it. It's just that if Mundo's in the game, like Swain isn't going to be killing him, Galio Nocturne isn't going to be killing him. So they kind of just thought, oh crap, if they pick Mundo, our count can't handle it. So they give them Set instead. I want them to pick a different counter because I don't think the Urgot worked out too well in the previous game, just in terms of what they need to do into it. Ornn or Shen, I think, as a tank, they don't really win lane, but maybe you're just looking for utility, and like Nocturne Shen Galio is a really like
That's a really nice little
global
core
core.
there.
Yeah, they have a lot of globals to play with. That doesn't always work out as well as you would want, just because champions do sacrifice the globals for combat power. So in like a straight 5v5 where the globals don't matter, or like you're diving onto an Ezreal, who's one of the best equipped ADCs to survive that kind of play. So if that fails, then you're kind of in a bad spot, as they do round out the draft with Leona. So it will be Galio mid instead of swing Galio bot. And I do think the
Yeah.
Leona is a bit
So
better against the Ezreal, but it leaves them rather low damage.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was expecting the Gallia to be support, and I was about to say they gotta pick something very high damage in the mid lane because otherwise they're seriously lacking on it. And then they locked in Leona, which almost guarantee, well, not almost, but like basically tells you it's gonna be Gallia mid, and then all of a sudden they have
Ooh.
no damage. And this is a Set flexed into the mid lane. It is a champion that Renji plays, and they will lock in the Mordekaiser for Jack Lovelamp into the top lane.
I honestly love that choice, as Set pretty good into Galio. Galio's magic damage, like resistances and shield, don't mean much into physical. Mordekaiser is really, really good into Shen as a lane counter. You're also getting like a sustain champ against a comp with no damage. Mordekaiser can like tank through a lot of stuff, does a lot of AoE damage against a bunch of tanks who can't kill him. You can take out one part of the global comp, or like just the Swain, and leave it with 0-0 damage. I just really like that flex and draft overall from Reign of Kings into what AOECC have shown.
Yeah, really nice adaptation in the draft for Reign of Kings. And like you said, the Mordekaiser is going to be very effective against Nocturne Galioshan. The other thing I thought the Set might be flexed into the mid lane because I know that Renji does play it. The other thing I thought that might be a possibility is that Jack Lovelamp picks up the Illaoi. It's a champion that he thinks very highly of, especially against Dive, which is what AoE crowd control have drafted just by nature of locking in the Nocturne.
Yeah, I think Alawi would have also been a really good option. Just in terms of you're up against a bunch of melees, Alawi is almost impossible to deal with. Can't really side lane diver either because your melee's against an Alawi. So if you like Nocturne Shingalio, she just gets huge ult, and even in side lane, it's fine. So Mordekaiser and Alawi kind of fulfill similar roles in this kind of comp, and both do it really, really well. Would have been fine with either, but I guess they didn't want Fiddle being the sole source of magic damage. So went with the Mordekaiser instead, and
Yeah, and I
either way, I
definitely
think
think
they
that
hard
that
out
works out
draft.
just as well. It works out great. So yeah, Reign of Kings really doing a nice job with this draft. I have to say, AoE crowd control, like we said, their team comp is seriously lacking in damage. I'm really not a fan of this. They don't have a marksman,
Abomination?
so yeah, they
Call
don't
it
have
an
a marksman
abomination.
to auto attack with. They don't. Their mid laner is a utility tank type champion. Yeah, and yeah, you can build AP on Galio, but it's never gonna be as much damage as like a control mage or like a
Yeah, or even like a Lucian or a
cast.
Trist or something.
Yeah.
Like, I think the good part about AOECC's comp is they have the triple global, which and can either like peel with it or dive with it, or like side lane with it, which is nice versatility. But yeah, like with a Swain, instead of a good ADC or like some other very high damage champion, they just have nothing to kill a set or a Mordekaiser. Ezreal can like get away from a lot of it, and they don't have a lot of way to reach him if their wombo fails. I think the like over reliance on Swain bot and not having damage elsewhere has kind of hurt them this series, and I don't like that they've like stuck with it instead of trying to get a like more well-rounded comp together.
Yeah, I guess like I have to assume that Azedris is just not like he's not comfortable, but doesn't really feel like he wants to perform as well on like a standard marksman type champion as with like Swain or Seraphine, like these mages that he's been picking this entire series. But yeah, like you said, when you pick the Swain, you kind of force yourself into this comp where if you don't pick a high damage mid laner, you just sort of run out of it, and that's kind of exactly what's happened almost. Like, would I don't know, maybe if like AoE credit control picked Gwen top, would that have been enough damage to like make it not as bad?
Yeah, I think Gwen top would have been fine. Just give yourself another threat, or like maybe, yeah, I don't know. They just needed something. Maybe even like a hyper carry Jax or something.
Yeah,
Top
like
laner, a
Jax,
Kale even.
Fiora, Kale.
Yeah, Fiora. Like these aren't even good options. They're just a way to get damage
Enough
in a
damage
comp
in
that
your
doesn't
comp,
really have
right?
any. And instead, it's going to be, I think they have to steamroll and use their globals well. And if they don't, then or like the game goes on too long, they're just gonna find they do not have enough gas in the tank to win a long team fight.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think the first pick Nocturne, definitely, that's great. Champion is quite good, and you don't even have to necessarily build your comp to dive with him. Just like use him as a disruption tool. Uh, but then, like you said, they've really pigeonholed themselves with their second and third picks on the Galio and
Yeah,
Swain.
I think
Ugh.
even Galio's fine, just because you can flex it between mid and support as they've shown. So like you can take that and kind of follow up with the Nocturne and like also beat Peel, and like it's not as ideal, but I wouldn't mind it. And then just take another strong general pick, like maybe you take the Gwen or the Set. Viego's also still not super weak, even though I don't think he's that good anymore. But just something that gives you more versatility in what kind of comp you can put together and get something to kind of change things up. Because at this point, I feel like Reign of Kings have kind of identified how AOECC's comps play and how they draft, and now they're just being able to build around it fully and have like just given themselves such a good advantage going forward.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. There's not there really just isn't like a whole lot else to talk about as far as compositions go. We just gotta wait for the next 75 seconds as we get into the loading screen for this fourth and potentially final game. AoE crowd control with their backs against the wall, they're gonna need to win out this game and then a fifth and final game in order to take the series and put themselves up against the Glacial Mingos in the finals. Reign of Kings looking for a win here so they can close this one out 3-1. And, it's pretty obvious based on the way we've been talking, but I think that General Vici and I are pretty in agreement that Reign of Kings have won out this draft.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong too, but don't Reign of Kings have side selection for the last game?
That's correct, yes. As
Yeah.
the number one seed from the Braum Conference, they have side selection for the odd numbered games. So should they lose this one, they will get to decide. Reign of Kings trying to get revenge for their homies on Lamp. I see.
Yeah. And like that's just another problem to deal with, because then Reign of Kings go back to blue side, and we saw in game number
The
3
last game. Yeah.
that they ran out of bans where they like needed ban Nocturne, and then they ended up leaving the Vel'Koz open and like losing the Ziggs to first pick. So if Reign of Kings go back to blue side, like they're just putting themselves in a lot of trouble again. in terms of like what champs can we actually leave open and what champs can we get rid of. And so they have to do it here with their comp as we do finally get over the spectator delay and get into the loading screen and game.
Yeah, and like thinking about game number 5, if AoE crowd control do end up on red side, which we think is highly likely, they could, ban the Vel'Koz in the first rotation instead, and then leave. I'm not sure if Nocturne is like as high a priority pick as we're making it out to be, but AoE crowd control obviously value it. So
Yeah.
is it worth it to just like leave them both open and then pick up which of Nocturne or Ziggs are not picked in the first rotation? Or maybe even leave open the Xin Zhao, and assuming Sleeping Giant is capable of playing it.
Yeah, I think that like you do ban like Tom Kench, Vel'Koz for sure, and then it's kind of leave everything up and hope you get some of the good ones. I agree that Nocturne isn't as high of a prio as AOECC think it is, but if they do think it's strong and want to go for it, then it's something to go for. As in this potentially final game, we do see some tricky business from Reign of Kings, and as they look for the invade, nice spotting ward though from Azedris to see this one coming, and they might be able to fight it, like if they get Galio with the taunt in the right position, but instead they're just going to counter invade and get a ward on the other side.
Yeah. Okay, so tense situation over with. For potentially the last time, this is on the blue side, AoE crowd control, number 2 seed from the set conference. It is Nick War in the top lane on Shen, Sleeping Giant in the jungle on Nocturne, Agopa in the mid lane on Galio, and in the bottom lane it's Azedris and J-Core Core on Swain and Leona.
Meanwhile, on the red team is Reign of Kings with Jack Lamp playing Mordekaiser's top, Estega with Fiddle in the jungle, Renji Tang set mid with Just Do It and Bad Cup on Ezreal and Nautilus.
Uh-oh.
There's the fight.
It's okay. He just face
Okay.
checked, not a whole lot of CC to catch him.
Yeah, as you could tell, I was trying to rush through the intros because we did see this going on, and this is actually good for AOECC. There was not Hastega in position to take the red, so he will get his own red buff stolen, won't be able to get it back. Doesn't matter as much on Fiddle because you auto attack almost never with that champion in the jungle, and aren't usually looking for early ganks either. But he will lose topside, and it's kind of hard to get bot side control back if Nocturne just wants to rush down there to his own red camp with his bot lane, just because of how strong like Swain, Leon, and Nocturne are in the level or early levels, which is a lot stronger. So this is actually getting Hastega really, really far behind in this early part of the game, and I don't know how well Fiddle's going to be able to recover it.
Yeah, not only that, but Sleeping Giant actually was also able to take away one side camp in the form of those raptors, so not even losing out too much efficiency-wise, so this is quite good for him. Little pull to interrupt the taunt there onto Agopa, but did get the aftershock as well, so he'll be okay in that little mini trade.
Yeah, and now we see... Now we see Fiddle moving down towards red. Nocturne actually gave it up, but now Fiddle's not taking it. Instead, he's going for the level 2 gank on Agapa.
Oh, nice
bit of
pull
overlap
from
CC.
Renji. He gets the silence, he gets the fear off. Agopa will be able to flash out under his own tower, but very low. Probably will have to recall and a summoner spell burn.
Yeah, a bit of overlap CC. I think if they did it properly, they could have done it, but Fiddle is now just so far behind in the jungle.
Yeah,
Like,
I think this is actually just such a... I think this is what happened,
no.
and if so, and if it's intentional, it's very intelligent play from Sleeping Giant, but he path intentionally. Nice taunt there from Nick War. Will potentially get Hastega here. He's gonna have to
Hastega's
flash
just
over this
dead.
wall, and he will. Oh, flash follow from Nick War and Sleeping Giant, but a really great
nice.
claw from Jack Love's Lamp, but it will be the Dustbringer for first blood onto Hastega from Sleeping Giant. Meanwhile, over the wall, Renji is gonna throw down that damage. Sleeping Giant is gonna go down and hand over those double buffs. Justice Punch coming in, and there's the taunt onto him. Will they be able to finish him off? Renji goes down. Agopa, after a long little bit of time, will be gifted over the double buffs from his own jungler.
This, I think, is the most disastrous, bad early game I've ever seen for a jungler. Or not ever seen, but in recent memory. Just because Hastega started, he got his bot 3 quadrant, or his bot 3 camps, but he hasn't gotten a single camp since, as really good pathing from Sleeping Giant. He took the chickens in red. Then he went down, took his own chickens to stop Hastega from getting it. Hastega tried to invade blue, but
Dredge
Sleeping
Line gonna
Giant went
connect
back
from
up
back
there.
couple,
Now there's
but
a fight.
as here we go, J-Core Core, Zenith Blade in lands onto Hastega. Hastega takes a ton of damage from the Vision of Empire, but here comes Renji with a Face Breaker. Good taunt comes in, and Renji's not able to get the Haymaker off. Now the Unspeakable Horror onto Bad Cop as Nick Ward teleports in, forcing the flash out from Bad Cop, and that'll be the Arcane Shift out from Just Do It for the safety. Oh, a lot of action going on, and this is the lead you need if you're AoE crowd control in order to win this game. Gotta close it out quickly.
Yeah, this is like the worst early game I think I could have given Reign of Kings. This has been really, really bad, I think, how they've been playing this. Just trying to get Hastega back in the game off of what happened earlier. Like, fighting the Scuttle when enemy has push and a better early game. He dies there now, too. Already had his Splashdown. Mordekaiser only even in CS. Shen, I think, if he should have gone back top. I think it was already done in the river, and if he went back up, he could have caught a big wave and he could have been ahead. But instead, it's like 1,000 gold down. Honestly, could be more, but Fiddle has just really, really been denied a bunch of his camps. Because of the constant fighting, though, Nocturne actually wasn't able to pick up. Like, his red still hasn't been taken, and his Krug, so it isn't like he's been the most efficient with taking all the camps, so it's kind of just a couple camp lead. Now Fiddles are coming up. He'll be able to get even, but it is a really, really good start in a comp that needs to get ahead for AOECC. And if they keep the pressure up, this could be their ticket to actually win the game.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about this. Like, obviously, it's not great that he hasn't taken his red buff now. But what I think he did, and this is very, and I think it was intentional, is after he took the red and the Raptors in the top side from Hastega's jungle, he walked through the mid lane so that they know he's there, and then took his Raptors and started pathing up towards top lane. Hastega assumed that the red buff was gone because he saw him go through mid lane towards that bottom side and didn't go for the red buff counter. So, interesting mind game, I think, from Sleeping Giant.
Yeah, and really well done from him to like get those advantages. That was very, very well pathed to get such a big lead. And now Fiddle's like almost half CS of the
Yeah, level
Nocturne.
6 to level 4.
Yeah, this is a giant jungle gap. And it also like kind of screwed over Mordekaiser, who lost some minions top, and then he like had to burn his flash. Set also got like dragged into the fight, bot lane. It was just kind of been a really big snowball from a really, really good early game off of Sleeping Giant and some mistakes from Hastega, I think, and now he's pathed.
Yeah, and look at this. Now, Hastega can't even go for his own blue buff here. He got caught by Sleeping Giant, but they cannot go for this dive. And J-Core Core taking a ton of damage. Here's the Stand United. He goes in for the Zenith Blade. Zedrus is tanking the tower, but now he has to back out here. There's a taunt coming in, but Bad Cop 74 is the first one to go down. Jackalo's Land teleported in, and he immediately ults onto a Zedrus. And meanwhile, J-Core Core goes down to the tower as Sleeping Giant Paranoia is out onto Renji as an escape path, and they take him out with the help of a Gopa, but they will finish off a Zedrus after the Mordekaiser ult wears off. Now, it's not over yet as Azteca and Jackal's Lamp on the way up here. They're going to try and move on to this Infernal Dragon, it looks like. Really, really bad dive. I think it was so bad of them to go for that.
Yeah, that giant lead we were talking about in the jungle just kind of got thrown away by AOECC. They went for a dive where they didn't fully do aggro right. The enemy could respond, Mordekaiser TPing in, Fiddle right next to it. They gave up 3 kills for 2. I believe, gave Fiddle a couple of them, so now the camp difference doesn't matter quite as much. Mordekaiser got a couple off that. Ezreal got strong. Leona ate so much damage that it was kind of a panic Shinnle type thing. And they just gave over a bunch of what they did have. And you can't be doing that when you're already like this outscaled in the late game. You can't just be giving over free like kills and gold like that when you are the ones who have the lead and need to be pressing it.
Yeah, I think that the dive was just... Why even go for it? Like, he spotted the Fiddle out, and I was like, great, he's denied away the blue buff, and now we can just counter jungle in Hastega's face. Instead, they walk in, go for the dive when they know the Fiddlesticks is there. They know that Jackal's Lamp has teleport advantage. It was just a really not great play. Nick War now trading in onto Jackal's Lamp, but I think the Mordekaiser will just kind of win that by virtue of champion picks.
Yeah, has to be a little bit careful because Nocturne is on Herald. could push in. We also saw Dragon taken by Reign of Kings. They'll really, really like that Mountain Dragon into a low damage
Oh,
comp.
good dredge line from Bad Cup.
Yeah,
Will
this
pull
is
in
another
J-Core
catch.
Core into the face breaker from Renji. Doesn't get the stun. Here comes a big taunt coming from Agopa, but here comes the Crow Storm. True Shot Barrage onto J-Core Core, and then Hastega flashes in for the fear. J-Core Core does go down to the Electrocute proc, but a couple tower shots mean, oh, Stopwatch will deny the paranoia damage as the Showstopper comes out from Renji. Good spell shield on the face breaker from Sleeping Giant, but it will just be him surviving. That's all he gets.
Another couple of kills for Reigning Kings too. They now get back the gold lead. They nice ult flash over from Hastega. Nice play as a whole to get the catch on Leona, and now with the gold lead back, they're able to start getting some more kills. Now the Fiddle might be still almost be half CS of the Nocturne, but now 4-1-1. Really, really clutch stopwatch from the Rune Tree. Inspiration tree, there we go, to be able to survive that Nocturnal. Now Nocturnal ult's down again. You want to get these semi-globals going. No ult came in from Galio, not quite sure why, completely why. Might have been on cooldown, might have been out of range. Not totally sure, but I think it could have been good to have gone for it. Channel is no backup, so they do have that option. They said
Like, just use the Galio ult onto the Leona there?
Maybe. Or if anything, just when they were diving super hard with the flash.
Oh, because he was the dive target.
Okay. Yeah, I was obviously not paying enough attention. This has already been a long series with the first couple of games. So, but yeah, with those couple of extra kills on the gold lead, Reigning Kings right back into a leading position, despite the really, really catastrophic early game start. And now we'll see what else AOECC has in the tank to try and get that lead back.
Yeah, in spite of all that, right, I think that Sleeping Giant's still in a decent position. Like, just kidding, he's down 400 gold to Hastega after those 4 kills
Yeah.
came over.
I was looking at items and I'm like, okay, Sleeping Giant has his mythic already and Stridebreaker, and then Hastega bought a full proto belt, or rocket belt, I guess, off his back. Like, just straight up bought a full one. He is now even as well with 9 stacks on the seal. Does have Herald in the pocket, which is some more gold to get the lead back for the Nocturne. So you Nocturne, Shinnel, Galio somewhere, all those ults are back up. You can like burn them down, get the kills, and then maybe look for a full tower, and that's a really, really good way back in, and I think is their best shot for doing this kind of play.
Alright, Hastega snuck his way into this bottom lane brush, looking for just a nice little Crow Storm, which will probably be here soon because Sleeping Giant's getting ready to go in on this paranoia. Here we go, Zenith Blade coming in, the teleports as well. Hero's entrance as the Sleeping Giant goes into the backline. As the Crow Storm comes out, good exhaust onto him though, and the shutdown goes over as Hastega falls. Sleeping Giant gets caught by the Showstopper. Renji finishes him off with an auto attack. Zenith Blade goes wide, but now they're going to try and focus in on the Renji. There's the Haymaker, a ton of damage as the Centrus is the double kill for the set. It's another kill as Just Do It finishes off J-Core Core. Now Agopa forced the Justice Punch out to safety. Nobody died except for Hastega on the side of Reign of Kings.
Yeah, really nice from them. You know that the big global ult can't go into top lane because Mordekaiser will just ult you back, and it's only 1 kill. You need more than that. No, it's coming in bot, so really good from Hastega to be in position for the counter gank. That was planned from Jack.
Way too many tower shots there.
Yeah, that was kind of bad. But yeah, just good read from Hastega. Renji had TP ready to go. They go in bot lane. The counter fiddle ult is really, really effective from the bush. Very well done there, and just able to completely counter the play that AOECC needed to go for to try and get back in it.
Really nicely done by Reign of Kings thus far. We'll overlook the random death to the tower there.
Yeah, we don't focus on top lane mistakes like that. What happens in top lane stays in top lane. Not like that'll have too much of an effect on the state of the game. So we'll give Jack a bit of a pass.
Again, Herald dropped in the bot lane as Hastega's trying to get back out. J-Core Core goes in. Nice root from Azedras onto Hastega. Now he's stunned up. True Shot Barrage goes out. Solar Flare onto Hastega, and he's locked down for so long to get taken out in front of everybody's faces. There's the Rift Tail getting a charge off. Here's the Paranoia as they're going for the dive. This is actually a much better dive than the last one as the taunt comes in and they root him up. 2 more kills go the way of AoE crowd control.
Oh, very, very sloppy from Rainy Kings. Kind of just wandering in between. Histega gets cut off and killed. Then they go for the dive. Jackal's Lamb was hanging back for a TP, but I guess he didn't get it off before the paranoia, so he couldn't follow up there. And that's really, really good for them. They get gold back in their lead, manages to get 3 kills, plus all the plates. Right before it falls, too. They get all the plates and first tower gold for the Swain. Nocturne getting some, too, so he's going to be pretty strong on the dive. Also get a dragon to stop the stacking for potential soul. So off of a bit of sloppiness from Rainy Kings, they do manage to get a ton in the pockets, though Renji does do a good job of getting at least a mid lane tower back to open up the map some.
Yeah, okay. So after all is said and done, it is about a 1,500 gold lead in favor of AoE Crowd Control, the best early game they've had this series. We'll see if they can close it out a little bit more convincingly than Reign of Kings were able to in game number 2.
Yeah. Issue, of course, is that you still have to worry some about scaling. Ezreal also with his Sunder done, Mordekaiser with the
Oh, Stand
Mythic. This
United
is
is
actually
being
really
used.
nice.
I think this is just an escape Stand United.
Yeah, that was good from Nikwar. Really, really nice awareness of what was coming up for him. Managed to ult out. Does, of course, mean it's on cooldown, but he happened to be 11 before doing it, so a bit shorter than it could have been. So at least didn't give a cover there, but it does mean a bit of time where you can't rely on that panic R button. As now we do see Nocturne roaming up. Could go for Mordekaiser, but he has ult, so always really risky to look for him. But it looks like they might do
Oh,
it
here
anyway.
we go. Wow, all globals invested here as the Stand United and the Heroes entrance come in to try and take out Jackal's Lamp. He has used his ultimate onto Nick War here as the Vision of Empire going down. Jackal's Lamp will go down as he pops out of the Mordekaiser ultimate. And now they're looking to contest this Rift Herald. Hestega with the Crow Storm ready and waiting.
Yeah, another nice pick for AOECC. All 3 globals use top. Jack probably could have handled 2, but with the 3, he does just go down. Now Mythic is done for Shin as well, and Jack will miss out on some farm, which will instead be picked up on Renji. Jack will probably be heading bot after this, as it has kind of just devolved into a stalemate across the lanes. Everyone picking up their farm. Someone might look at Herald for the dragon does in spawning.
Yeah, I always think of these games as like a timer. We've heard the term before where teams are on a timer just by virtue of comp. If you extend the metaphor, every time you make a good play, get a lead, you add some time back in because you've gained yourself a lead. It'll be a lot longer before the enemy team outscales you because you have that lead. But every time they make a big misstep, they just like lose time, you know? So I don't know. I don't know if they're like still in the clear here, if they're like on pace to not lose the game, and that
Oh,
will
nicely
not
done.
be good. Stand United comes out, Agopa goes golden, and the taunt will be here. Agopa's able to survive, and here comes Jake Corco with the Soul of Flare. True Shot Barrage doesn't even finish the job. Now the exhaust on the Hestega as the teleport coming in from Jack Love's Lamp. Renji has already gone down. Nick War is gonna get caught here as Jack Love's Lamp does not have his ultimate though, but he's still doing a ton of damage. Good knockout comes through. Nick War flashes over the wall to safety as Zedrus gets in there with the Demonic Ascension, and the Demon Flare pops off. It's a double kill
nice.
so far. Nice re-engage from Jay Corgoro. Triple kill for Zedrus. Bad Cop 74 is on the run. The Paranoia gonna follow him after the blast cone, and that's gonna be the ace for AoE crowd control.
Oh wow, Raven King's just throwing again. I like the attempt at ult onto the Galio from Renji, set it up with a fiddle, but they didn't see the stopwatch. They didn't take into account the Shin ult, and so he manages to stay alive, go in, then Renji tries to redive, I think pretty big mistake. He goes down, then after that, just trying to fight in the jungle without enough damage in the way, with all the members of AOECC coming up, without the right ultimates, Mordekaiser not having his, Fiddle was down I believe as well, and so without those crucial ults, without being able to finish off any targets, they just go down, give a full ace over, now a Herald as well, and AOECC, that timer we were talking about just got quite a bit longer.
Yeah, really nice signs of light from AoE crowd control after a somewhat, what's the word I'm looking for? Lackluster game 3, but Nick War now super caught.
Yeah.
All right, and Just Do It picks up the sizable shutdown for this Ezreal, as well as the Dragon coming up in about 30 seconds. Nick War will be available alive when it spawns, as well as have the stand united, so it won't be too bad. Oh, here, but
Oh,
Renji gonna
another
get the
pick.
showstopper from Fog of War onto Agopa, gets a taunt off, and there's the afterthought. Flashes, doesn't get a face breaker off. Agopa just punches out the safety, has Taker, gets in with the Crow Storm, but it's not very effective. There's the true damage coming out from the Haymaker, and here's the hero's entrance from Azedris, as well as the Paranoia. Azedris flips with the
turn.
and do it, and Bad Cup 74 immediately fall. Renji gonna get in with the face breaker, but not before he's unspeakable horror, feared, and Jack Loves Land teleported. No, he's just walked here, and now he's gonna die too. Probably. Stand United comes in from J-Core Core. Jack Loves Land collapsed on from the other side by Sleeping Giant. Another ace goes the way of AoE crowd control.
Yeah, someone just keeps on adding time. Don't know if the button's broken or what, but Reigning King's just giving over another full ace to AOECC. And it's just overextension. They managed to get the pick onto Shin. They managed to get every member of AOECC to fall back, but then they just chase so far trying to get the Swain without being able to do that follow-up. They go right into the Galio, they go right into the Nocturne, Ezreal gets pulled in, he goes down, and after that it's just a cleanup with all the Fed members, and now they're 6k down. Ocean Soul starting to be stacked, still only a 2, so not too much of a reverse timer for Reigning Kings, but it's just mistakes you can't afford to be making when you have this outscaling comp, don't need to be forcing plays this hard, and just giving options for AOECC to take over the game and potentially win it.
And I think with Ocean Soul being the option and 2 dragons going the way of AoE crowd control, if you get the Ocean Soul, there is effectively no longer a timer. Then it just comes down to pure execution on whether these 2 teams win or not, or which of these 2 teams win or not. And this Swain pick is actually working out quite well for them in this particular game.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we didn't talk about as much, but Reigning Kings are honestly kind of low damage off the initial burst. Like, yeah, Fiddle can probably one-shot you over the wall, but Mordekaiser is a bit of a long fighter, same with Set, and Ezreal isn't the most high DPS AD carry, so Swain can honestly, once he's ahead, just lifesteal vamp through a lot of it. Really hard to take him down, especially with Zhonya's, especially with the Galio and Shinult on top. So, and with Reigning Kings just deciding to focusing him all these fights instead of take it slow, like diving for the kills, just all these defensive tools are able to do a really good job of preventing them from able to finish off that last bit of HP bar, and is honestly what's causing them to fall this far behind.
Yeah, and I do think that a lot of it is Swain is a champion that really likes. It's another one of those champions that does well when the enemy team is like engaging onto you, and they are kind of doing that on the side of Reigning Kings. I don't think their comp needs to do that, but that's what they're choosing to do. They're like set ulting the Swain in so he can ult and go golden. His team can follow up. Meanwhile, Nick Ward just solo dies.
Yeah, that's been a bit of a problem. Of course, last time he solo died, it was right before Dragon, and then they got a full ace. So we'll see if Reigning Kings decide to overforce the issue again.
Yes,
I really
yes.
hope they don't. I want Set to stay in bot lane. I want Mordekaiser to stay top. Just get the outer towers, get your gold a bit closer, or at least pull them out of position. Get some Baron control back, and that is what they're doing. So that is a really nice pick, and a good, I don't know, stopgap for Reigning Kings to keep this game more even.
Yeah. If you're Reign of Kings, right? Like we were talking about with this, I love this timer metaphor. I think I might actually be a genius when it comes to metaphors now. No, I'm kidding. But if you're the team that like is gonna win off the timer, even if you're not doing anything, as long as you're not throwing gold to the enemy team, it's like winning, right? Because the timer's just it goes. That's how time works, right? As long as you're like getting some gold and the enemy team's not getting more gold than you.
Yeah.
So the game slowing down is quite good for Reign of Kings.
Yeah, the only issue with it slowing down is if you aren't ready to fight in time for the Dragon Soul coming up, want to be in a more parity situation before that, but you also don't want to be throwing kills their way as has been happening. So that is definitely good for them. They're able to keep this low, keep the farm numbers up. There's actually a really big farm discrepancy mid, kind of one building up bot and top as well. Only real big one is in the jungle, which has had a farm discrepancy this entire game based on the very disastrous early. So we'll see. But if that's the only farm lead you have, Nocturne isn't going to solo carry fights, though he has done really well in the fights that have happened so far. So you definitely are happy if your set and Mordekaiser is getting more unkillable and your Ezreal's kind of getting towards his big power spikes.
Yeah, good timing to pick up this Scuttle Crab. It will be available for the side of AoE crowd control once this third dragon spawns. Just do it, and Bad Cop hanging out in the mid lane. They're actually potentially looking to maybe sneak away this Baron with how much vision control they have on the area, or at the very least force them to base check into him. Vision of Empire, I don't think actually spotted them because it wasn't in the brush. Although they will get spotted by that control ward. Let's see if they just go ahead and just brute force start this on the side of Reign of Kings, or if they're waiting for a face check. Nice control ward from Jake Orkor. The Crowstorm comes out. They do get a fear off onto him. The silence comes out from Azedras. Nice sidestep. Here we go. The flash ultimate from Jack Love's Lamp as they go in with the Showstopper True Shot Barrage. But you've got Azedras just doing a ton of damage with that Demonic Ascension over the side. Sleeping Giant, meanwhile, just soloed out. Just do it on the other side. Now Jack Love's Lamp goes down. Sleeping Giant, now Bad Cup 74 is surrounded, and it's going to be 3 more kills going the way of AoE crowd control. The force was just not enough from Reign of Kings.
Someone pull up the definition of insanity real quick, because I'm pretty sure Reign of Kings are like trying to give a presentation on it. They just keep doing the same thing over and over again, of forcing way too hard into a team comp with Leona, with Swain, with Galio, Nocturne, Shen. There's just so much disengage options to prevent this big Wamba from going off. They ult and Fiddle, doesn't land on anyone, then they keep walking forward, and the turn just happened. Nocturne jumping on Ezreal, who's low. Now his Steg is dying over close to Baron in a vain attempt to seal it, which I doubt will happen.
Alright, he flashed in,
there he goes.
He dies. Okay, good job.
Another kill going over, and it's just they keep going in when they don't need to. And Reign of Kings has just been throwing their comp advantage and game advantage right out the window by playing into exactly what AOECC want them to do. Like there, you could have had Fiddle and Set just sitting on Dragon, maybe get the Ocean before they can respond while they're taking Baron. That probably would have been good. But instead, now Baron, now Ocean Dragon, that's on Soul Point. Definitely don't want them to have Ocean Soul. And AOECC, I think, are going to just probably run away with this game from here.
Yeah, AoE crowd control are just in a really good spot. One dragon away from the soul that probably seals them every single team fight from here on out. They've got the Baron, so now they can start forcing fairly safely. And Jack Love's Lamp 2 levels down to Nick War right now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just something that's an extension. Jack also going from Relinomicon against the only healing being Swain, who you aren't going to be able to 1v1 anyway. Doesn't help against Shin at all. Once Ocean Soul happens, it's probably more efficient, but until then, you definitely want other items. Set does finally have Steric Stun, Ezreal has Man Immune, so they're finally at a strong point. But then you look over at the other team. Nocturne has QSS, so he can't be mortaled. He can get out of Fiddle. 3 items done for Swain, including Zanya's plus heal cut. Shen is getting towards his strong point with his dueling items done. It's just, you're getting your item spikes for Reign of Kings, but AOECC already hit theirs and they just got a lot stronger because you've just been giving them so many good fights that they've been able to get clean aces off of. And now you're second base against Baron, and they might not have the best Baron push team, but when you're this far behind, you definitely don't want to keep engaging like you have been. So you're just sitting there until cannons start getting your towers, and maybe a lucky Swainy grabs, and then you get a kill, and then they're pushing in, and then you just lose altogether.
Yeah, and actually, Sleeping Giant's pretty okay to just ignore that guy and auto a tower in his face. Meanwhile, Jack Love's Lamp fighting up against Nick War with his ultimate running, but Nick War's actually doing quite well in this 1v1. He's gonna have his cooldowns up, and yeah, soloed out! Nick War gets a solo kill onto Jack Love's Lamp in the top lane, and that kind of frees them up to go aggressive in the mid lane, because here we go! Paranoia and the hero's entrance, everyone dog piles right into the base of Reign of Kings. As Zedras goes legendary, as Bad Cup is the first to fall. Renji is gonna die surrounded by the members of AoE crowd control, and that'll be the inhib and probably the game going their way.
Yeah, that's definitely game. And what yeah, nice fiddle ult, if only you were farther ahead, able to get one, but doesn't really matter. And what is it that I said during Champ Select where I definitely hardcaster cursed them to lose this game, where I was talking about comps, and it did ended up happening. Few too many throws from Reign of Kings. AOECC get the win off of some very good team fighting and load up the Silver Scrapes because we are now going game 5.
All right. Holy cow, we have exactly one final game for you between AoE Crowd Control and Reign of Kings. Tune in to see who will be playing up against the Glacial Mingos tomorrow in the finals. We'll be starting that as soon as possible. See you then. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the GRLCS Summer Splashdown semifinals between Reign of Kings and AoE Crowd Control. We are getting into Game 5, the fifth and final game between these two teams after both of them have taken 2 wins apiece. This game will determine which of them gets to play up against Glacial Mingos in the finals and which of them will play against Ice Cold Beverages in the third place match. Reign of Kings with side selection opted for the blue side, and we're seeing their first 3 bans, Graves, Camille, and Swain, right off the bat.
Yeah, that was actually some lightning fast pick ban. Probably not even a minute, and actually not even 30 seconds, and we're already through. Some not very surprising. Camille Graves also banned. Camille might not have needed to be banned because no Tom Kinch banned from AOECC, but it could have been last ban. They decided to go with Ziggs instead. Did have the Swain ban, didn't like dealing with it last game, and Reign of Kings do decide that the Nocturne is now a prio pick. Wasn't before, but that last game probably convinced them otherwise to go ahead and take it, or AOECC thought they could deal with it. Or maybe Reign of Kings let it through, but they didn't want to deal with the Ziggs potential flex. Finally, an actual ADC though, for AOECC. They've been going with Swain Seraphine in all 4 of the games. So finally taking the Ezreal. pretty self-sufficient against Nocturne makes sense. Last one I anticipate will probably be something like Nautilus, maybe Galio, if they're wanting to flex, or the Volibear, which has been left open but was banned in the earlier games.
Yeah, earlier games we saw Volibear banned by Reign of Kings games 1, 2, and 3. It was left open for game 4, not picked, but now it has been picked for their side. We'll see if it works out for them and why Reign of Kings were so apt to ban it away. Ezreal locked in as well, like you said, finally a traditional marksman in the bottom lane. We assume it could be mid lane, I guess. I don't think that that's good, but it's a thing that could happen. Zillion gonna be locked in for Reign of Kings. Even with Nautilus, Leona, and the like open, they've opted to go back to Zillion as their support pick. Potentially just because of how efficient that slow is at getting the Volibear away.
Yeah, it also adds a lot of a timer, as we now like this analogy to AOECC, as Volibear does not scale very well into the late game, where Zillion scales incredibly well. So having that with the revive, like, okay, you stunned the guy, cool. If you do kill him, I'll revive him. Speed boost to keep away from him, slow to keep him from doing anything, almost completely invalidates the pick as it goes forward, especially with something like a Nocturne to keep pressure on the back line. Maybe even revive him. Ashe is something we haven't seen yet. I do like it as a pick just for the potential for a Wild Arrow. Does still do a lot of DPS, especially Kraken or something. And Victor from AOECC to round of the mid lane, and we'll see what they want to ban to keep it from being countered.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna be targeting down Renji here with a Xerath ban as well. Long range champion that they picked. That into Victor the last time AOE Cred Control picked the Victor, and they won with it. So something worth banning away for them at least. They're gonna take the Shen away on the side of Reign of Kings, and AOE Cred Control will also keep the set off the table. But this does the Dr. Mundo they thought was ban worthy in game number 4. Although, like you said, that might have been something that was comp specific. They didn't want to deal with it with what they had already drafted. Can they deal with Mundo better with what they picked up on this side for AoE Cred Control?
Yeah, I mean, you have Victor Ezreal. Mundo's never going to catch up Ezreal, or most likely not. Victor can help burst him, so you're not exactly threatened by it. Do like the Shen ban from Reign of Kings. Leona last ban also does make sense. Keep the lockdown. One ban
Nautilus
I'm
is open.
noticing. Yeah,
Why bother
Nautilus,
banning
but I'm
Leona
also
when
noticing.
I'm just like, why bother banning Leona when they can just pick Nautilus and, still kind of get a good support pick? Why not pinch something else more, is what I mean.
I think Leona's a bit tankier than Nautilus, so if you're wanting to Asher or something, and still potentially burst Nautilus. Nautilus does, though, have the targeted CC for someone running away with Zillion speed. Could be hard for Leona. Another ban, though, I was thinking was conspicuously absent was the Tahm Kench, which Jack could take top lane, very strong blind, kind of dive buddy to Nocturne, literally, and that he can follow up, as it does look like that'll be hovered and locked in, bullies a lot of top laners. I think it makes a ton of sense. Gives you the double save again. Hopefully you don't double up on the save, of course, as we saw, to kind of lose game 1, though I think it wasn't the sole reason, as now we'll see what answer mid lane will be found for the victor to round out Reign of Kings.
Yeah, what are we expecting? They definitely need some magic damage, but with not really any of it on their side here. Diana potentially, okay.
Ooh, now that's really interesting. I wonder if there might be sending Nocturne mid and Diana jungle potentially. There's some flex options there. As I don't actually remember the last time I've seen Diana mid. She's kind of just become a jungler at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Do really like the pick. Gives you some very strong dive with the Nocturne, with an Asher following up Zillion to revive, get her speed boost so that she gets in range for that really big wombo combo. AOECC last Lucky and Urgot. Urgot gets raffle stomped by Tahm Kench, so I
Oh,
think this is actually a really bad pick. Uh, to kind of as a counter, I think you were gonna hard lose lane with this, and it isn't the best tank you could have picked to try and peel for Ezreal Victor. So we'll see how that ends up rounding out. But I do think Reign of Kings has once again developed a pretty solid comp. to play around, and it'll probably just come down to their execution, which has been shaky at times.
What would have been a good pick for AoE crowd control to lock in as this last pick top lane?
Um, honestly, not completely sure. Meta themselves probably wouldn't be bad. It's fine into Tom. As an option, could have gone Ornn for a bit more team fighting. That would have been able to zone as well. Wukong is pretty strong into the Tahm Kench, can give you some disruption. Like, there are a few different things. I definitely think that Urgot's one of the worst ones, just because you can't really poke out Tahm Kench. Your model's big enough that he gets to, like, tongue lick you, or all in doesn't work very well because of the shield. Really tanky and can kind of just stick on you. It's just a really rough lane
Hmm.
to try and deal with. And I think a lot of it's going to come down to how, if Victor can get ahead again and how well he can carry these later team fights.
Okay, well, these are the picks for Game 5 between these two teams. It is it has been a long series, but somebody will come out triumphant to play up against the Glacial Mingos tomorrow. They're just recreating the champion select in the client. Then we have a 3-minute delay, and then we can get started in this final game.
Oh man, what a long one. It's fun though. Always nice to see these back and forth series rather than one-sided stomps, even if it would be a bit better for my sanity if it was one-sided. But, and voice for that matter, we've been going on for a while.
Oh
But,
yeah. But
it is,
it is so much more interesting to watch how these back and forths go, and more so, and I think it's especially fun to see how they adapt their picks and bans over the course of a series that's back and forth. That's a lot of the reason why you like to see these series that go back and forth, and it's pretty neat, I have to say.
yeah, and it also is fun because like last game, we were talking about how if it went game 5, Rainy Kings had the chance to go blue side, and there were a lot of power picks that like AOECC don't want him to have between the Vel'Koz, between the Ziggs, Xin Zhao, Nocturne. So this time, Rainy Kings were able to have the Nocturne left up and the Tahm Kench get through the ban phase, so they were able to get two really powerful picks and Zillion support that they've shown some comfort and like desire for. On the other side, AOECC, because of like the Swain doing well, they finally got to pick up the Volibear, which was banned for a couple of games, and the Victor, which did well in one of them. Even Nautilus going through towards like R4 when it had been pretty high prio earlier on. So
Yeah,
that's always just fun to see what like different teams side has been winning for them, what they can change, what secret pocket picks they've been able to pull out, what they can make the enemy fear, and we see this going through, and it's one of the more fun parts about a 5-game series.
yeah. Let's see. Game 1, Nautilus was banned. Game 2, Nautilus won on the side of Reign of Kings. Game 3, Nautilus lost on the side of AoE crowd control. Game 4, Nautilus lost on the side of Reign of Kings. Interesting here. Like it's such a high prio pick. It's just so weird to see how it lost. Like, but by no means do I think it's bad. Just by that very minor statistic, I'm just like pointing it out.
Yeah, that's why they banned Leona instead. They saw the trend. I was hoping though that the trend would be Nautilus wins all 3 games. That way we could just call it here. AOECC wins. We don't need to finish going through this. We can finally stop.
It's like, okay, you won champion select. We're just gonna call it like that.
Well, if that were the case, we would have called it last game probably, and we saw how that turned out. So maybe like they
Oh
win
yeah,
champ
man.
select, and we have to call it for the other team. Apparently, winning champ select doesn't matter.
Yeah. Would you?
In our opinions, of course. It could have been
Oh
that
yeah. I guess
AOECC
we should
actually won.
ask. Like, is there a definite winner of champion select in this game, in your opinion?
I wouldn't say definite winner. I would give Reign of Kings the advantage with better top lane. I think they have a fairly strong like combo
Oh,
as
it
well
is
with,
Diana mid, by the way. I just.
yeah, with Nocturne Diana. Dive is pretty good, especially with Zillion's late game. Volibear kind of falls off. Of course, AOECC have Victor to kind of make up for it. Really hard to get on Ezreal from Reign of Kings. And like Nautilus as well can like get a targeted lockdown on someone Zillion sped up to try and burst them, maybe even before the ult. So Yeah, there's I wouldn't say definite winner. Once again, I give the advantage to Reigning Kings, but we've seen kind of how that's ended up over the series, so can't
Yeah,
call a lot on that.
but like in other games though, we've called it like definitely Reign of Kings won this one. This one it's only like Reign of Kings I think has a better comp, but by no means is AOE crowd controls comp bad. So this bodes well for AOECC.
Yeah. I think a lot of it just comes down to AOECC's backline is really strong in front to back, but ROK has a more cohesive comp, I'd say. Volibear does, though, kind of have a really strong early game, so if they're able to use his dives right, or just his early power, they could get a pretty good snowball while Nocturne's farming to 6. If Victor or Ezreal get a lead, then Reigning Kings can't really deal with it, so like at best I'd give like 60-40 or Reigning Kings. Might even be a bit less than that, depending on how well AOECC can front to back team fight when they've won the rest of these games. They've been more the ones like trying to dive in, or they've had like 4 melee.
Oh yeah, I'd like to see how Agopa plays this one because I think that the Victor, they almost won that game. They didn't win that game, but the Victor was very effective in like the late stages of that game. It's really quite. I'm very interested to see, and I think a lot of this game will depend on Agopa being able to get good damage off in these team fights.
Yeah, and I also like the Victor because like we've seen Reigning Kings have had trouble closing, and some of them they've made mistakes. So having just that late game, if you get me kills, I'll hard carry the game is always nice in those kind of things. Um, as finally we are getting over the spectator delay,
Can
get
you
to the
hear
loading
the Can you hear
screen,
the
get
impatience
into
in his
game.
voice? He's just like, let's just play this
Yes.
game.
It's been a long night. I want to get this through.
Oh man. Okay. Oh, this is. I'm excited. I'm excited for this fifth and final game.
Yeah. One thing to note off the bat is that the Volibear went with Conqueror, a lot more common to do press the attack with him just because you're not long fighting. It's a lot more one-shot combo with like QEW, immediately proccing it, chasing him down. But I guess if you do get into really long fights and it's not like you're the prio target of Reigning King's dive, you might be able to get a bit more use of it. But as we finally load in, we get to say on the blue team for the final game of the series is Reigning Kings with Jack Loves Lamp playing Tom Kench top, Hastega with Nocturne in the jungle, Renji taking Diana mid, and Just To It and Bad Cop 74 playing Ashe Zillion bot lane.
And on the red side, it is AoE crowd control with Nickor in the top lane on Urgot, Sleeping Giant in the jungle on Volibear. In the mid lane, it's Agopa on Victor, and in the bottom lane, you've got Ezedris and J Core on the Ezreal and Nautilus. Oh, let's do it. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
nothing too
nothing
crazy
all that
for
weird
the
off the
start.
bat.
Yeah, just drawing up battle lines. Volibear is actually backing, I don't think. Yeah, he put a ward in an interesting spot. Usually you'll see walk up place and pixel them back for sweeper. Instead Sleeping Giant just put it kind of in the river. I wonder if they spot like with the vision. Okay, they definitely do now. I was wondering if like Reigning Kings hugged the wall at like the most farthest point if they could have snuck around it. And that might have been pretty funny if AOECC weren't ready for it. But no, they just get their own ward in Raptor camp to be able to keep track of the Follow Bear, and it will be both we're starting bot side as the minions come to.
So nothing too weird. Everyone's just sort of starting off jungling kind of normally. Agopa asserting a little bit of his ranged advantage in the mid lane early on.
Yeah, and we do see both junglers look like they're arming up for a full clear, going to Gromp and Krugs respectively. Meanwhile, getting to lane, Diana still hasn't picked up a CS, so Victor's done an efficient job of pulling off. Just missed another one there, actually. Finally gets her first one. Uh, as another start, or got starting call, and as some might not know, this is actually not like a BM, this is a farm lane start. This is pretty good for Urgot because your W purge, when you're just attacking rapidly, actually each count as an auto, so you get the 3 health from Cole, so you do get pretty good sustain off of it. which is nice into the Tom Kench lane where he will be poking you pretty heavily. He wants to, and it is already a really rough lane for you, so you want to be getting kind of all the sustain you can to go through it.
Yeah, I've always I always call people who like start call or start tier kind of like trolling, but on Urgot it's like acceptable and even recommended.
Yeah. Like there are some lanes where you want the HP or the bullying from like Warren's Blade or something, but it is one of those where sometime I'll hear it say like BM start for a call or like you don't respect. But in Argot's case, it's just because it's a good item as he's once again actually pushing in and then roaming to invade the Nocturne. We didn't see this work out too well the first time. This time it looks like he isn't going in as heavily, but Hastega doesn't know that, so it does look like there actually might be early blue buff fight. Good roam over from Renji, of course, who has somewhat prio. So it
Oh,
does look like Hastega will actually get this, although Volibear is coming in.
there's
And
something
buff
I'd like
isn't
to
low
draw
yet.
attention to, unless something starts out here, is the summoner spell choices for the supports. What are your thoughts here?
I think Exhaust is always really good into like Diana and Nocturne, who are kind of putting themselves in lead trying to one-shot from J-Core Core. So you just get a slap and exhaust on him, might mitigate a huge Diana burst combo or keep Nocturne from soloing someone. Ignite on Zillion. I actually think exhaust wouldn't be too bad, but there's also no exhaust target to really go on. It's like exhaustive Volibear, okay. Not you're almost never going to be in exhaust range of Ezreal or Victor. So I think in that case, Ignite's fine, just because who are you going to exhaust and what other summoner would you take? Like maybe you give like Barrier Ash Heal Zillion, but I think that's very debatable. And this way,
Mhm.
at least you get some help for burning through the front line, like maybe keep Volibear from healing as much. So I think both are probably fine.
I like what's happening here with J-Core Core heading in to try and secure that second crab for Sleeping Giant. Hastega, they didn't see him, but he did sneak into that top lane as it's pushing away from Jackalo's Lamp, so no gank to be found there, and it will just mean double crab for Sleeping Giant.
Yeah, and it is one of those things where as Nocturne can't fight Volibear very well early. It's very difficult, and I like him covering for Jackalove's Lamp because as the wave's bouncing back, if Sleeping Giant's in the area and decides to go for a gank, he can walk up, kill you with the Urgot, like maybe E-Flash or something, put him back in, then wave's pushing away from you, and you can't really TP back because it's just a return gank. So nice on his Stega to cover that, make sure that his top laner doesn't get completely screwed by a random gank coming up. Even if it does cost him bottom scuttle, he'll still be able to go back to farm, and you kind of expect to fall behind with CS in this match.
Yeah, Agopa actually turning quite a bit of damage back onto Renji here. Meanwhile,
Yeah, and it's one of those where I think Renji should probably back before getting too low. You don't want to let Volibear just like flash one-shot you from it, and you do have TP, so it's not the biggest deal if you get forced out. But he will look to stay a little bit longer. Now finally starting the recall, as they do see Volibear going for it. Might actually come back to lane. It is pushing away, so might wait for the Diana TP Victor in. He is 6 on the Victor, but instead he's just going to chicken and might actually catch out Hastega, who is looking to be a bit cheeky and steal them.
yeah, it looks like he got them all. He did also spot Sleeping Giant coming in off of that mid lane wave, and now J-Core Core lands a nice dredge line for onto just do it. Bad Cop had used his speed onto himself. Meanwhile, a teleport coming in from from Renji rather. He's gonna throw it on the ultimate. First blood goes over to Bad Cop with the ignite.
Ooh, man. I was honestly surprised that hook landed, and it put Jake Horkor in a far enough ahead position. Nice speed on the TP from Renji. If he went in a little later, Jake Horkor would have just walked out. But instead, able to get in behind him, ult him from being 6 back in. Really nice early first blood. Kind of a shame it went to Zillion, but you still take those. Also unfortunate is that the wave was pushing away from Renji, so he did lose several minions and put himself behind. But you kind of trade that for like not letting your bot lane fall behind and maybe get a lead on them. Having ult also will reduce the kill threat, so he did sacrifice his lane a bit from Renji, but does get the kill. So we'll kind of see if that ends up being worth it in the end. As now we're starting to see top lane falling a bit farther behind in CS, with Wave pushing away and Jack already having the CS lead. as you were talking about how Hydra, the last time we saw Urgot, how it's better. This time he is early rushing it, so good on Nick War to be going for it a bit more. But
He heard
with,
us.
yes, didn't end up hearing us. Unfortunate that Jack didn't hear me talking about Ghost Tom Kench for that first game and how great it was, but he still doesn't have it, but
Anyway, so I assume that the play is Titanic Hydra and then build Divine Sunder.
yeah, or you can also, like, I don't know if Divine Sunder is the right mythic choice. I tend to like going into like Frostfire Gauntlet if you're going to be the front line. Like setting
Oh,
up
okay.
slow field, trying to peel for your backline is just a tank. Sometimes you want to go Stride Breaker and like a ranged matchup where you need to stick on like someone to get in range like and like chase people down. It might be better. Sunder's probably pretty good into Tom Kench just for the long sustained fights you get into with him, so I wouldn't mind if he went it here. But there are a couple of different options, though like kind of the problem with Urgot is there's no like really good options for him in my opinion, because like nothing really speaks to him like wasting something either way you go.
All right. And for the first time this series, I think AOE crowd control are gonna get first dragon.
Yeah, that I do think you are correct, and it's the first time. Is a bit expected with Volibear and like a power big bot lane and how Renji kind of stacked mid for the TP bot. In chat, I do notice how Urgot is down 20 farm on TK. This is actually expected. It's a really, really bad lane for Urgot. Tom Kench like kind of hard wins it, so not as big a deal, but it is unfortunate to be falling behind when Tom Kench does have more like mid game utility as well, unless you get a really big
Definitely
fear
not
off.
20 though.
Yeah, also not 20. So Dogmar, you're just wrong.
Anyway.
Yeah. Asking about what's bad for Urgot is this is actually going to be a kill, almost certainly.
Oh, nice Abyssal Voyage from Jackal's Lamp. Pulls in Hestega as well, and he's actually going to pre-flash to keep the Unspeakable Horror on.
Oh, nice
but
cancel.
Nikwar flashing out. Now Agopa getting jumped on by Renji. Does he have enough damage? Needs one more Q. No, cannot go under tower as the Chaos Storm comes down. Meanwhile, Nikwar survived in the top lane.
Yeah, a nice flash away, but that is going to be all. No 6. Okay, now Zillion 6, so this is all
Raj coming
better.
out. Oh, he does get it as Zedris gonna flash away, but the Ignite's still taking. Bad Cup gets the kill. Core had the exhaust available, but did not go for it. Here comes the teleport, but they're gonna get Core. Both teleports, meanwhile, from top lane. Nikwar just gonna have to back away after seeing that one come down.
Yeah, a lot to unpack right there. In the top lane, Jackalo's Lamp doing the Eat Abyssal Void, something you can do to kind of get old Tom Kenchel utility, but just not enough damage to finish off Nikwar, who managed to flash away, get enough distance. No Paranoia committed from Hestega, so didn't want to all in. Meanwhile, on bot side, 2v2, went long enough that just do it, managed to get a lot of damage down. Bad Cobb hit 6, and once that happens and your Nautilus isn't just able to get it done there, and then double TPs come in, leaving Hestega to push out top, so he'll be able to get back even in farm with the Volibear. Bit of sacrifice from Tom Kench, who is now going to be a bit behind on the Urgot, who's walking up. But, yeah, so good lead, now 3-0 in favor of Reign of Kings as they do continue in. Shout out to Renji, who did manage to get the cancel on Agop's TP, who was trying to turn the top lane gank. Didn't also end up, I believe, taking Victor's Splash. Could be wrong there.
I think you are. I think you might be right. Maybe not. His flash is pretty long, or pretty far into its cooldown, so I think maybe he didn't have it at the time. Maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, of course, it's also something to point out that Agapa's up 30 CS mid lane, so he is actually doing very well there, and you don't want to play against a strong Victor.
Oh man. Alright. Agopa just continuing to put pressure onto Renji as best he can with his range advantage.
Yeah. Well, we don't have a lot else to talk about. It was asked earlier in the chat what makes Tom Kench so rough for Urgot. Basically, like, you don't win short trades as much because Tom Kench heals it up and he gets a lot of sustain. He kind of gets a better all-in too because you can't ever like get your ult on him because he shields through half your damage and he does like more sticking damage than you. So it's kind of just like he's tankier than you and he does more damage than you and he can like stick to you and your dash isn't enough and your all-in isn't as good as his. So he just kind of like runs you down. It's like a lot like he does to other matchups. is a lot more even now to Nick War after like the top lane shenanigans happened.
And
Everything
Nick
went
War
down,
is
so we'll
actually
see what
going to
happens here.
flip Jack Glow's lamp over. Meanwhile, in the other side, they've got Sleeping Giant looking for Astega, just stunned straight into the spell shield, and they'll disengage this one with a blast cone, presumably. Okay, they're not gonna go for a dive here. I think that would be suicidal. They're probably just gonna walk over to this Rift Herald. They'll be okay with that.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a nice pickup to try and accelerate the pace of the game, get some gold back. It does look like there might be a fight for it though,
Oh yeah, this could
in a
be really
couple of
bad actually,
spots.
because Nick War is split and he's actually gonna
Nautilus is
potentially
here
just
though.
die here. Then Renji caught by the Chaos Storm with the Gravity Field. Depth Charge gonna come down as well. Renji doesn't even get the chance to try an ultimate. But meanwhile, Nick War just gets soloed to try and help his team out. That's really bad.
Yeah, honestly, like with J-Core coming in, the nice support roam to secure the Herald, unfortunately turns wrong. Because of Jack just solo killing Nick War, they all were so focused on Renji, and the price for that we now see in the bot lane with 2 plates going down. Ashe almost 3, probably gets it with this wave. Now they also have Dragon Prio, will probably be able to pick that up on spawn from his Stega. So it is kind of a trade-off, 1-for-1 plus Herald for AOECC in exchange for plates plus Dragon for Reign of Kings and zoning Ezreal off farm. So I would honestly give Reign of Kings the advantage in that situation, despite them being the ones getting picked first.
Yeah, they'll need to make some use of this Herald if they want it to be worth it. And actually, the turret plating just fell. Just kidding. It's basically never worth it now. Unless you get like
that's
3 towers with it,
yeah,
right?
that double charge plus 1 more to get the inhib tower low, Dream Herald scenario. But yeah, I agree that without plates, it's definitely not worth for AOECC to get that. Do have something of an option to maybe do things, but we do see them kind of roaming down towards the area. Don't see a lot happening of it though. It's really hard without Nautilus ult to lock down a Zillion lane, especially when you don't want to deal with Nocturne ult as well to counter. As yeah, now just kind of back to farm game. 1k up for Reign of Kings as they continue to look for scaling in.
Yeah, I think that their comp scales fairly well with Victor, and Ezreal's not like crazy I mean, he's very good in the mid game for sure. Does fall off a little bit as he doesn't get to build crit, but it by no means a slouch in the late game. Now J-Core having the dredge line out to safety. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as an option. There it goes. It's gonna hit J-Core into the double time bombs, and the Paranoia is used just to pick up an assist, I think. Actually steals the kill for him, secures the kill for himself.
Yeah, definitely secure when the jungler does it. Steal is when like support or someone else unimportant grabs it away from you, or if you did all the work and then someone else comes in. So I guess it was a steal.
All right,
Now
here we go.
Renji might be in trouble.
Renji gonna go in as a Gopa. It gets jumped on. He flashes away, and Renji will get stunned up. Chaos Storm lands, and Sleeping Giant picks up the kill. Nice gank. Did Renji go aggressive at the wrong time, or did he go aggressive because he figured he wasn't gonna live? I think he just went aggressive at the worst possible time.
I think a bit of A, a bit of B. I think he was kind of looking to go aggro and then saw the Volibear and is like, alright, I at least get to burn Flash. Bot tower does go down. That's really nice first gold. So kind of offsets the power getting picked, but it is more gold in Victor's pockets, which you never want. Though having Flash down, you are up against Nocturne Diana, so good luck living if they decide you are going to die before you have Zhonya's.
Yeah, the reason I say that is because I think if he had, or if he saw the gank, he probably would have flashed out, but instead he went aggressive. So what I thought is like, man, I'm trying to go aggressive right now. This is a good time, and then the Volibear like pops out a Fog of War like the instant you do it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what happened. And like he might have been able to flash out, but I think Volibear also had flash, so he can catch up, and you die anyway. So maybe he just figured I'll be able to save my flash, get Victor flash. Also
Yeah,
got
fair
Volibear
enough.
flash, because Volibear flashed to save Victor, who almost got one shot by the Diana.
Yeah,
So
is
that all
Diana
ended
just
up.
broken or what?
Yeah. Yeah, also something to note, as I was kind of meaning to bring up and then saw in chat, so there's good time for it. Gale Force Ashe, I think, is definitely the wrong choice here. when
agree.
you're up against enemy team who can't like dive on top of you. Like maybe you get out of Victor damage, that's fine, but you also want to be shredding enemy front line. Crack gonna be great for that, and you aren't really dodging a lot of stuff from enemy, and like you have a zillion anyway, and also the enemy has a lot more to worry about with like a Nocturne Diana diving in.
Yeah,
So
you
probably
severely
suboptimal choice
hamper
there.
your sustained damage there.
I don't
Dressing
think
gonna
you
land
want
from
the
J-Core
hook.
Core, but I don't think he wanted it. Flashing away from the double time bombs.
I don't think you want that either.
He's gonna get caught by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and go down. Depth Charge gonna come over. He actually flashes over, but he followed by the Paranoia as Jackal's stunned up by the Gravity Field. Meanwhile, on the backside, Sleeping Giant is in the back line by himself as well. Now he's gonna get feared up by the Unspeakable Horror and go down. Double kill goes over, and that's a really nice ultimate from Renji to get 2 more. Triple kill goes over the way of Nocturne. Ogopa trying to do what damage he can, but he doesn't have enough. What was that? AoE crowd control just funneling one at a time and independent flanks.
Yeah, how's the song go? One by one, the champs come marching in to die individually. As that is exactly what happened with J-Core just kind of like, alright, I'm gonna throw a hook. And then he realizes it's a bad idea and flashes out. And then Urgot's like, okay, my support went in, so I'm gonna walk up too. And then he gets cut out and dies. Then like Volibear runs in from the bot and just no one was ready. Still surprisingly good damage from AOECC in the process. Almost got a couple of kills, but almost doesn't really cut it when they live anyway and are now 3k gold up off of how much they just picked up. And now there actually aren't Victor or Nautilus ult in time for drag to spawn. Of course, Reign of Kings are also missing their ults, and I would say their ults missing are a bit bigger, so might just give that up and go like for a tower instead. But it does look like they're coming in and potentially try to fight, and if they sit in bush too long, might lose the chance for this kind of drag.
Yeah,
But
I
with
really
Ash
don't.
separated,
I
think
really
you
think
get
sitting
this.
in that brush was wrong. You just take it. You had definitely had the time to do it. Now here comes Jack Love's Lamp with the teleport as Zigga gets the Unspeakable Horror in onto Nick War. A big 2-man knockout from Jack Love's Lamp, but in the goes the Nautilus. Renji gets in there with a 3-man ultimate, does a ton of damage. His taken with the Paranoia is unstoppable as he gets the first kill of the fight. Sleeping Giant ults right on top of Jack Love's Lamp, but he goes into the Zillion ultimate. J-Core now getting focused down. Double time bomb means Bad Cop goes on a killing spree. Another knockout from Jack Love's Lamp onto his Zentress, and Agappa is the only remaining member of AoE crowd control.
Oh man, that was actually a really beautiful fight from Reign of Kings. Like we mentioned a couple of times that like when you have Zillion Tom Kench, really important not to overlap those ults. Tom Kench managed to eat the Diana out of her stopwatch. Zillion ult revives the Tom Kench. Good use of the ults there. Able to get 3-man ult from Renji. Really good combo. Nocturne in the backline. No one dies, and I do think that AOECC not just starting Dragon right away did come back to bite them, gave Reign of Kings time to get in position, time to get their ults off cooldown, and that is now 5.5k gold lead plus mid tower. Very big fight win. Mountain Dragon on top of it, and a very, very good position for Reign of Kings.
Yeah. On the upside, Agopa and Azedras, neither of them have died yet, so they are putting out, you know, a fair bit of damage. Like you said, they are doing quite a bit, but not enough to finish anybody off, and the rest of their team is just dying way too quickly. Hestega, level 12, just picked up his own red buff. Seeing everyone just kind of, we're all okay with this.
Yeah, just kind of calm after the storm. Get back the farm, kind of get back position on the map at this point.
Oh man. Alright, Sleeping Giant just waiting for our Jackalo's Lamp base check. It's gonna take them a while if they want to kill this Tom Kench, and here comes a teleport. He's actually able to just Abyssal Voyage out, but they did get the teleport from Renji. Maybe not entirely necessary.
Yeah, definitely not needed. Nice of you to try and save your top laner, but once they use the Volibear stun and Urgot's nowhere in range, you really do just get to kind of dive out with your Abyssal Voyage. Does put him in position though to kind of start getting position.
Look for a knockup on the Sleeping Giant. They are going to find it. Double time bomb's not quite going to connect here, but Sleeping Giant is going to take a fair chunk of damage.
Yeah, that's nice to be able to get him chunked. Gives them pretty much all the positioning control they need to get vision around the Baron. Try and get maybe another pick, as they are looking pretty aggressively for it. And they might be able to dive this. Ezreal's nowhere close. He's busy catching mid wave, which they pushed in. But with the Titanic Hydra, one of the reasons it's good to buy first on Urgot, he's just able to clear out the wave. And now it's kind of just Reign of Kings sitting around not doing anything around the Baron. Is
Cool. We
nice
can
to
take it
have
now, right? Oh
positional
no, just kidding.
control. But
See,
you know,
is there a point to going Runons if you didn't go Kraken Slayer? Oh, Jackalove's Lamp with an engage with a followed up with Enchantress Slayer spits him out, but the double time bombs don't quite connect. It will be Jackalove's Lamp trading his life for that of Agopa as the paranoia comes in. Renji gets a big chunk of damage onto Nikwar, finishing him off. Double time bomb stunning up Sleeping Giant as Zedrus in the backside is just trying to deal with Hastega, but he can't do it, not even with the help of J Core Core. Oh, the humanity is it's an ace for Reign of Kings.
yeah, that's a really big fight when Jackalove's Lamp sacrifices himself for the kill on Agopa, the only really strong member on AOECC, and it is a sacrifice 100% worth it. After that, Hastega's just able to dive on the Ezreal, not enough damage, even with the peeling from J Core to keep him off. So they're able to get him. Meanwhile, it's 3v2 on the other side of the fight. So they're just able to clean up from there with the damage, with the CC from the bombs, and now with Baron on top, Reign of Kings almost 10k up at 8.9 thousand as full control over the game and are going to be looking here to get even more gold with all the towers that are still available.
Ah, goodness. Well, I said earlier, I was like, yeah, they're putting out a fair bit of damage. It felt like Hastega and Renji just sort of stood there and took it. Like, they barely were able to kill Jackalove's Lamp.
Yeah, and that's what happens with the strong of a Tom Kinch. You got to get through 2 health bars as well as just the rest of the team as
And
well, like keeping you from doing
ults.
damage. Yeah, I don't think Zillion ult has actually used that time. I think he was a bit out of range, which is why they
Oh
were able to get
yeah,
any
just
kill at
in
all.
theory, you'd have to get through 2 health bars plus Zillion ultimate.
Yep. While you have very fed Nocturne diving your backline and keeping them from doing damage, while Ashe is shredding your front line, preventing them from tanking damage. And now the Dragons coming up should be a very easy take. Renji is going top, won't have TP. Nikwar does, so they might want to try and 45, but in no position to actually do so. I also think it wouldn't be bad for Reign of Kings to just look for towers at this point, as Renji is
Oh, Renji's
maybe
gonna get
caught
jumped
out.
on by Sleeping Giant, flash for the stun, and Renji's out! Alright, trading flashes. I think Sleeping Giant's flash was quite a bit optimistic because Renji flashed out already and still lived as a result. Now Jackalove's Lamp and Bad Cop and Just Do It ready to shove in this bottom lane with Baron buff minions, but they'll back out now as they secure themselves the 3rd dragon for their soul point.
Another Mountain Soul for Reign of Kings. They have tended to attract a lot of them. As, yeah, maybe Sleeping Giant can flash if Nikwar hadn't missed his ult, but because no fishing hook landed, Renji was fast enough to be able to get away. And now they're just going around collecting
looking
towers.
for a W over the wall. There it is. He's gonna get a 2-man knockup and
beautiful.
Jennifer directly onto the Ezreal, and the Diana ultimate just annihilates their health bars. Jackalove's Lamb just happy to tank up the tower. Dreadstone's gonna pull him back in. He doesn't really care. Core gonna go down again. Agopa and Nick War just standing there having to watch as their towers go down.
Yeah, that was actually a really, really clean dive from Reign of Kings. Tom Kinch going in for the knockup right as the arrow lands. Diana on top with the 3-man ult. They're able to just bust down the mid-hib practically for free. Now they have a chance to back up. Probably could have gone bot and tried to get maybe another inhib, but you've used all your ults and don't want to be too risky with it. You've already kind of thrown other games, or at least made them a lot harder for yourself, so instead play it safe. Back with all of your gold you've accumulated. Get as much item spike as you can, and now you can run down top, get more gold, wait for minions to push in mid, get set up for Baron, and just clean out this game kind of however you want.
Yeah, wow. This is looking quite nice. 20-3. It's 10,000, 11,000 gold lead just about. Wow. This. I guess we were right? Like Reign of Kings, their games just get like better in their wins.
In their wins, yes. As long as we don't count last game, which was kind of a travesty.
Yeah, that was a little rough. Well, okay. I don't. I guess we shouldn't like call it here because they haven't won yet. But I don't know. This seems like the insurmountable lead.
Yeah. I think that if they throw this, then it would be really, really bad. And I don't want to assume that Reign of Kings is really, really bad, so I'm going to assume they're going to clean out Heist from here. So at this point, it's kind of like, how are they doing it? Honestly, they could probably just hard force a dive down the bot tower. That is like one of the more risky options, of course. So maybe you just play it a lot slower, wait for Baron to come up or like poke him out.
Yeah, it looks like they're really not able to get anything done with just a straight up siege. So, um,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not sure what. I guess the play is just wait a minute and 15 seconds for Baron. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's probably their best option. It's hard to push straight through a Victor unless you want to full-on dive, and as we know, that can be risky even when you're this far ahead. But rotating between the waves, try and keep pressure, as that's an arrow. Not sure what follow-up there is.
Yeah, arrow landed, but not really a whole lot to go off of there. Looks like they weren't really prepared for it, but they don't lose too much. Just that cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's probably worth looking for. Is Renji might be caught?
Renji potentially caught here, but he does have Zanya's Hourglass as well as his ultimate, so they can't hard commit onto him. Here we go, the Paranoia as Jack Love's Lamp goes in for a knockup. Good catch onto Agopa, who goes golden. There's the double time bomb slashed away from Jack Love's Lamp is in there. He eats up Hastega to keep him alive, and Nick War just getting shredded by the Ashe on this side. He can't really do anything to get in there. Nobody's died yet.
Yeah, so quick check. Every single ultimate's gone from AOECC. You use Tahm Kench and Nocturne ult and both their flashes. Did get Victor flash though and Zanya's, so he's a pretty attractive target. Baron's now just coming up, probably could start it. Renji might want to back for help first and then TP in. Instead it looks like a full reset's coming across for Reign of Kings. So Engage really didn't get a lot, honestly. Victor flash is of course really nice for the next time you want to do that. But Dragon is also coming up pretty soon, and there's a possibility that you're giving over Dragon Soul for Baron, or doing what I think is the correct for Reign of Kings, which is leaving Baron for later, and now you're going to fight around Dragon Soul. But you're also second in position for it, which opens AOECC to potentially get a random pick and maybe turn a fight, as unlikely as it is. Are still waiting a little bit on the Nocturne ult, which just came up, and Tahm Kench eat. But it looks like AOECC know they don't win 5v5 and are just going to give over Mountain Soul in a damned if you do, very damned if you don't situation.
Yeah, this is just a really rough situation for AoE crowd control. Just a lot of I think this all really does stem from that part where near their second tier mid where they kind of Nautilus hooked in and then everyone kind of walked in one at a time and died. That was just a really bad situation where they it kind of just spiraled out of control off of that particular play.
Yeah, I think there was definitely that. I also think that Reign of Kings has played their team fights better. As ult's coming in, maybe it gets a steal. Of course it doesn't.
Not likely.
There is, okay, so Renji is pushing a bot lane. Might be able to look for a pick on him.
Yeah, but Nick Ward misses the knockup. He's not gonna. Yeah, I don't think he even does enough damage. And teleport coming in from Jack Love's Lamp as well. And he's delivering a time bomb as well as a ton of damage from him. Holy cow, what is Tahm Kench? Is he just broken? He's surrounded by members of AoE crowd control, gets the great health off, he's gonna try and W out of there, and he does make it out. Renji with a big ultimate, goes golden, but Gopa Soda does as well. Now, Hastega's in the back line, he's getting focused down, he's gonna be the first kill of the fight. This is gonna be a potential fight win, but look at the mid lane. Here's an arrow coming in as Tahm Kench is gonna go. They're gonna try and just stop them from getting their recalls up. Sleeping Giant flashes in, stuns up Renji. Nick War gonna try and focus on Jack Love's Lamp. A teleport comes in to try and stop Just Do It and Bad Cup from ending the game, but it's canceled out as the tower goes down. It's gonna be Just Do It and Bad Cup finishing off the tower, or the Nexus rather, flashing forward, and it is going to be Reign of Kings going to the finals up against Glacial Mingos.
Oh, a very well played last game. Clean from them. 3v5 while 2 push the base and finish it off. Just well done overall. Good team fighting. Managed to capitalize on the mistakes AOECC made, and a very well-earned victory for Reign of Kings to take them to the finals against Mingos, which will be happening tomorrow. Actually today, because this series went on actually forever.
Yeah, that was a very hard-fought victory for Reign of Kings in 5 very interesting games, let's say. Uh, but nonetheless, congratulations to Reign of Kings. You have the honor of playing against the Glacial Mingos tomorrow in the Platinum Capped Finals to determine who is the GRLCS 2021 Summer uh, Champions. That's the word I'm looking for. Gosh, it's tune in tomorrow for the third place match between Ice Cold Beverages and AoE Crowd Controls, who both offered us banger series today, as well as the final in Gold Capped between Cosmic Flow and Your Gotham Academy. All that will be coming on the same. Well, actually, no. One of them's going to be on Get Wrecked 2. We'll give you all the details in Discord. Watching everybody. We're going to call it a night. Be safe. Sleep well. Good luck tomorrow.